3. Gold Mountain. In the 12th year of the Xianfeng Emperor, rain inundated Gold Mountain. It started raining in the 3rd month of the autumn, the usual start of the rainy season on this part of the coast of Yingzhou, but then it never stopped raining until the 2nd month of the following spring. It rained every day for half a year, and often a pounding, drenching rain, as if it were the tropics. Before that winter was halfway over, the great central valley of Gold Mountain had flooded up and down its entire length, forming a shallow lake 1,500 li long and 300 li wide. The water poured brownly between the green hills flanking the delta into the great bay and out the Gold Gate, staining the ocean the color of mud all the way out to the Penglai Islands. The outflow ran hard, both ebb and flood, but still this was not enough to empty the great valley. The Chinese towns and villages and farms on the flat valley floor were drowned to the rooftops, and the entire population of the valley had to leave for higher ground, in the coastal range or the foothills of the Gold Mountains, or, for the most part, down to the city. Fabled Fangchang. Those who lived on the eastern side of the Central Valley tended to move up into the foothills, ascending the rail and stage roads that ran up through apple orchards and vineyards overlooking the deep canyons that cut between the tablelands. Here they ran into the large foothill population of Japanese. Many of these Japanese had come in the diaspora. After the Chinese armies had conquered Japan in the Yongchen dynasty 120 years before, they were the ones who had first begun to grow rice in the Central Valley. But after only a generation or two, Chinese immigration filled the valley like the rains were now filling it, and most of the Japanese Nisei and Sansei moved up into the foothills, looking for gold, or growing grapes and apples. There they encountered a fair number of the old ones, hidden in the foothills and struggling to survive a malaria epidemic that recently had killed most of them off. The Japanese got along with the survivors and the other old ones that came from the east, and together they resisted Chinese incursions into the foothills in every way they could, short of insurrection, for over the Gold Mountains lay high, desolate alkaline deserts where nothing could live. Their backs were to the wall. So the arrival of so many Chinese refugee farming families was no very happy event for those already there. The foothills were composed of plateaus tilted up toward the high mountains and cut by very deep, rugged, heavily forested river canyons. These manzanita-choked canyons were impenetrable to the Chinese authorities, and hidden in them were many Japanese families, most of them panning for gold or working small diggings. Chinese road-building campaigns stuck to the plateaus for the most part, and the canyons had remained substantially Japanese despite the presence of Chinese prospectors. Hokkaido in exile, tucked between the Chinese valley and the great desert of the natives. Now this world was filling with soaked Chinese rice farmers. Neither side liked it. By now, bad relations between Chinese and Japanese were as natural as dog and cat. The foothill Japanese tried to ignore the Chinese setting up refugee camps by all the stage and railroad stations. The Chinese tried to ignore the Japanese homesteads they were intruding on. Rice ran low, tempers got short, and the Chinese authorities sent troops into the area to keep order. The rain kept falling. One group of Chinese walked out of the flooding on the stage road that followed the course of Rainbow Trout River. Overlooking the river's north bank were apple orchards and cattle pasturage, mostly owned by Chinese in Fangchang, but worked by Japanese. This group of Chinese camped in one of the orchards and did what they could to construct shelter from the rain, which continued to fall day after day after day. They built a pole-framed barn-like building with a shingle roof, an open fire at one end, and mere sheets for walls. Meager protection, but better than none. By day the men scrambled down the canyon walls to fish in the roaring river, and others went into the forest to hunt deer, shooting great numbers of them and drying their meat. The matriarch of one of these families, Yao Ji by name, was frantic that her silkworms had been left behind on their farm, in boxes tucked in the rafters of her filature. Her husband did not think there was anything that could be done about it, but the family employed a Japanese servant boy named Kiwaki, who volunteered to go back down to the valley and take their rowboat out on the first calm day and recover the silkworms. His master did not like the proposal, but his mistress approved of it, as she wanted the silkworms. So one rainy morning, Kiwaki left to try to return to their flooded farm, if he could. He found the Yao family's rowboat still tied to the valley oak where they had left it. He untied it and rowed out over what had been the eastern rice paddies of their farm toward their compound. A west wind churned up high waves, and both pushed him back east. His palms were blistered by the time he coasted up to the Yao's inundated compound, scraped the flat bottom of the boat over the outer wall, and tied it to the roof of the filature, the tallest building on the farm. He climbed through a side window into the rafters and found the sheets of damp paper covered with silkworm eggs in their boxes filled with rocks and mulberry mulch. He gathered all the sheets into an oilcloth bag and lowered them out the window into the rowboat, feeling pleased. Now rain was violently thrashing the surface of the flood, and Kiyoaki considered spending the night in the attic of the Yao's house, but the emptiness of it frightened him, and for no better reason than that, he decided to row back. The oilcloth would protect the eggs, and he had been wet for so long that he was used to it. He was like a frog hopping in and out of its pond. It was all the same to him, so he got in the boat and began to row. But now, perversely, the wind was from the east, blowing up waves of surprising weight and power. His hands hurt, and the boat occasionally brushed over drowned things, treetops, wire-graph poles, perhaps other things he was too jumpy to look. Dead men's fingers! He could not see far in the growing gloom, and as night fell he lost his feeling for what direction he was headed. The rowboat had an oiled canvas decking bunched in its bow, and he pulled it back over the gunwales, tied it in place, got under it, and floated over the flood, lying in the bottom of the boat and occasionally bailing with a can. It was wet, but it would not founder. He let it bounce over the waves and eventually fell asleep. He woke several times in the night, but after bailing he always forced himself to sleep again. The rowboat swirled and rocked, but the waves never broke over it. If they did, the boat would founder and he would drown, but he avoided thinking about that. Dawn made it clear he had drifted west rather than east. He was far out on the inland sea that the Central Valley had become. A knot of valley oaks marked a small island of higher ground that still stood above the flood, and he rowed toward it. As he was facing away from the new little island, he did not see it well until he had thumped the bow onto it. Immediately he discovered it was coated with a host of spiders, bugs, snakes, squirrels, moles, rats, mice, raccoons, and foxes, all leaping onto the rowboat at once, as representing the new highest ground. He himself was the highest ground of all, and he was shouting in dismay and slapping desperate snakes and squirrels and spiders off him, when a young woman and baby leaped onto the boat like the rest of the crowd of animals, except the girl pushed off from the tree Kiyoaki had rowed against, weeping and crying loudly, "They're trying to eat her! They're trying to eat my baby!" Kiyoaki was preoccupied by the scores of creatures still crawling on him, to the point of nearly losing an oar over the side. Eventually he had squished, or brushed, or thrown overboard all the interlopers, and he replaced the oars in the oarlocks and rowed swiftly away. The girl and her baby sat on the boat deck, the girl still whacking insects and spiders and shouting, "Ugh! Ugh! Ugh!" She was Chinese. The lowering gray clouds began to leak rain yet again. They could see nothing but water in all directions, except for the trees of the little island they had so hastily vacated. Kiyoaki rowed east. "You're going the wrong way," the girl complained. "This is the way I came," Kiyoaki said. "The family that employs me is there." The girl did not reply. "How did you get on that island?" Again she said nothing. Having passengers made rowing harder, and the waves came closer to breaking over the boat. Crickets and spiders continued to leap around underfoot, and an opossum had wedged itself in the bow under the decking. Kiyoaki rowed until his hands were bleeding, but they never caught sight of land. It was raining so hard now that it formed a kind of thick, falling fog. The girl complained, nursed her baby, killed bugs. "Row west," she kept saying. "The current will help you." Kiyoaki rowed east. The boat jounced over the waves, and from time to time they bailed it out. The whole world seemed to have become a sea. Once Kiyoaki glimpsed a sight of the coastal range through a rent in the low clouds to the west, much closer than he would have expected or hoped. A current and the floodwaters must have been carrying them west. Near dark, they came on another tiny tree island. "It's the same one," the young woman said. "It just looks that way." The wind was rising again, like the evening delta breeze they enjoyed so much during the hot, dry summers. The waves were getting higher and higher, slapping hard into the bow and splashing over the canvas and in on their feet. Now they had to land, or they would sink and drown. So Kiyoaki landed the boat. Again a tide of animal and insect life overran them. The Chinese girl cursed with surprising fluency, beating the larger creatures away from her baby. The smaller ones you just had to get used to. Up in the vast branches of the valley oaks sat a miserable troop of snow monkeys, staring down on them. Kiowaki tied the boat to a branch and got off, arranged a wet blanket on the squirming mud between two roots, pulled the rowboat's decking off, and draped it over the girl and her baby, weighing it down as best he could with broken branches. He crawled underneath the canvas with her, and they and an entire menagerie of bugs and snakes and rodents settled in for the long night. It was hard to sleep. The next morning was as rainy as ever. The young woman had put her baby between the two of them to protect her from the rats. Now she nursed her. Under the canvas it was warmer than outside. Kiowaki wished he could start a fire to cook some snakes or squirrels, but nothing was dry. "We might as well get going," he said. They went out into the chill drizzle and got back in the boat. As Kiowaki cast off, about 10 of the snow monkeys leaped down through the branches and climbed into the boat with them. The girl shrieked and pulled her shirt over her baby, huddling over it and staring at the monkeys. They sat there like passengers, looking down or off into the rain, pretending to be thinking about something else. She threatened one, and it shrank back. "Leave them alone," Kiowaki said. The monkeys were Japanese. The Chinese didn't like them and complained about their presence on Yingzhou. They spun over the great inland sea. The young woman and her baby were dotted with spiders and fleas, as if they were dead bodies. The monkeys began to groom them, eating some insects and throwing others overboard. "My name is Kiowaki." "I am Peng Ti," the young Chinese woman said, brushing things off the babe and ignoring the monkeys. Rowing hurt the blisters on Kiowaki's hands, but after a while the pain would subside. He headed west, giving in to the current that had already taken them so far that way. Out of the drizzle appeared a small sailboat. Kiowaki shouted, waking the girl and baby, but the men on the sailboat had already spotted them, and they sailed over. There were 2 sailors on board, 2 Japanese men. Peng Ti watched them with narrowed eyes. One told the castaways to climb into their boat. "But tell the monkeys to stay there," he said with a laugh. Peng Ti passed her baby up to them, then hauled herself over the gunwale. "You're lucky they're just monkeys," the other one said. "Up North Valley, Black Fort is high ground for a lot of country that hadn't been cleared, and the animals that swam onto it were more than you see here in your rice paddies. They closed the gates, but walls are nothing much to bears, brown bears, and gold bears, and they were shooting them when the magistrate ordered them to stop, because it was just going to use up all their ammunition, and then they'd still have a whole town of bears. And the giant gold bears opened the gates, and in came wolves, elk, the whole damn chief fu walking the streets of Black Fort, and the people all locked up in their attics waiting it out." The men laughed with pleasure at the thought. "We're hungry," Peng Ti said. "You look it," they said. "We were going east," Kiowaki mentioned. "We're going west." "Good," Peng Ti said. It continued to rain. They passed another knot of trees on an embankment just covered by water, and sitting in the branches like the monkeys were a dozen soaked and miserable Chinese men, very happy to leap on the sailboat. They had been there 6 days, they said. The fact that Japanese had rescued them did not seem to register with them one way or the other. Now the sailboat and rowboat were carried on a current of brown water between misted green hills. "We're going over to the city," their tillerman said. "It's the only place where the docks are still secure. Besides, we want to get dry and have a big dinner in Japantown." Across the rain-spattered brown water they sailed. The delta and its diked islands were all under the flood. It was all a big brown lake with occasional lines of treetops sticking out of it, giving the sailors a fix on their position, apparently. They pointed at certain lines and discussed them with great animation, their fluid Japanese a great contrast to their rough Chinese. Eventually they came into a narrow strait between tall hillsides, and as the wind was shooting up this strait, the inner gate, Kiowaki presumed, they let down the sail and rode the current, shifting their rudder to keep in the fast part of it, which curved with the bend around the tall hills to the south, beyond which they were through the narrows and thrust out onto the broad expanse of Golden Bay, now a rocking, foam-streaked brown bay, ringed by green hills that disappeared into a ceiling of low gray cloud. As they tacked across to the city, the clouds thinned in a few bands over the tall ridge of the northern peninsula, and weak light fell onto the hive of buildings and streets covering the peninsula, all the way up to the peak of Mount Tamalpai, turning certain neighborhoods white or silver or pewter amid the general gray. It was an awesome sight. The western side of the bay just north of the Gold Gate was broken by several peninsulas extending into the bay, and these peninsulas were covered with buildings too, indeed among the city's busiest districts, as they formed the capes of three little harbor bays. The middle of these three was the largest, the commercial harbor, and the peninsula on its south side also served the Japantown, tucked among the warehouses and a working neighborhood behind them. Here, as their sailors had said, the floating docks and the wharves were intact and functioning normally, as if the Central Valley were not completely flooded. Only the dirt-brown water of the bay revealed that anything was different. As they approached the docks, the monkeys on the rowboat began to look agitated. It was a case of going from flood to frying pan for them, and eventually one slipped overboard and struck out swimming for an island to the south, and all the others immediately followed with a splash, picking up their conversation among themselves where they had left off. "That's why they call it Monkey Island," their pilot said. He brought them into the middle harbor. The men on the dock included a Chinese magistrate who looked down and said, "Still flooded out there, I see. Still flooded and still raining. People must be getting hungry." "Yes." The Chinese men climbed onto the dock and thanked the sailors, who got out with Kiwaki and Pengti and the baby. The tillerman joined them as they followed the magistrate to the Great Valley Refugee Office, set up in the customs building at the back of the dock. There they were registered, their names, place of residence before the flood, and the whereabouts of their families and neighbors, if known, all recorded. The clerks gave them chits that would allow them to claim beds in the immigration control buildings located on the steep-sided big island out in the bay. The tillerman shook his head. These big buildings had been built to quarantine non-Chinese immigrants to Gold Mountain about 50 years before. They were surrounded by fences tipped with barbed wire and contained big dormitories with men's and women's sides. Now they housed some of the stream of refugees flowing down into the bay on the flood, mostly displaced Valley Chinese, but the keepers of the place had retained the prison attitude they had had with the immigrants, and the Valley refugees there were complaining bitterly and doing their best to get cleared to move in with local relatives, or to relocate up or down the coast, or even to return to the flooded valley and wait around the edges until the water receded. But there had been outbreaks of cholera reported, and the governor of the province had declared a state of emergency that allowed him to act directly in the emperor's interests. Martial law was in effect, enforced by army and navy. The tillerman, having explained this, said to Kiwaki and Pengti, "You can stay with us if you want. We stay at a boarding house in Japantown. It's clean and cheap. They'll put you up on credit if we say you're good for it." Kiwaki regarded Pengti, who looked down. Snake or spider, refugee housing or Japantown. "We'll come with you," she said. "Many thanks." The street leading inland from the docks to the high central district of the city was lined on both sides by restaurants and hotels and small shops, the fluid calligraphy of Japanese as common as the blockier Chinese ideograms. Side streets were tight alleyways, the peaked rooftops curving up into the rain until the buildings almost met overhead. People wore oilcloth ponchos or jackets and carried black or colorful print umbrellas, many very tattered by now. Everyone was wet, heads lowered and shoulders hunched, and the middle of the street was like an open stream bouncing brownly to the bay. The green hills rising to the west of this quarter of the city were bright with tile roofs, red and green and a vivid blue, a prosperous quarter, despite the Japantown at its foot, or perhaps because of it. Kiwaki had been taught to call the blue of those tiles Kyoto blue. They walked through alleys to a big merchant house and chandlery in the warren of Japantown, and the two Japanese men, the older named Gen, they learned, introduced the young castaways to the proprietress of a boarding house next door. She was a toothless old Japanese woman in a simple brown kimono with a shrine in her hallway and reception room. They stepped in her door and began to shed their wet rain gear, and she regarded them with a critical eye. "Everyone's so wet these days," she complained. "You look like they pulled you off the bottom of the bay, chewed by crabs." She gave them dry clothes and had theirs sent to a laundry. There were women and men's wings to her establishment, and Kiwaki and Pengti were assigned mats, then fed a hot meal of rice and soup, followed by cups of warm sake. Gen was paying for them, and he waved off their thanks in the usual brusque Japanese manner. "Payment on return home," Gen said. "Your families will be happy to repay me." Neither of the castaways had much to say to that. Fed, dry, there was nothing left but to go to their rooms and sleep as if felled. Next day, Kiyoaki woke to the sound of the chandler next door shouting at an assistant. Kiyoaki looked out the window of his room into a window of the chandlery and saw the angry chandler hit the unfortunate youth on the side of the head with an abacus, the beads rattling back and forth. Gen had come in the room, and he regarded the scene in the next building impassively. "Come on," he said to Kiyoaki. "I've got some errands to do. It'll be a way to show you some of the city." Off they went, south on the big coastal street fronting the bay, connecting all of the smaller harbors facing the big bay and the islands in it. The southernmost harbor was tighter than the one fronting Japantown, its bay a forest of masts and smokestacks, the city behind and above it jammed together in a great mass of 3- and 4-story buildings, all wooden with tile roofs, crammed together in what Gen said was the usual Chinese city style, and running right down to the high tide line, in places even built out over the water. This compact mass of buildings covered the whole end of the peninsula, its streets running straight east and west from the bay to the ocean, and north and south until they ended in parks and promenades high over the Gold Gate. The strait was obscured by a fog that floated in over the yellow spell of floodwater pouring out to sea. The yellow-brown plume was so extensive that there was no blue ocean to be seen. On the ocean side of the point lay the long batteries of the city defenses, concrete fortresses that Gen said commanded the strait and the waters outside it for up to 50 li offshore. Gen sat on the low wall of one of the promenades overlooking the strait. He waved a hand to the north, where streets and rooftops covered everything they could see. "The greatest harbor on earth, the greatest city in the world, some say." "It's big, that's for sure. I didn't know it would be so—" "1 million people here now, they say, and more coming all the time. They just keep building north, on up the peninsula." Across the strait, on the other hand, the southern peninsula was a waste of marshes and bare, steep hills. It looked very empty compared to the city, and Kiyoaki remarked on it. Gen shrugged. "Too marshy, I guess, and too steep for streets. I suppose they'll get to it eventually, but it's better over here." The islands dotting the bay were occupied by the compounds of the imperial bureaucrats. Out on the biggest island, the governor's mansion was roofed with gold. The brown, foam-streaked surface of the water was dotted with little bay boats, mostly sail, some smoking two-strokes. Little marinas of square houseboats were tucked against the islands. Kiyoaki surveyed the scene happily. "Maybe I'll move here. There must be jobs." "Oh, yeah, down at the docks, unloading the freighters. Get a room at the boarding house. There's lots of work. In the chandlery, too." Kiyoaki recalled his awakening. "Why was that man so angry?" Gen frowned. "That was unfortunate. Tagomi-san is a good man. He doesn't usually beat his help, I assure you. But he's frustrated. We can't get the authorities to release supplies of rice to feed the people stranded in the valley. The chandler is very high in the Japanese community here, and he's been trying for months now. He thinks the Chinese bureaucrats over on the island there," gesturing, "are hoping that most of the people inland will starve." "But that's crazy. Most of them are Chinese." "Yeah, sure, a lot are Chinese, but it would mean even more Japanese." "How so?" Gen regarded him. "There are more of us in the Central Valley than there are Chinese. Think about it. It may not be so obvious because the Chinese are the only ones allowed to own land, and so they run the rice paddies, especially where you came from, over east side. But up valley, down valley, it's mostly Japanese at the ends and in the foothills, the coastal range even more so. We were here first, you understand? Now comes this big flood. People are driven away, flooded out, starving. The bureaucrats are thinking when it's over and the land reemerges, assuming it will someday, if most of the Japanese and natives have died of hunger, then new immigrants can be sent in to take over the valley, and they'll all be Chinese." Kiyoaki didn't know what to say to this. Gen stared at him curiously. He seemed to like what he saw. "So, Tagomi has been trying to organize private relief, and we've been taking it inland on the flood. But it isn't going well, and it's been expensive, and so the old man is getting testy. His poor workers are paying for it." Gen laughed. "But you rescued those Chinese stuck in the trees." Yeah, our job. Our duty. Good must result from good, eh? That's what the old woman boarding you says. Of course she's always getting taken." They regarded a new tongue of fog licking into the strait. Rain clouds on the horizon looked like a great treasure fleet arriving. A black broom of rain already swept the desolate southern peninsula. Gen clapped him on the shoulder in a friendly way. "Come on, I have to get her some stuff at the store." He led Kiyoaki up to a tram station, and they got on the next tram that ran up the western side of the city, overlooking the ocean. up streets and down past shady residential districts, then another government district, high on the slopes overlooking the stained ocean, wide esplanades lined with cherry trees, then another fortress. The hilly neighborhoods north of these guns held many of the city's richest mansions, Gen said. They gazed at some of them from the tram as it squeaked past. From the tops of the precipitous streets, they could see the temples on the summit of Mount Tamalpai, then down into a valley off that tram and east on another one across the peninsula and back to Japantown, with bags of food from a market for the proprietress of the boarding house. Kiawaki looked in the women's wing to see how Peng Ti and her baby were doing. She was sitting in a window embrasure holding the child, looking blank and desolate. She had not gone to find any Chinese relatives or to seek help from the Chinese authorities. Not that there appeared to be much help from that direction, but she seemed not at all interested, staying with the Japanese, as if in hiding. But she spoke no Japanese, and that was all they used here, unless they thought to speak to her directly in Chinese. "Come out with me," he said to her in Chinese. "I have some money from Gen for the tram. We can see the Gold Gate." She hesitated, then agreed. Kiawaki led her onto the tram system he had just learned, and they went down to the park overlooking the strait. The fog had almost burned off, and the next line of storm clouds were not yet arrived, and the spectacle of the city and the bay shone in wet, blinking sunlight. The brown flood continued to pour out to sea, the scraps and lines of foam showing how fast the current was. It must have been ebb tide. That was every rice paddy in the Central Valley scoured away and flushed out into the big ocean. Inland, everything would have to be built anew. Kiawaki said something to this effect, and a flash of anger crossed Peng Ti's face, quickly suppressed. "Good," she said. "I never want to see that place again." Kiawaki regarded her, shocked. She could not have been more than about 16. What about her parents? Her family? She wasn't saying, and he was too polite to ask. Instead, they sat in the rare sun watching the bay. The babe whimpered, and unobtrusively Peng Ti nursed it. Kiawaki watched her face and the tidal race in the Gold Gate, thinking about the Chinese, their implacable bureaucracy, their huge cities, their rule of Japan, Korea, Mindanao, Aozhou, Yingzhou, and Inca. "What's your baby's name?" Kiawaki said. "Hujie," the girl said. "It means butterfly," Kiawaki said in Japanese. "I know." He fluttered with a hand, and she smiled and nodded. Clouds obscured the sun again, and it cooled rapidly in the onshore breeze. They took the tram back to Japantown. At the boarding house, Peng Ti went to the women's wing, and as the men's wing was empty, Kiawaki entered the chandlery next door, thinking to inquire about a job. The shop on the first floor was deserted, and he heard voices on the second floor, so he went up the stairs. Here were the accounting rooms and the offices. The chandler's big office door was closed, but voices came through it. Kiawaki approached, heard men speaking Japanese. "Don't see how we could coordinate our efforts, how we could be sure it was all going off at once." The door flew open, and Kiawaki was seized by the neck and dragged into the room. 8 or 9 Japanese men glared at him, all seated around one elderly, bald foreigner in the chair of the honored guest. The chandler roared, "Who let him in here?" "There's no one downstairs," Kiawaki said. "I was just looking for someone to ask for a—"
"How long were you listening?"
The old man looked as if he were ready to hit Kiawaki with his abacus, or worse.
"How dare you eavesdrop on us? You could get rocks tied to your ankles and thrown in a bay for that."
"He's just one of the folks we plucked out of the valley," Gen said from a corner. "I've been getting to know him. Might as well enlist him since he's here. I've already vetted him. He hasn't got anything better to do. In fact, he'll be good." While the old man spluttered some objection, Gen got up and grabbed Kiawaki by the shirt front. "Get someone to lock the front door," he told one of the younger men there, who left quickly. Gen turned to Kiawaki. "Listen, youth, we're trying to help the Japanese here, like I told you down at the gate." "That's good." "We're working to free the Japanese, actually, not only here but in Japan itself." Kiawaki gulped, and Gen shook him. "That's right, Japan itself. A war of independence for the old country, and here too. You can work for us and join one of the greatest things possible for a Japanese. Are you in, or are you out?" "In," Kiawaki said. "I'm in, of course. Just tell me what I can do." "You can sit down and shut up," Gen said. "First of all, listen, and then you'll be told more." The elderly foreigner asked a question in his language. Another of the men waved Kiawaki aside, answered in the same language. In Japanese, he said to Kiawaki, "This is Dr. Ismail. visiting us from Travancore, the capital of the Indian League. He's here to help us organize our resistance to the Chinese. If you are to stay in this meeting, you must swear never to tell anyone what you see and hear. It means you are committed to the cause without a chance of backing out. If we find out you've ever told anyone about this, you'll be killed. Do you understand?"
"I understand," Kiyoaki said. "I'm in, I said. You can proceed with no fear of me. I've worked like a slave for the Chinese in the valley all my life."
The men in the room stared at him. Only Gen grinned at the spectacle of such a youth using the phrase, "all my life." Kiyoaki saw that and blushed hotly, but it was true no matter how old he was. He set his jaw and sat on the floor in the corner by the door. The men resumed their conversation. They were asking questions of the foreigner, who watched them with a bird-like blank expression, fingering a white mustache, until the man translating spoke to him in a fluid language that did not seem to have enough sounds to create all the words, but the old foreigner understood him and replied to the questions carefully and at length, taking pauses every few sentences to let the young interpreter speak in Japanese. He was obviously very used to working with a translator. "He says his country was under the yoke of the Mughals for many centuries, and finally they freed themselves in a military campaign run by their Kerala. The methods used have been systematized and can be taught. The Kerala himself was assassinated about 20 years ago. Dr. Ismail says this was a disaster beyond telling. You can see it still upsets him to talk about it. But the only cure is to go on and do what the Kerala would have wanted them to do, and he wanted everyone everywhere free of all empires. So, Travancore itself is now part of an Indian League, which has its disagreements, even violent disagreements, but mostly they work out their differences as equals. He says this kind of league was first developed here in Yingzhou, out in the east among the Haudenosaunee natives. The Ferengis have taken most of the east coast of Yingzhou, as we have the west, and many of the old ones out there have died of disease, as here, but the Haudenosaunee still hold the area around the Great Lakes, and the Travancores have helped them to fight the Muslims. He says that is the key to success. Those fighting the great empires have to help each other. He says they have helped some Africans as well, down in the south, a King Moshesh of the Basutu tribe. The doctor here traveled there himself, and arranged for aid to the Basutus that allowed them to defend themselves from Muslim slave traders and the Zulu tribe as well. Without their help, the Basutus probably wouldn't have survived. Ask him what he means when he says help." The foreign doctor nodded when the question was put to him. He used fingers to enumerate his answer. He says, first, they help by teaching the system their Kerala worked out for organizing a fighting force and fighting armies when the opposing armies are much bigger. Then, second, they can, in some instances, help with weapons. They will smuggle them in for us if they think we are serious. And third, rare but possible, they can join the fight if they think it will turn the tide. They fought Muslims, and so did the Chinese. Why should they help us? He says, good question. He says, it's a matter of keeping a balance and of setting the two great powers against each other. The Chinese and the Muslims are fighting each other everywhere, even in China itself, where there are Muslim rebellions. But right now the Muslims in Feringa and Asia are splintered and weak. They are always fighting each other, even here in Yingzhou. Meanwhile, China continues to fatten on its colonies here and around the Dahai. Even though the Qing bureaucracy is corrupt and inefficient, their manufacturers are always busy, and gold keeps coming from here and from Inca. So no matter how inefficient they are, they keep getting richer. At this point, he says, the Travancores are interested in keeping China from becoming so strong they take over the whole world. One of the Japanese men snorted. No one could take over the world, he said. It's too big. The foreigner inquired what had been said, and the translator translated for him. Dr. Ismail raised a finger as he heard it and replied. He says that may have been true before, but now, with steamships and communication by chi, and trade and travel everywhere by ocean, and machines exerting several thousand camels of power, it could be that some dominant country could get an advantage and keep growing. There is a kind of, multiplying power to power, so that it's best to try to keep any one country from getting powerful enough to start that process. It was Islam that looked to be taking over the world for a while, he says, before their Kerala went at the heart of the old Muslim empires and broke them. It could be that China needs a similar treatment, and then there will be no empires, and people can do as they choose and form leagues with whoever helps them.
But how can we stay in contact with them on the other side of the world?
He agrees it is not easy, but steamships are fast. It can be done. They have done it in Africa and in Inca. Chi wires can be strung very quickly between groups. They went on, the questions becoming more practical and detailed, losing Kiowaki, as he didn't know where many of the places mentioned were, Basutu, Nasera, Seminole, and so on. Eventually, Dr. Ismail appeared to tire, and they ended the meeting with tea. Kiowaki helped Gen pour cups and pass them around, and then Gen took him downstairs and reopened the chandlery. "You almost got me in trouble there," he told Kiowaki, "and yourself too. You'll have to work hard for us to make up for scaring me that bad."
"Sorry, I will. Thanks for helping me."
"Oh, that poisonous feeling. No thanks. You do your job, I do mine."
"Right.
Now, the old man will take you in at the chandlery here, and you can live next door. He'll hit you with his abacus, as you saw, but your main job will be running messages for us and the like. If the Chinese get wind of what we're doing, it will get ugly, I warn you. It will be war, do you understand? It may be a secret war at night in the alleyways and out on the bay. Do you understand?"
"I understand."
Gen regarded him. "We'll see. First thing, we'll go back into the valley and get the word into the foothills to some friends of mine, then back to the city to work here."
"Whatever you say."
An assistant gave Kiowaki a tour of the chandlery, which he was soon to know so well. After that he went back to the boarding house next door. Peng Ti was helping the old woman chop vegetables. Hudye was sunning in a laundry basket. Kiowaki sat next to the baby, entertaining it with a finger and thinking things over. He watched Peng Ti learning the Japanese words for the vegetables. She didn't want to go back to the valley either. The old woman spoke pretty good Chinese, and the two women were talking, but Peng Ti wasn't telling her any more about her past than she had told Kiowaki. It was warm in the kitchen. Rain was coming down again outside. The baby smiled at him, as if to reassure him, as if telling him that it would be all right. The next time they were down at Gold Gate Park, looking at the brown flood still pouring, he sat by Peng Ti on a bench. "Listen," he said, "I'm going to stay here in the city. I'll go back out to the valley on a trip and get Madame Yao's silkworms to her, but I'm going to live here." She nodded. "Me too." She waved at the bay. "How could you not?" She picked up Hudye and held her up in the air, face out toward the bay, and turned her around to face the four winds. "This is your new home, Hudye. This is where you are going to grow up." Hudye goggled at the view. Kiowaki laughed. "Yes, she will like it here. But listen, Peng Ti, I'm going to be—" He considered how to say it. "I'm going to work for Japan. Do you understand?" "No." "I'm going to work for Japan against China." "I see." "I'm going to be working against China." Her jaw clenched. She said harshly, "Do you think I care?" She looked across the bay to the inner gate, where brown water split the green hills. "I'm so glad to be out of there." She looked him in the eye, and he felt his heart jump. "I'll help you." 4. Black Clouds. Because China's emerging empire was now chiefly maritime, its shipping again became the biggest in the world. The emphasis was on carrying capacity, and so the typical Chinese fleet of the early modern period was very big and slow. Speed was not a consideration. This made difficulties for them later in naval disputes with the Indians and with the Muslims of Africa, the Mediterranean, and Thuringia. In the Mediterranean, the Islamic Sea, Muslims developed ships that were smaller but much faster and nimbler than their Chinese contemporaries, and in several decisive naval encounters of the 10th and 11th centuries, Muslim fleets defeated larger Chinese fleets, preserving the balance of power and preventing Qing China from achieving world hegemony. Indeed, Muslim privateering in the Dahai became a major source of revenue to Islamic governments and a source of friction between Islamic and Chinese, one of the many factors leading to war. With the sea far surpassing land as a means of commercial and military travel, the superior speed and maneuverability of Muslim ships was one of the advantages they held that allowed them to challenge Chinese sea power. The development of steam power and metal hulls in Travancore was quickly taken up by both of the other major Old World hegemons, but the lead in this technology and others allowed the Indian League also to compete with the larger rivals on both sides of it. Thus, the 12th and 13th Muslim centuries, or the Qing dynasty in China, was a period of rising competition between the three major Old World cultures to dominate and extract the wealth of the New World, Aozhou, and the hinterlands of the Old World, now being fully occupied and exploited. The problem was that the stakes became too high. The two biggest empires were both the strongest and the weakest at the same time. The Qing dynasty continued to grow to the south, north, in the New World, and inside itself. Meanwhile, Islam controlled a huge part of the Old World and the eastern coasts of the New as well. Yingzhou had a Muslim east coast, the League of Tribes in the middle, Chinese settlements in the west, and new Travancore trading ports. Inca was a battleground between Chinese, Travancore, and the Muslims of West Africa. So the world was fractured into the two big old hegemons, China and Islam, and the two new and smaller leagues, the Indian and the Yingzhou. Chinese ocean trade and conquest slowly extended their hegemony over the Dahai, settling Aozhou, the west coasts of Yingzhou and Inca, and making inroads by sea in many other places, becoming the Middle Kingdom in fact, as well as by name, the center of the world by sheer numbers alone, as well as by the new power of its navies, a danger to all the other peoples on earth, in fact, despite the various problems in the Qing bureaucracy. At the same time, Dar al-Islam kept spreading through all Africa, the east coasts of the New World, across Central Asia, and even into India, where it had never really left, and into Southeast Asia as well, even onto the isolated west coast of Aozhou. And in the middle, caught between these two expansions, so to speak, was India. Travancore took the lead here, but the Punjab, Bengal, Rajasthan, and all the other states of the subcontinent were active and prospering at home and abroad, in turmoil and conflict, always at odds, and yet free of emperors and caliphs, and in their ferment the scientific leaders of the world, with trading posts on every continent, constantly in opposition against the hegemons, the ally of anyone against Islam, and often against the Chinese, with whom they kept a most uneasy relationship, both fearing them and needing them. But as the decades went by, and the old Muslim empires showed more and more aggression to the east, across Transoxiana and into all North Asia, more and more inclined to court China, as a counterweight, trusting the Himalaya and the great jungles of Burma to keep them out from under the big umbrella of Chinese patronage. Thus it was that the Indian states were often uneasily allied with China in hope of aid against their ancient foe Islam, so that when Islam and Chinese finally fell into active war, first in Central Asia, then all over the world, Travancore and the Indian League were pulled into it, and Muslim-Hindu violence began yet another deadly round. It began in the 21st year of the Guangxu Emperor, the last of the Qing dynasty, when South China's Muslim enclaves all revolted at once. The Manchu banners were sent south, and the rebellion put down, more or less, over the course of the next several years, but the suppression may have worked too well. For the Muslims of West China had been chafing under Qing military rule for many generations, and with their fellow believers to the east being exterminated, it became a matter of jihad or death. So they revolted, out in the vast empty deserts and mountains of Central Asia, and the brown towns in their green valleys quickly turned red. The Qing government, corrupt but massively entrenched, massively wealthy, made its move against its Muslim rebellions by initiating another campaign of conquest west across Asia. This succeeded, for a time, because there was no strong state in the abandoned center of the world to oppose them. But eventually it triggered a defensive jihad from the Muslims of West Asia, whom nothing would have united at that point except for the threat of Chinese conquest. This unintended consolidation of Islam was quite an accomplishment. Wars between the remnants of the Safavid and Ottoman empires, between Shiite and Sunni, Sufi and Wahhabi, the Faringi states and the Maghreb, had been continuous throughout the period of consolidation of states and boundaries, and even with sovereign borders more or less fixed, except for ongoing struggles here and there, they were not initially in a position to respond as a civilization to the threat from China. But when threatened by a Chinese expansion across all Asia, the fractured Islamic states pulled together and began to fight back as a united force. A collision that had been building for centuries now came to a head. For both of the big, old civilizations, global hegemony or complete annihilation were thinkable possibilities. The stakes could not be higher. The Indian League tried at first to remain neutral, as did the Haudenosaunee, but the war drew them in too when Islamic invaders crossed into North India, as they had so many times before, and conquered it south to the Deccan, across Bengal and down into Burma. Similarly, Muslim armies began to conquer Yingzhou east to west, attacking both the Haudenosaunee League and the Chinese in the west. All the world descended into this realm of conflict together. And so the Long War came. Book 8. War of the Asuras. China is indestructible. There are too many of us. Fire, flood, famine, war, they're like pruning a tree. Branches cut to stimulate new life. The tree keeps growing. Major Kwa was feeling expansive. It was dawn, the Chinese hour. Early light illuminated the Muslim outposts and put the sun in their eyes, so that they were wary of snipers and bad at it themselves. Sunset was their hour. Call to prayer, sniper fire, sometimes a rain of artillery shells. Best stay in the trenches at sunset or in the caves below them. But now they had the sun on their side. Sky frost blue, standing around rubbing gloved hands together, tea and cigarettes, the low whoomp of cannon to the north, rumbling for 2 weeks now. Preparation for another big assault, possibly. Perhaps even the breakout spoken of for so many years. So many that it had become a catchword for something that would never happen. When the breakout comes, as when pigs fly, or the like, so perhaps not. Nothing they could see would tell them one way or another. Out in the middle of the Gansu corridor, the vast mountains to the south and the endless deserts to the north were not visible. It looked like the steppes, or it had before the war. Now the whole width of the corridor, from mountains to desert, and the whole length, from Ningxia to Jiayuguan, was torn to mud. The trenches had moved back and forth, li by li, for over 60 years. In that time, every blade of grass and clod of dirt had been blasted into the sky more than once. What remained was a kind of disordered black ocean, ringed and ridged and cratered, as if someone had tried to replicate in mud the surface of the moon. Every spring, weeds made brave efforts to return and failed. The town of Guangzhou had once stood near this very spot, paralleling the Zhou River. Now, there was no sign of either, land pulverized to bedrock. Guangzhou had been home to a thriving Sino-Muslim culture, so this wasteland, they observed, stark in dawn light, was a perfect ideograph of the Long War. The sound of the big guns began behind them. The shells from the latest guns were cast into space and fell 200 li away. The sun rose higher. They retreated into the subterranean realm of black mud and wet planks that was their home, trenches, tunnels, caves. Many caves held Buddhas, usually in his adamant posture, hand out like a traffic cop, water at the bottom of the lowest trenches after the night's heavy rain. Down in the communications cave, the wiregraph operator had received orders. General attack to commence in 2 days, assault all the way across the corridor, an attempt to end the stalemate, or so Iwa speculated. Cork bunged out of its hole onto the steps and westward ho! Of course, the lead point of the breakout was the worst place to be, he noted, but with only his usual academic interest. Once at the front, it could not really get any worse. It would be parsing degrees of the absolute, for they were already in hell and dead men, as Major Kwa reminded them with every toast of their Rakshi. "We are dead men, a toast to Lord Death by gradations." So, now Bai and Kwa merely nodded. Worst place? Yes, that was where they were always sent, where they had spent the last 5 years, or, seen in a larger temporal perspective, their whole lives. Finishing his tea, Iwa said, "It is bound to be very interesting." He liked to read the wiregrams and newspapers and try to figure out what was going on. "Look at this," he would say, scanning papers as they lay in their bunks. "The Muslims have been kicked off Yingzhou. 20-year campaign," or "Big battle at sea, 200 ships sunk. Only 20 of them ours, but ours are bigger, admittedly. North to high, water 0 degrees. Ouch, that's cold. Glad I'm not a sailor." He kept notes and drew maps. He was a scholar of the war. The appearance of the wireless had pleased him greatly. He had spent hours in the comm cave talking with other enthusiasts around the globe. "Big bounce in the chi sphere tonight, I heard from a guy in South Africa. Bad news, though," marking up his maps. He said the Muslims have retaken all the Sahel, and have conscripted everyone in West Africa as slave soldiers." He considered the voices wafting out of the dark light to be unreliable informants, but no more so than the official communiques from headquarters, which were mostly propaganda or lies designed to deceive enemy spies. "Look at this," he would scoff as he lay reading in his bunk. "It says they're rounding up all the Jews and Zots and Christians and Armenians and killing them, subjected to medical experimentation, blood replaced by mule's blood to see how long they will live. Who thinks up these things?" "Maybe it's true," Qua suggested. "Kill off the undesirables, the ones that might betray them on the home front." Iwa turned the page. "Unlikely. Why waste all that labor?" Now he was on the wireless, trying to find out more about the upcoming assault, but you did not have to be a scholar of the war to know about breakouts. They had all been part of past attempts, and this knowledge tended to put a damper on the rest of their day. The front had moved 10 li in 3 years, and eastward at that. 3 consecutive Ramadan campaigns at tremendous cost to the Muslims, 1 million men per campaign, Iwa calculated, so that they now fought with boys and battalions of women, as did the Chinese. So many had died that those who had survived the past 3 years were like the 8 immortals, walking under a description, surviving day after day at a great distance from a world that they only heard about, only saw wrong way through the telescope. Tea in cup was all to them now. Another general assault, masses of men moving west into mud, barbed wire, machine guns, artillery shells coming down from space. So be it, they drank their tea. But it had a bitter taste. Bai was ready to get it over with. He had lost his heart for this life. Qua was irritated at the 4th Assemblage of Military Talent for ordering the assault during the brief rainy season. Of course, what can you expect of any body named the 4th Assemblage of Military Talent? This wasn't entirely fair, as Qua's usual analysis of them made plain. The first assemblage had been old men trying to fight the previous war. The second assemblage, overambitious Aravistes ready to use men like bullets. The third assemblage, a bad mix of cautious corporals and desperate fuckwits. And the fourth had come only after the coup that had overthrown the Qing dynasty and replaced it with a military government, so that in principle it was possible that the 4th assemblage was an improvement and the one that might finally get things right. Results so far, however, had not supported the notion. Iwa felt they had discussed this matter too many times already and confined his remarks to the quality of the day's rice. When it was ready and they had eaten it, they went out to tell their men to get prepared. Bai's squads were mostly conscripts from Sichuan, including 3 women's squads who kept trenches 4 through 6, considered the lucky ones. When Bai was young, and the only women he knew were those from the brothels of Lanzhou, he had felt uncomfortable in their presence, as if dealing with members of another species, worn creatures who regarded him as from across a gaping abyss, looking, as far as he could determine, guardedly appalled and accusatory, as if thinking to themselves, "You idiots have destroyed the whole world." But now that they were in the trenches, they were just soldiers like any others, different only in that they gave Bai an occasional sense of how bad things had gotten. There was no one in the world left now to reproach them. That evening the 3 officers gathered again for a brief visit from the general of their part of the line, a new luminary of the 4th assemblage, a man they had never seen before. They stood at loose attention while he spoke briefly, emphasizing the importance of their attack on the morrow. "We're a diversion," Qua declared when General Shen had boarded his personal train and headed back toward the interior. "There are spies among us, and he wanted to fool them. If this was the real point of attack, there would be 1 million more soldiers stacking up behind us, and you can hear the trains. They're on their usual schedule." In fact, there had been extra trains, Iwa said, thousands of conscripts brought in and no shelter for them. They wouldn't be able to stay here long. That night it rained. Fleets of Muslim flyers buzzed overhead, dropping bombs that damaged the railroad tracks. Repair began as soon as the raid was over. Arc lamps turned the night brilliant silver streaked by white, like a ruined photo negative, and in that chemical glare men scurried about with picks and shovels and hammers and wheelbarrows, as after any other disaster, but speeded up, as film sometimes was. No more trains arrived, and when dawn came there were not very many reinforcements after all. Extra ammunition for the attack was missing as well. "They won't care," Qua predicted. The plan was to release poison gas first, to precede them downslope on the daily morning east wind. At the first watch a wiregram came from the general. Attack. Today, however, there was no morning breeze. Qua wiregraphed this news to the 4th Assemblage command post 30 li down the corridor, asking for further orders. Soon he got them. Proceed with the attack. Gas as ordered. We'll all be killed, Qua promised. They put on their masks, turned the valves on the steel tanks that released the gas. It shot out and spread, heavy, almost viscous, in color virulent yellow, seeping forward and down a slight slope, where it lay in the death zone, obscuring their way. Fine in that regard, although its effect on those with defective gas masks would be disastrous. No doubt it was an awful sight for the Muslims to see yellow fog flowing heavily toward them, and then, emerging out of it, wave after wave of insect-faced monsters firing guns and launchers. Nevertheless, they stuck to their machine guns and mowed them down. Bai was quickly absorbed in the task of moving from crater to crater, using mounds of earth or dead bodies as a shield, and urging groups of soldiers who had taken refuge in holes to keep going. "Safer if you get out of holes now, the gas settles. We need to overrun their lines and stop the machine guns," and so on, in the deafening clatter, which meant none of them could hear him. A gust of the usual steady morning breeze moved the gas cloud over the devastation onto the Muslim lines, and less machine gun fire struck at them. Their attack picked up speed, cutters busy everywhere at the barbed wire, men filing through. Then they were in the Muslim trenches, and they turned the big Iranian machine guns on the retreating enemy until their ammunition was drained. After that, if there had been any reinforcements available, it might have gotten interesting, but with the trains stuck 50 li behind the lines, and the breeze now pushing the gas back to the east, and the Muslim big guns now beginning to pulverize their own front lines, the breakout's position became untenable. Bai directed his troops down into the Muslim tunnels for protection. The day passed in a confusion of shouts and mobile wiregraph and wireless miscommunication. It was Qua who shouted down to him that the order had finally come to retreat, and they rounded up their survivors and made their way back across the poisoned, shattered, body-strewn mud that had been the day's gain. An hour after nightfall, they were back in their own trenches, less than half as numerous as they had been in the morning. Well after midnight, the officers convened in their little cave and got the stove burning and started cooking rice, each trapped in his own ears roaring. They could barely hear each other talk. It would be like that for a day or two. Qua was still fizzing with irritation. One did not have to be able to hear what he was saying to see that. He seemed to be trying to decide whether he should revise the 5 great errors of the Gansu campaign by dropping the least of the previous great errors, or by turning it into the 6 great errors, assemblage of talent indeed, he shouted as he held their rice pot over the burning coals of their little stove, his bare, blackened hands shaking. A bunch of fucking idiots. Up the hole, the sounds of the hospital trains chugged and clanked. Their ears rang. Too much had happened for them to be able to speak anyway. They ate in the silence of a great roaring. Unfortunately, Bai began vomiting and then could not catch his breath. He had to submit to being carried up and back to one of the hospital trains, put on with the host of wounded, gassed, and dying men. It took all the next day to move 20 li to the east, and then another day waiting to be processed by the overwhelmed medical crews. Bai almost died of thirst, but was saved by a girl in a mask, given sips of water while a doctor diagnosed gas-burned lungs and stuck him with acupuncture needles in the neck and face, after which he could breathe much easier. This gave him the strength to drink more, then eat some rice, then talk his way out of the hospital before he died there of hunger or someone else's infection. He walked back to the front, hitching a ride at the end on a mule-drawn cart. It was night when he passed one of the immense batteries of artillery, and the garish sight of the huge black mortars and cannons pointed at the night sky, the tiny figures scurrying about under the arc lamps servicing them, holding hands to their ears. Bai did too. Before they went off, made it clear to him yet again that they must all have been dragged into the next realm and gotten caught in a war of asuras, a titanic conflict in which humans were as ants, crushed under the wheels of the asuras' superhuman machines. Back in their cave, Qua laughed at him for returning so quickly. "You're like a pet monkey, can't get rid of you." But Bai, in his relief, only said, "It's safer here than in the hospital," which made Qua laugh again. Iwa came back from the com cave full of news. Apparently their assault had been a diversion after all, just as Qua had said. The Gansu plug had been pushed at in order to tie up Muslim armies, while a Japanese force had finally honored their agreement to help the cause, given in exchange for their liberty, which was already accomplished anyway, but which could have been challenged, and the Japanese, being fresh, had made a hard push in the far north and broken through the line there and started a big breakout, rolling west and south like a bunch of crazed ronin out on a murderous lark. Hopefully they would fold down the backside of the Muslim Muslim line and force a retreat from Gansu, leaving the shattered Chinese alone and at peace in the field. Iwa said, "I guess the Japanese hatred for us was superseded by a disinclination to have Islam conquer the world. They'll pick off Korea and Manchuria," Quall predicted. "They'll never give those back. A few port cities, too. Now that we're bled white, they can take whatever they please." "Fine," Bai said. "Give them Beijing if they want it, if it only ends this war." Quall glanced at him. "I'm not sure which would be a worse master, Muslims or Japanese. Those Japanese are tough, and they don't like us. And after the earthquake demolished Edo, they think they've got the gods on their side. They already killed every Chinese in Japan. In the end, we won't serve either side," Bai said. "The Chinese are indestructible, remember?" The previous 2 days had not proved the proverb very well. "Except by the Chinese," Quall said, "by Chinese talent. They may have turned the north flank this time," Iwan noted. "That would be something." "It could be the end game," Bai said, and coughed. Quall laughed at him. "Caught between mortar and pestle," he said. He went to their locked cabinet, inserted into the mud wall of the cave, and unlocked it and brought out a jug of rakshi and took a drink. He drank a jug of these strong spirits every day, when he could get a supply, starting with his first waking moment and ending with his last. "Here's to the 10th great success. Or is it the 11th, and we've survived all of them?" For the moment, he had passed beyond the ordinary precaution of not speaking of these matters. "Survived them, and the 6 great errors, and the 3 incredible fuck-ups, and the 9 greatest incidents of bad luck. A miracle! There must be hungry ghosts holding big umbrellas over us, brothers." Bai nodded uneasily. He did not like to talk of such things. He tried to hear only the roaring. He tried to forget all he had seen the last 3 days. "How can we have possibly survived for so long?" Quah asked recklessly. "Everyone else we began with is dead. In fact, the 3 of us have outlasted 5 or 6 generations of officers. How long has it been? 5 years? How can it be?" "I am Pengzu," Iwa said. "I am the unfortunate immortal. I can never be killed. I could dive right into the gas and it still wouldn't work." He looked up from his rice mournfully. Even Quall was spooked by this. "Well, you'll get more chances, don't worry. Don't think it's going to end any time soon. The Japanese could take the north because no one cares about it. When they try to come off the taiga onto the steppes, that's when it'll get interesting. I don't think they'll be able to turn the hinge very far. It would mean a lot more if the breakout was in the south. We need to connect up with the Indians." Iwa shook his head. "That won't happen." This kind of analysis was more like him, and the other 2 asked him to explain. For the Chinese, the southern front consisted of the Great Wall of the Himalaya and Pamirs, and the jungles of Annam and Burma and Bengal and Assam. There were only a few passes over the mountains that were even thinkable, and the defenses of these were impregnable. As for the jungles, the rivers offered the only passage through them, and they were too exposed. The fortifications of their south front were therefore geographical and immovable, but the same could be said for the Muslims on the other side of them. Meanwhile, the Indians were trapped below the Deccan. The steppes were the only way, but the armies of both sides were concentrated there, thus the deadlock. "It has to end someday," Bai pointed out. "Otherwise, it will never end." Quosh spat out a mouthful of rakshi in a burst of laughter. "Very deep logic, friend Bai, but this is not a logical war. This is the end that will never end. We will live our lives in this war, and so will the next generation, and the next, until everyone is dead and we can start the world all over. Or not, as the case may be." "No," Iwa disagreed mildly. "It can't go on that long. The end will come somewhere else, that's all. The war at sea, or in Africa, or Yingzhou. The break will come somewhere else, and then this region will just be a feature of the long war, an anomaly or whatnot. The front that could not be moved. The frozen aspect of the long war at its most frozen. They will tell our story forever because they will never be anything like it again." "You're such a comfort," Quah said. "To think we're in the worst fix any soldiers have ever been in." "We might as well be something," Iwa said. "Exactly. It's a distinction, an honor if you think about it." Bai preferred not to. An explosion above shook dirt out of their ceiling onto them. They bustled about covering cups and plates. A few days later, and they were back in the usual routine. If there was still a Japanese breakout to the north, there was no way to tell it here, where the daily barrage and sniping from the Muslims was the same as always, as if the 6th great error, with its loss of perhaps 50,000 men and women, had never happened. Soon after that, the Muslims too started using poison gas, spreading over the death zone on the wind, just as the Chinese had done, but also sending it over contained in explosive shells that came down with a loud whistle, scattering the usual shrapnel, including anything that would cut, as they too were running low on metal, so that they found sticks, cat bones, hooves, a set of false teeth, and now with the shrapnel a thick yellow geyser of the gas, apparently not just mustard gas, but a variety of poisons and caustics, which forced the Chinese to keep both gas mask and hood and gloves always by them, dressed or not. When one of these shells came down, it was hard not to get burned around the wrists and ankles and neck. The other new inconvenience was a shell so huge, cast so high by such big cannons, that when it came down out of the sky it was falling faster than its sound. So there was no warning. These shells were bigger around than a man, and taller, designed to penetrate the mud some distance and then go off, in stupendous explosions that often would bury many more men in trenches and tunnels and caves than were killed by the blasts themselves. Duds of these shells were dug out and removed, very cautiously, each one occupying an entire train car. The explosive used in them was a new one that looked like fish paste and smelled like jasmine. One evening after dusk, they were standing around drinking rakshi and discussing news that Iwa had gotten from the com cave. The Southern Army was being punished for some failure on that front, and each squad commander had to send back 1% of his command to be executed as encouragement to those that remained. "What a good idea," Kwa said. "I know just who I'd send." Iwa shook his head. "A lottery would create better solidarity." Kwa scoffed. "Solidarity? Might as well get rid of the malingerers while you can before they shoot you in the back some night." "It's a terrible idea," Bai said. "They're all Chinese. How can we kill Chinese when they haven't done anything wrong? It's crazy. The fourth assemblage of military talent has gone insane." "They were never sane to begin with," Kwa said. "It's been 40 years since anyone on Earth has been sane." Suddenly they were all knocked to their feet by a violent blast of air. Bai struggled to his feet, banged into Iwa doing the same. He couldn't hear a thing. There was no sight of Kwa. He was gone, and there was a big hole in the ground where he had been standing, a hole perfectly round and some 12 feet wide, 30 feet deep, and floored by the back end of one of the big Muslim supershells. Another dud. A right hand lay on the ground beside the hole like a white cane spider. "Oh, damn," Iwa said through the roar. "We've lost Kwa." The Muslim shell had landed directly on him. Possibly, Iwa said later, his presence had kept it from exploding somehow. It had squished him into the earth like a worm. Only his poor hand remained. Bai stared at the hand, too stunned to move. Kwa's laugh seemed still to ring in his ears. Kwa certainly would have laughed if he had been able to see this turn of events. His hand was completely recognizable as his. Bai found that he knew it intimately without ever being aware of the fact until now. So many hours sitting together in their little cave, Kwa holding the rice pod or the tea kettle over the stove, or offering a cup of tea or rakshi, his hand, like all the rest of him, a part of Bai's life, calloused and scarred, clean-palmed and dirty-backed, looking still just like itself, even without the rest of him around. Bai sat back down on the mud. Iwa gently picked up the severed hand, and they gave it the same funeral ceremony given to more complete corpses before taking it back to one of the death trains for disposal in the crematoriums. Afterward, they drank Kwa's remaining rakshi. Bai could not speak, and Iwa didn't try to make him. Bai's own hands displayed the quivering of ordinary trench fatigue. What had happened to their magic umbrella? What would he do now, without Kwa's acid laughter to cut through the deathly miasmas? Then the Muslims took their turn to attack, and the Chinese were busy for a week with the defense of their trenches, living in their gas masks, firing belt after belt at the ghostly fellahin and assassins emerging from the yellow fog. Bai's lungs gave out again, briefly. He had to be evacuated. But at the end of the week, he and Iwa were back in the same trenches they had started in, with a new squad composed almost entirely of conscripts from Aozhou, land of the turtle who held up the world, green Southerners thrown into the conflict like so many rounds of machine-gun ammunition. They had been so busy that already it seemed a long time since the incident of the dud shell. "Once I had a brother named Kwa," Bai explained to Iwa. Iwa nodded, patted Bai on the shoulder. "Go see if we have new orders." His face was black with cordite, except around mouth and nose where his mask had been, and under his eyes, white with deltas of tear streaks. He looked like a puppet in a play, his face the mask of Usura suffering. He had been at his machine gun for over 40 straight hours, and in that time had killed perhaps 3,000 men. His eyes looked sightlessly through the world. Bai staggered away down the tunnel to the concave. He ducked in and fell into a chair, trying to catch his breath, feeling himself continuing to fall through the floor, through the earth, on the airy drop to oblivion. A creak pulled him up. He looked to see who was already in the chair at the wireless table. It was Quo, sitting there, grinning at him. Bai straightened up. "Quo," he said, "we thought you were dead." Quo nodded. "I am dead," he said, "and so are you." His right hand was there at the end of his wrist. "The shell went off," he said, "and killed us all. Since then, you've been in the bardo. All of us have. You've gone at it by pretending you weren't there yet. Although why you would want to hang on to that hell world we were living in, I can't imagine. You are so damned obstinate, Bai. You need to see you're in the bardo to be able to understand what's happening to you. It's the war in the bardo that matters after all, the battle for our souls." Bai tried to say yes, then no. Then he found himself on the floor of the cave, having fallen off the chair apparently, which had woken him up. Quo was gone, his chair empty. Bai groaned, "Quo, come back." But the room stayed empty. Later, Bai told Iwa what had happened, his voice shaking, and the Tibetan had given him a sharp glance, then shrugged. "Maybe he was right," he said, gesturing around. "What is there to prove him wrong?" Another assault struck, and suddenly they were ordered to retreat, to get to the back lines and then on the trains. At the depot yard it was chaotic, of course, but men with guns trained on them boarded them on the cars like cattle, and off the trains squealed and clanked. Iwa and Bai sat at one end of a car as they trained south. From time to time they used their officer's privilege and went out onto the car's coupling base to smoke cigarettes and regard the steel sky lowering overhead. Higher and higher they rose, colder and colder. Thin air hurt Bai's lungs. "So," he said, gesturing at the rock and ice rolling past, "maybe it is the bardo." "It's just Tibet," Iwa said. But Bai could see very well that it was more desolate than that. Cirrus clouds hung like sickles just overhead, as on a stage set, the sky black and flat. It didn't look the slightest bit real. In any case, whatever the realm, Tibet or the bardo, in life or out of it, the war continued. At night, winged, roaring flyers, their blimp components dispensed with, buzzed overhead, dropping bombs on them. Arc lamp searchlights lanced the darkness, pinning flyers to the stars and sometimes blowing them up in gouts of falling flame. Images from Bai's dreams fell right out of the thin air. Black snow glittered in the white light of a low sun. They stopped before an impossibly huge mountain range, another stage set from the Dream Theater, a pass so deep that from their distance it dipped under the seared tabletop of the steppe. That pass was their goal. Their task now was to blast the defenses away and go south, through that pass, down to some level below this floor of the universe, to pass to India, supposedly, gate to a lower realm. Very well defended, of course. The Muslims defending it remained invisible, always over the great snowy mass of granite peaks, greater than any mountains on earth could be. Usura mountains, and the big guns brought to bear on them. Usura guns. Never had it been so clear to Bai that they had gotten caught up in some bigger war, dying by the millions for some cause not their own. Ice and black rock fangs touched the ceiling of stars. Snow banners streamed on the monsoon wind away from the peaks, merging with the Milky Way, at sunset becoming Usura flames blowing horizontally, as if the realm of the Usuras stood perpendicularly to their own. Another reason, perhaps, that their puny imitation battles were always so hopelessly askew. The Muslims' big guns were on the south side of the range. They never even heard them. Their shells whistled over the stars, leaving white rainbow frost trails on the black sky. The majority of these shells landed on the massive white mountain to the east of the huge pass, blasting it with one stupendous explosion after another, as if the Muslims had gone crazy and declared war on the rocks of the earth. "Why do they hate that mountain so much?" Bai asked. "That's Chomolungma," Iwa said. "That was the tallest mountain in the world, but the Muslims have knocked the summit pyramid down until it's lower than the second tallest, which is a peak in Afghanistan. So now the tallest peak in the world is Muslim." His face was its usual blank, but he sounded sad, as though the mountain mattered to him. This worried Bai. If Iwa had gone mad, Everyone on Earth had gone mad. Iwa would be the last to go. But maybe it had happened. A soldier in their squad had begun to weep helplessly at the sight of dead horses and mules. He was fine at the sight of dead men scattered about, but the bloated bodies of their poor beasts broke his heart. It made sense, in a strange way, but for mountains Bai could conjure up no sympathy. At the most it was one god less, part of the struggle in the bardo. Nights the cold approached pure stasis. Starlight gleaming on the empty plateau, smoking a cigarette by the latrines, Bai considered what it might mean that there was war in the bardo. That was the place souls were sorted out, reconciled to reality, sent back down into the world. Judgment rendered, karma assessed, souls sent back to try again, or released to nirvana. Bai had been reading Iwa's copy of the Book of the Dead, looking around him, seeing each sentence shape the plateau. Alive or dead, they walked in a room of the bardo, working on their fate. It was always so. This room as bleak as any empty stage. They camped on gravel and sand at the butt end of a gray glacier, their big guns hunkered, barrels tilted to the sky, smaller guns on the valley walls guarded against air attack. These emplacements looked like the old Taizong-style monasteries that still lined some buttresses in these mountains. Word came they were going to try to break through Nangpa La, the deep pass interrupting the range, one of the old salt trading passes, the best pass for many li in both directions. Sherpas would guide Tibetans who had moved south of the pass. On its other side extended a canyon to their capital, tiny Namche Bazaar. Now in ruins like everything else, from Namche trails ran directly south to the plains of Bengal, a very good passage across the Himalaya, in fact. Rail could replace trail in a matter of days, and then they could ship the massed armies of China, what was left of them, onto the Gangetic Plain. Rumors swirled, replaced daily by new rumors. Iwa spent all night at the wireless. It looked to Bai like a change in the bardo itself. Shift to the next room. A tropical hell world clogged with ancient history. The battle for the pass would therefore be particularly violent, as is any passage between worlds. The artilleries of the two civilizations massed on both sides. Triggered avalanches in the granite escarpments were frequent. Meanwhile, explosions on the peak of Chomolungma continued to lower it. The Tibetans fought like pretas as they saw this. Iwa seemed to have reconciled himself to it. They have a saying about the mountain coming to Muhammad, but I don't think it matters to the mother goddess. Still, it brought home to them yet again how insane their opponents were. Ignorant, fanatical disciples of a cruel desert cult, promised eternity in a paradise where sexual orgasm with beautiful houris lasted 10,000 years. No surprise they were so often suicidally brave, happy to die, reckless in frenzied, opiated ways that were hard to counter. Indeed, they were known to be prodigious benzodrine eaters and opium smokers, pursuing the entire war in a jerky, drugged dream state that could include bestial rage. Most of the Chinese would have been happy to join them there, and opium had made its way into the Chinese army, of course, but supplies were short. Iwa had local contacts, however, and as they prepared for the assault on Nangpa La, he obtained some from military policemen. He and Bai smoked it in cigarettes and drank it as a tincture of alcohol, along with cloves and a pill of Travancore medicine said to sharpen sight while dulling the emotions. It worked pretty well. Eventually, there were so many banners and divisions and big guns collected on this high plain of the bardo that Bai became convinced that the rumors were right, and a general assault on Kali or Shiva or Brahma was about to begin. As confirming evidence, he noted that many divisions were composed of experienced soldiers, rather than raw boys or peasants or women, divisions with extensive battle experience in the islands or the New World, where the fighting had been particularly intense, and where they claimed to have won. In other words, they were precisely those soldiers most likely to have been killed already, and they looked dead. They smoked cigarettes like dead men. A whole army of the dead, gathered and poised to invade the rich south of the living. The moon waxed and waned, and the bombardment of the invisible foe across the range continued. Fleets of flyers shaped like sickles shot through the pass and never came back. On the 8th day of the 4th month, the date of the conception of the Buddha, the assault began. The pass itself had been rigged, and when its immediate defenders were all killed or had retreated south, the ridges guarding the pass erupted in massive explosions and poured down onto the broad saddle. Cho Oyu itself lost some of its mass to this explosion. That was the end for several banners securing the pass. Bai watched from below and wondered, when one died in the bardo, where did one go? It was only a matter of chance that Bai's squad had not been in the first wave. The defenses as well as the Chinese first wave were buried. After that, the pass was theirs, and they could begin the descent of the giant glacier-cut canyon south to the Gangetic Plain. They were attacked every step of the way, chiefly by distant bombardment and with booby traps and enormous mines buried in the trails at crucial points. They defused or set these off as often as they could, suffered the occasional missed ones, rebuilt a road and rail bed as they descended. It was mostly road work at great speed, as the Muslims gave ground and retreated to the plain, and only their most distant aerial bombardment remained, shots fired from around Delhi, erratic and hilarious unless they happened to make a lucky strike. In the deep southern canyon, they found themselves in a different world. Indeed, Bai had to reconsider the idea that he was in the Bardo at all. If he was, this was certainly a different level of it. Hot, wet, lush, the green trees and bushes and grasses exploding out of the black soil and overrunning everything. The granite itself seemed living down here. Perhaps Kwa had lied to him, and he and Iwa and the rest here had been alive all the while, in a real world become deathly with death. What an awful thought. The real world become the Bardo, the two the same. Bai hustled through his hectic days feeling appalled. After all that suffering, he had only been reborn into his own life, still ongoing, now regained as if there had been no break, only a moment of cruel irony, a few days' derangement, and now moved on into a new karmic existence while trapped in the same miserable biological cycle that, for some reason, had turned into a fine simulacrum of hell itself, as if the karmic wheel had broken and the gears between karmic life and biological life become detached, gone, so that one fluctuated without warning, lived sometimes in the physical world, other times in the Bardo, sometimes in dream, sometimes awake, and very often all at once without cause or explanation. Already the years in the Gansu corridor, the whole of his life, he would have said before, had become a dream, mostly forgotten, and even the mystic, high strangeness of the Tibetan plain was fast becoming an unreal memory, hard to recall, though it was etched on his eyeballs and he was still looking right through it. One evening, the wiregraph officer came rushing out and ordered them all to get uphill fast. A glacial lake upstream had had its ice dam bombed by the Muslims, and now a huge bolus of water was headed downstream, filling the canyon to a depth of 500 feet or more, depending on the narrowness of the gorge. The scramble began. How they climbed. Here they were, dead men already, dead for years, and yet they climbed like monkeys, frantic to move up the slope of a canyon. They had been camped in a narrow, steep defile, the better to avoid bombs from the air, and as they hauled themselves up through brush, they heard ever more clearly a distant roar like continuous thunder. Possibly a falls in the ordinarily loud Dud Kosi, but probably not. Probably the approaching flood, until finally they came to a layback in the slope, and after an hour they were all a good 1,000 feet above the Dud Kosi, looking down at the white thread of it that seemed so harmless from the broad nose of a promontory, where the officers had regathered them, looking down into the gorge, but also around them at the stupendous icy walls and peaks of the range, hearing a roar come out of the higher ones to the north, a healthy, booming roar, like a tiger god roaring. Up here they were in a good position to witness the flood, which arrived just as night was falling. The roar grew to something almost as loud as a bombardment on the front, but all below, almost subterranean, coming through the soles of their feet as much as their ears, and then a dirty white wall of water appeared, carrying trees and rocks on its chaotic, tumbling front wall, tearing the walls of the canyon right down to bedrock, and causing slides down into it, some of which were large enough to dam the whole stream for a few minutes, before water poured over it and ripped it away, causing a smaller surge in the general flood. After the front of it had passed out of sight down the canyon, it left behind torn walls, white in the dusk, and a brown, foaming river that roared and clunked at just above its usual level. "We should build the roads higher," Iwa noted. Bai could only laugh at Iwa's cool. The opium was making everything pulse. A sudden realization. "Why, it just occurred to me. I've been drowned in floods before. I've felt the water come over me. Water and snow and ice. You were there, too. I wonder if that was meant for us, and we've escaped by accident. I don't really think we're supposed to be here." Iwa regarded him. In what sense?
In the sense that that flood down there was supposed to kill us.
Well, Iwa said slowly, looking concerned, I guess we got out of its way. Bai could only laugh. Iwa, what a mind. Yes, to hell with the flood. That was a different life. The route makers, however, had learned a good lesson without much loss of life. Equipment was another matter. Now they built high on the canyon walls where they sloped back, cutting grades and traverses, going far up tributary canyons and then building bridges over their streams, also anti-aircraft emplacements, even a small airstrip on one nearly level bench near Lukla. Becoming a construction battalion was much better than fighting, which was what others were doing down in the mouth of the canyon to keep it open long enough to get the train down there. They could not believe their luck, or the warm days, or the reality of life behind the front. So luxurious. The silence, the lessening of muscle tension, lots of rice, and, strange but fresh vegetables. Then, in a blur of happy days, the roadbeds and tracks were complete, and they took some of the first trains down and encamped on a great dusty green plain. No monsoon, yet, division after division making their way to the front, some fluctuating distance to the west of them. That was where it was all happening now. Then, one morning, they were on their way too, trained all day to the west and then off and marching over one pontoon bridge after another until they were somewhere near Bihar. Here another army was already encamped, an army on their side. Allies, what a concept. The Indians themselves, here in their own country, moving north after 4 decades of holding out against the Islamic horde down in the south of the continent. Now they too were breaking out, crossing the Indus, and the Muslims, therefore in danger of being cut off by a pincer attack as large as Asia, some of them already trapped in Burma, the bulk of them still together in the west and beginning a slow, stubborn retreat. So Iwa gathered in an hour's conversation with some Travancore officers who spoke Nepali, which he had known as a child. The Indian officers and their soldiers were dark-skinned and small, both men and women, very fast and nimble, clean, well-dressed, well-armed, proud, even arrogant, assuming that they had taken the brunt of the war against Islam, that they had saved China from conquest by holding on as a second front. Iwa came away unsure whether it was a good idea to discuss the war with them, but Bai was impressed. Perhaps the world would be saved from slavery after all. The breakout across North Asia was apparently stalled, the Urals being a kind of natural Great Wall of China for the Golden Horde and the Ferengies, although maps seemed to indicate that it was nicely to the west, and to have crossed the Himalaya in force against such resistance, to have met up with the Indian armies, to be cutting the world of Islam in two. Well, sea power could make the whole land war in Asia irrelevant, Iwa said as they sat one evening on the ground eating rice that had been spiced to newly incendiary heights. Between choking swallows, sweating profusely, he said, "In the time of this war we've seen 3 or 4 generations of weaponry, of technology generally, the big guns, sea power, now air power. I don't doubt that a time is coming when fleets of airships and flyers will be all that matter. The fight will go on up there, to see who can control the skies and drop bombs bigger than anything you could ever shoot out of a cannon right onto the capitals of the enemy, their factories, their palaces, their government buildings." "Good," Bai said. "Less messy that way. Go for the head and get it over with. That's what Qual would say." Iwa nodded, grinning at the thought of just how Qual would say it. The rice here was nothing compared to their Qual. The generals from the 4th Assemblage of Military Talent met with the Indian generals, and as they conferred, more railways were built out to the new front west of them. A combined offensive was clearly in the works, and everyone was full of speculation about it, that they would be kept behind to defend their rear from the Muslims still in the Malay Peninsula, that they would be boarded on ships in the mouth of the sacred Ganges and deposited on the Arabian coast to attack Mecca itself, that they were destined for a beachhead attack on the peninsulas of northwest Faringia, and so on. Never an end to the stories they told themselves of how their travail would continue. In the end, though, they marched forward in the usual fashion, westward, holding the right flank against the foothills of Nepal, hills that shot abrupt and green out of the Gangetic plain, as though, Iwa remarked idly one day, India were a ramming ship that had slammed into Asia and plowed under it, pushing all the way under Tibet, and doubling the height of that land, but dipping down here almost to sea level. Bai shook his head at this geomorphic fancy, not wanting to think of the ground as moving like big ships, wanting to understand the ground as solid, because he was trying to convince himself now that Qual had been wrong, and that he was still alive and not in the bardo, where of course lands could slip about like the stage sets they were. Quo had probably been disoriented by his own abrupt death and confused as to his own whereabouts. Not a good sign concerning his reappearance in his next incarnation, or perhaps he had just been playing a joke on by. Quo would mock you harder than anyone, though he seldom played jokes. Perhaps he had even been doing Bai a favor, getting him through the worst part of the war by convincing him that he was already dead and had nothing to lose. Indeed, was fighting the war on a level where it might actually mean something, might have some use, might be a matter of changing people's souls in their pure existence outside the world, where they might be capable of change, where they might learn what was important and return to life next time with new capacities in their hearts, with new goals in mind. What might those be? What were they fighting for? It was clear what they were fighting against fanatical slave-holding reactionaries who wanted the world to stand still in the equivalent of the Tang or Sung dynasties, absurdly backward and bloody religious zealots, assassins with no scruples who fought crazed on opium and ancient blind beliefs. Against all that, certainly. But for what? What the Chinese were fighting for, Bai decided, was clarity, or whatever else it was that was the opposite of religion, for humanity, for compassion, for Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, the triple strand that did so well in describing a relationship to the world, the religion with no God, with only this world, also several other potential realms of reality, mental realms, and the void itself, but no God, no shepherd ruling with the drooling strictures of a demented old patriarch, but rather innumerable immortal spirits in a vast panoply of realms and being, including humans and many other sentient beings besides, everything living, everything holy, sacred, part of the Godhead. For yes, there was a God, if by that you meant only a transcendent, universal, self-aware entity that was reality itself. The cosmos, including everything, including human ideas and mathematical forms and relationships, that idea itself was God, and evoked a kind of worship that was attention to the real world, a kind of natural study. Chinese Buddhism was the natural study of reality, and led to feelings of devotion just from noting the daily leaves, the colors of the sky, the animals seen from the corner of the eye, the movements of chopping wood and carrying water. This initial study of devotion led to deeper understanding as they pursued the mathematical underpinnings of the ways of things, just out of curiosity and because it seemed to help them see even more clearly, and so they made instruments to see farther in and farther out, higher yang, deeper yin. What followed was a kind of understanding of human reality that placed the greatest value on compassion, created by enlightened understanding, created by study of what was there in the world. This was what Iwa was always saying, while Bai preferred to think of the emotions created by all that proper attention and focused effort, the peace, the sharp curiosity and enraptured interest, the compassion. But now, all a nightmare speeding up, however, breaking apart and full of non-sequiturs, as if the dreamer felt the rapid-eyed stirrings of the end of sleep and the waking of a new day. Every day we wake up into a new world. Each sleep causes yet another reincarnation. Some of the local gurus spoke of it as happening with every breath. They took off out of the bardo into the real world, into battle, with their left wing made up of India's crack regiments, little bearded black men, taller hook-nosed white men, bearded turbaned Sikhs, deep-chested women, Gurkhas come out of the mountains, a banner of Nepali women, each of whom was the beauty of her district, or so it appeared, all of them together like a circus crew, but so fast, so well armed, in train and truck divisions. The Chinese could not keep up with them, but got more train lines established and tried to catch up, running vast numbers of men forward with all their supplies. Beyond the forward ends of the train lines, the Indians continued to race forward on foot and in engined cars on rubber wheels, hundreds of them that ran freely over the village paths in this dry season, throwing dust everywhere, and also over a more limited network of asphalted roads, the only ones that would still be passable when the monsoon hit. They advanced toward Delhi all at once, more or less, and they fell on a Muslim army retreating up the Ganges on both sides of the river as soon as the Chinese were in position at the foot of the Nepali hills. Of course, the right flank extended up into the hills, each army trying to outflank the other. Bai and Iwa's squad was counted among the mountain troops now because of their experiences in the Dud Kosi, and so orders came to seize and hold the hills up to the first ridge at least, which entailed taking some higher points on ridges even farther north. They moved by night, learning to climb in the dark along trails found and marked by Gurkha scouts. Bai also became a day scout, and as he crawled up brush-choked ravines, he worried not that he would be discovered by any Muslims, for they stuck to their trails and encampments without fail, but whether or not a mass of hundreds of men could follow the tortuous monkey routes he was forced to use in some places. "That's why they send you, Bai," Iwa explained. "If you can do it, anyone can." He smiled and added, "That's what Qual would say." Each night, Bai went up and down the line, guiding and checking to see if routes went as he had expected, learning and studying, and only going to sleep after observing the sunrise from some new hideaway. They were still doing that when the Indians broke through on the south flank. They heard the distant artillery, and then saw smoke pluming into the white skies of a hazy morning, the haze a possible mark of the monsoon's arrival. To make a full breakout assault, with the monsoon coming past all understanding, it seemed possible it would go right to the head of the list of the recently augmented 7 great errors, and as the afternoon's clouds bloomed and built and dropped black on them, blasting foothills and plain with volleys of thick lightning that struck the metal in several gun emplacements on ridges, it was amazing to hear that the Indians were pressing on unimpeded. They had, among all their other accomplishments, perfected war in the rain. These were not Chinese Taoist Buddhist rationalists, Bai and Iwa agreed, not the fourth assemblage of military talent, but wild men of all manner of religion, even more spiritual than the Muslims, as the Muslims' religion seemed all bluster and wish-fulfillment and support of tyranny with its father god. The Indians had a myriad of gods, some elephant-headed or 6-armed. Even death was a god, both female and male. Life, nobility, they were gods for each human quality deified, which made for a motley, godly people, very ferocious in war, among many other things, great cooks, very sensual people, sense, tastes, music, color in their uniforms, detailed art. It was all right there in their camps to be seen, men and women standing around a drummer singing, the women tall and big-breasted, big-eyed and thick-eyebrowed. Awesome women, really. Arms like a woodsman's and filling all the sharpshooter regiments of the Indians. "Yes," one Indian adjutant had said in Tibetan, "women are better shots. Women from Travancore especially. They start when they are 5. That may be all there is to it. Start boys at 5 and they would do as well." Now the rains were full of black ash falling in a watery mud. Black rain. The call came for Bai and Iwa's squad to hurry down to the plain and join the general assault as soon as they could. They ran down the trails and assembled some 20 li behind the front line of the battle and started marching. They were to hit at the very end of the flank, on the plain itself, but right at the foot of the foothills, ready to scale the first rise of the hills if there was any resistance to their charge. That was the plan. But as they came up to the front, word came that the Muslims had broken and were in full retreat, and they joined the chase. But the Muslims were in full flight, the Indians close on their heels, and the Chinese could only follow the 2 faster armies across the fields and forests, over canals and through the breaks in bamboo fences and walls, and groups of houses too small even to be called villages, all still and silent, usually burned, and yet slowing them down somehow nevertheless. Dead bodies on the ground in knots, already bloating. The full meaning of embodiment made manifest here by its opposite, disembodiment, death. Departure of the soul, leaving behind so little, a putrefying mass, stuff like what one found in a sausage, nothing human about it, except for here or there a face undestroyed, even sometimes undisturbed, an Indian man lying there on the ground, for instance, staring sideways but utterly still, not moving, not breathing, the statue of what must have been a very impressive man, well-built, strong shoulders, capable, a commanding, high-foreheaded, mustached man, eyes like fish in the market, round and surprised, but still impressive. Bai had to say a charm to be able to walk by him, and then they were in a zone where the land itself was smoking like the dead zone of Gansu, pools of silvery gassed water reeking in water holes, and the air full of smoke and dust, cordite, blood haze. The bardo itself would be looking much like this, crowded now with new arrivals all angry and confused, in agony. The worst possible way to enter the bardo. Here, the empty mirror of it, blasted and still, the Chinese army marched through in silence. Bai found Iwa, and they made their way into the burned ruins of Bodh Gaya to a park on the west bank of the Falgu River. This was where the Bodhi tree had stood, they were told, the old Asattva tree, pipal tree, under which the Buddha had received enlightenment so many centuries before. The area had taken as many hits as the peak of Chomolungma, and no trace of tree or park or village or stream remained, only black, rendered mud for as far as the eye could see. A group of Indian officers discussed root fragments someone had found in the mud near what some thought had been the location of the tree. Bai didn't recognize the language. He sat down with a small fragment of bark in his hands. Iwa went over to see what the officers were saying. Then Kwa stood before Bai. "Cut is the branch," he said, offering a small twig from the Bodhi tree. Bai took it from him, from his left hand. Kwa's right hand was still missing. "Kwa," Bai said, and swallowed. "I'm surprised to see you." Kwa gave him a look. "So, we are in the Bardo after all," Bai said. Kwa nodded. "You didn't always believe me, did you? But it's true. Here, you see it," waving his hand at the black, smoking plain. "The floor of the universe. Again." "But why?" Bai said. "I just don't get it." "Get what?" "Get what I'm supposed to be doing. Life after life. I remember them now." He thought about it, seeing back through the years. "I remember them now, and I've tried in every one. I keep trying." Out across the black plain it seemed they could see together the faint after-images of their previous lives, dancing in the infinite silk of lightly falling rain. "It doesn't seem to be making any difference. What I do makes no difference." "Yes, Bai, perhaps so, but after all you are a fool. A good-natured fucking idiot." "Don't, Quo, I'm not in the mood." Though his face was attempting painfully to smile, pleased to be ribbed again, Iwa and he had tried to do this for each other, but no one could bring it off like Quo. "I may not be a great leader like you, but I've done some good things, and they haven't made a bit of difference. There seem to be no rules of Dharma that actually pertain." Quo sat down next to him, crossed his legs, and made himself comfortable. "Well, who knows? I've been thinking these things over myself, this time out in the Bardo. There's been a lot of time, believe me. So many have been tossed out here at once that there's quite a waiting line. It's just like the rest of the war, a logistical nightmare, and I've been watching you all struggle on, bashing against things like moths in a bottle, and I know I did it too, and I've wondered. I've thought sometimes that maybe it went wrong back when I was Kaim and you were Butterfly, the little girl we all loved. Do you remember that one?" Bai shook his head. "Tell me." "As Kaim, I was Annamese. I continued the proud tradition of the great Chinese admirals being foreigners and disreputable. I had been a pirate king for years on the long coast of Annam, and the Chinese made a treaty with me, as they would with any great potentate. Struck a deal in which I agreed to lead an invasion of Nippon, at least the sea aspect of it, and perhaps more. Anyway, we missed all that for lack of a wind, and went on and discovered the ocean continents, and found you, and then we took you, and lost you, and saved you from the executioner god of the southern people, and that's when I felt it. Coming back down the mountain after we had saved you, I aimed my pistol at people and pulled the trigger, and felt the power of life and death in my hands. I could kill them, and they deserved it, bloody cannibals that they were, killers of children. I could do it merely by pointing at them. And it seemed to me then that my so much greater power had a meaning to it, that our superiority in weapons came out of a general superiority of thought that included a superiority of morals, that we were better than they were. I strode back down to the ships and sailed west, still feeling that we were superior beings, like gods to those horrid savages. And that's why Butterfly died. You died to teach me that I was wrong, that though we had saved her, we had killed her too, that feeling we had had, striding through them as if through worthless dogs, was a poison that would never stop spreading in men who had guns, until all the people like Butterfly, who lived in peace without guns, were dead, murdered by us. And then only men with guns would be left, and they would murder each other too as fast as they could in the hope that it wouldn't happen to them until the human world died, and we all fell into this Preta realm and then to hell. So our little Jotty is stuck here with everyone else, no matter what you do. Not that you have been notably effectual, I must say again, by speaking of your tendency toward credulous simplicity, gullibility, and general soft-hearted namby-pamby ineffectiveness. Hey, Bai said, not fair. I've been helping you. I've just been going along with you. Well, all right, granted. In any case, we're all in the bardo together now and headed for the lower realms again, at best the realm of the human, but possibly spinning down the death spiral into the hell worlds always underfoot. We may have done it and are in the spin you can't pull out of. Humanity lost to us for a time, even as a possibility. So much harm have we done. Stupid fucking bastards. Damn it, do you think I haven't been trying too? Qual popped to his feet, agitated. Do you think you're the only one who has tried to make some good in this world? He shook his solitary fist at Bai, and then at the lowering gray clouds. But we failed. We killed reality itself. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Yes, Bai said, hugging his knees and shivering miserably. I understand. So, now we are in this lower realm. We must make do. Our Dharma still commands right action, even here, in the hope of small advances upward, until reality itself be reestablished by many millions of lives of effort. The whole world will have to be rebuilt. That's where we are now. And with a farewell tap to Bai's arm, he walked away, sinking into the black mud deeper with every step until he had disappeared. Hey, Bai said. Quah, don't leave. After a while, Iwa returned and stood before him, looked down quizzically at him. Well, Bai said, lifting his head from his knees, collecting himself. What is it? Will they save the Bodhi tree? Don't worry about the tree, Iwa said. They'll get a shoot from a daughter tree in Lanka. It's happened before. Just worry about the people. More shoots there, too. On to the next life. To a better time. Bai shouted it after Qual. To a better time! Iwa sighed. He sat down where Qual had been sitting. Rain fell on them. A long time passed in exhausted silence. The thing is, Iwa said, what if there is no next life? That's what I think. This is it. Fan Chen said the soul and body are just two aspects of the same thing. He speaks of sharpness and the knife, soul and body. Without knife, no sharpness. Without sharpness, no knife. Yes, and sharpness goes on. Sharpness never dies. But look at those dead bodies over there. Who they were won't come back. When death comes, we don't come back. Bai thought of the Indian man lying so still on the ground. He said, You're just distraught. Of course we come back. I was talking to Qual this very minute. Iwa gazed at him. You shouldn't try to hold on, Bai. This is what the Buddha learned right here. Don't try to stop time. No one can do it. Sharpness remains. I tell you, he was cutting me up, same as always. We have to try to accept change, and change leads to death. And then through death. Bai said this as cheerfully as he could, but his voice was desolate. He missed Qual. Iwa considered what Bai had said, with a look that seemed to say he had been hoping that a Buddhist at the Bodhi tree would perhaps have had something more helpful to say. But what could you say? The Buddha himself had said it. Suffering is real. You have to face it. Live with it. There is no escape. After a while longer, Bai got up and went over to see what the officers were doing. They were chanting a sutra, in Sanskrit perhaps, Bai thought, and he joined in softly with the Lung Yan Tiong in Chinese. And as the day wore on, many Buddhists in both armies gathered around the site, hundreds of them. The mud was covered with people, and they said prayers in all the languages of Buddhism, standing there on the burnt land that smoked in the rain for as far as the eye could see, black, gray, and silver. Finally they fell silent. Peace in the heart. Compassion. Peace. Sharpness remained in them. Book 9. Nasera. 1. On sunny mornings, the parks on the lakefront were filled with families out walking. In the early spring, before the plants had done more than create the tight green buds soon to blossom in their profusion of colors, the hungry swans would congregate in the gleaming black water beside the promenade to fight over the loaves of stale bread thrown at them by children. This had been one of Budor's favorite activities as a young girl. It had cast her into gales of laughter to see the swans flop and tussle for the scraps. Now she watched the new kids convulsed by the same hilarity, with a stab of grief for her lost childhood, and for the awareness that the swans, though beautiful and comical, were also desperate and starving. She wished she had the boldness to join the children and throw more bread to the poor things, but if she did it now she would look odd, like one of the mentally deficient ones on their trip out from their school. And in any case, there was not a great deal of bread left in their house anyway. Sunlight bounced on the water, and the buildings lining the back of the lakeshore promenade glowed lemon, peach, and apricot, as if lit from within by some light trapped in their stone. Budor walked back through the old town toward home, through the gray granite and black wood of the ancient buildings. Turi had begun as a Roman town, a way station on their main route through the Alps. Father had once driven them up to an obscure alpine pass called the Keyhole, where a stretch of the Roman road was still there, switchbacking through the grass like a petrified dragon's back, looking lonely for the feet of soldiers and traders. Now, after centuries of obscurity, Turi was a way station again, this time for trains, and the greatest city in all of central Thuringia, the capital of the United Alpine Emirates. The city center was bustling and squeaky with trams, but Budor liked to walk. She ignored Ahab, her chaperone. Though she liked him personally, a simple man with few pretensions, she did not like his job, which included accompanying her on her excursions. She shunned him on principle as an affront to her dignity. She knew also that he would report her behavior to Father, and when he reported her refusal to acknowledge his presence, yet another small protest of harem would reach Father, if only indirectly. She led Ahab up through the apartments studding the hillside overlooking the city to High Street. The wall around their house was beautiful, a tall, patterned weave of green and gray dressed stones. The wooden gate was topped by a stone arch, seemingly held in a network of wisteria vines. You could pull out the keystone, and it would still stand. Ahmet, their gatekeeper, was in his seat in the cozy little wooden closet on the inside of the gateway, where he held forth to all who wanted to pass, his tea tray ready to serve those who had time to tarry. Inside the house, Aunt Adelba was talking on the telephone, which was set on a table in the inner courtyard under the eaves where anyone could hear you. This was Father's way of trying to keep anything untoward from ever being said, but the truth was that Aunt Adelba was usually talking about microscopic nature and the mathematics of the interiors of atoms, and so no one could have any idea what she was talking about. Budor liked to listen to her anyway because it reminded her of the fairy tales Aunt Adelba had told in the past when Budor was younger, or her cooking talk with Mother in the kitchen. Cooking was one of her passions, and she would rattle off recipes, procedures, and tools, all mysterious and suggestive, just like this talk on the telephone, as if she were cooking up a new world, and sometimes she would get off the phone looking worried and absent-mindedly accept Budor's hugs and admit that this was precisely the case. The Ilmi, the scientists, were indeed cooking up a new world, or they could be. Once she rang off, flushed pink, and danced a little minuet around the courtyard, singing nonsense syllables in their laundry ditty, "God is great, great is God, clean our clothes, clean our souls." This time she rang off and did not even see Budor, but stared up at the bit of sky visible from the courtyard. "What is it, Adelba? Are you feeling hem?" Hem was the women's term for a kind of mild depression that had no obvious cause. Adelba shook her head. "No, this is mushkel," which was a specific problem. "What is it?" "Well, simply put, the investigators at the laboratory are getting some very strange results. That's what it comes down to. No one can say what they mean." This laboratory Idelba talked to over the phone was currently her main contact with the world outside their home. She had been a mathematics teacher and researcher in Nusayra and, with her husband, an investigator of microscopic nature. But her husband's untimely death had revealed some irregularities in his affairs, and Idelba had been left destitute. And the job they had shared had turned out to be his in the end, so that she had nowhere to work and nowhere to live. Or so Yasmina had said. Idelba herself never spoke about it. She had shown up one day with a single suitcase, weeping, to confer with Budor's father, her half-brother. He had agreed to put her up for a time. This, father explained later, was one of the things harems were for. They protected women who had nowhere else to go. Your mother and you girls complain about the system, but really, what is the alternative? The suffering of women left alone would be enormous. Mother and Budor's older cousin, Yasmina, would snort or snarl at this, cheeks turning red. Rema and Aisha and Fatima would look at them curiously, trying to understand what they should feel about what, to them, was, after all, the natural order of things. And Idelba never said anything about it one way or the other, neither thanks nor complaint. Old acquaintances still called her on the phone, especially a nephew of hers, who apparently had a problem he thought she could help him with. He called regularly. Once Idelba tried to explain why, to Budor and her sisters, with the aid of a blackboard and chalk. Atoms have shells around them, like the spheres in the heavens in the old drawings, all surrounding the heart knot of the atom, which is small but heavy. 3 kinds of particles clump together in the heart knot, some with yang, some with yin, some neuter, in different amounts for each substance, and they're held bound together there by a strong force, which is very strong but also very local, in that you don't have to get far away from the heart knot for the force to reduce a great deal. Like a harem, Yasmina said. Yes, well, that may be more like gravity, I'm afraid. But anyway, there is a chi repulsion between all particles that the strong force counteracts, and the two compete, more or less, along with other forces. Now, certain very heavy metals have so many particles that a certain number leak away from them one by one, and the single particles that leave distinctive traces at distinct rates of speed. And down in Nusayra, they've been getting strange results from a particular heavy metal, an elemental that is heavier than gold, the heaviest elemental found so far, called alactin. They're bombarding it with neuter particles and getting very strange results all over the plates in a way hard to explain. The heavy heart of this elemental appears to be unstable. Like Yasmina. Yes, well, interesting that you say so, in that it is not true, but it suggests the way we keep trying to think of ways to visualize these things that are always too small for us to see. She paused, looking at the blackboard, then at her uncomprehending students. A spasm of some emotion marred her features, disappeared. Well, it is yet another phenomenon that needs explaining. Let's leave it at that. It will take more investigation in a lab. After that, she scribbled in silence for a while. Numbers, letters, Chinese ideograms, equations, dots, diagrams, like something out of the illustrations for the books about the alchemist of Samarkand. After a time, she slowed down, shrugged. I'll have to talk to Piali about it. But isn't he in Nusayra? Budor asked. Yes. This, too, was part of her mushkel, Budor saw. We will talk by the telephone, of course. Tell us about Nusayra, Budor asked, for the 1000th time. Idelba shrugged. She was not in the mood. She never was, to begin with. It took a while to break through the barrier of regrets to get her to that time. Her first husband, divorcing her near the end of her fertility with no children, her second husband, dying young. She had a lot of regrets to get through, but if Budor was patient and merely followed her around the terrace and in and out of rooms, she often would make the passage, helped perhaps by her shifts from room to room, matching the way each place on earth we have lived in is like a room in our mind, with its sky for a roof, hills for walls, and buildings for furniture, so that our lives have moved from one room to the next in some larger structure, and the old rooms still exist and yet at the same time are gone, or emptied, so that in reality one could only move on to some new room or stay locked in the one you were in, as in a jail, and yet in the mind. First Idelba would speak of the weather there, the storm-tossed Atlantic rolling in with water, wind, cloud, rain, fog, sleet, mist, sometimes snow, all broken by sunny days with their low shards of light emblazoning the seafront and the river mouth, the docks of the giant city filling the valley on both banks, all the way upstream to Anjou, All the states of Asia and Thuringia come west to this westernmost town to meet the other great influx by sea, people from all over the world, including the handsome Haudenosaunee and the shivering exiles from Inca, with their serapes and gold jewelry splashing the dark gray afternoons of the storm-thrashed winters with little bits of metallic color. These exotics altogether made Nusera fascinating, Idelba said, as did the unwelcome embassies of the Chinese and Travancores enforcing the terms of the post-war settlement, standing there like monuments to the Islamic defeat in the war, long windowless blocks at the back of the harbor district. As she described all this, Idelba's eyes would begin to gleam and her voice grow animated, and she almost always, if she did not cut herself short, ended by exclaiming, "Nusera! Nusera, oh, Nusera," and then sometimes sit down, wherever she was, and hold her head in her hands, overwhelmed. It was, Budor was sure, the most exciting and wonderful city on earth. The Travancores had, of course, founded a Buddhist monastery school there, as they had in every city and town on earth, it seemed, with all the most modern departments and laboratories right next to the old madrasa and the mosque, still operating much as they had been since the 900s. The Buddhist monks and teachers made the clerics of the madrasa look very ignorant and provincial, Idelba said, but they were always courteous to Muslim practices, very unobtrusive and respectful, and over time a number of Sufi teachers and reformist clerics had eventually built laboratories of their own and had taken classes at the monastery schools to prepare to work on questions of natural law in their own establishments. "They gave us time to swallow and digest the bitter pill of our defeat," Idelba said of these Buddhists. "The Chinese were smart to stay away and let these people be their emissaries. That way we never really see how ruthless the Chinese are. We think the Travancores are the whole story." But it seemed to Budor that the Chinese were not so hard as they could have been. The reparation payments were within the realm of the possible, father admitted, or if they were not, the debts were always being forgiven or put off, and in Thuringia, at least, the Buddhist monastery schools and hospitals were the only signs of the victors of the war imposing their will, almost. That dark part, the shadow of the conquerors, opium, was becoming more and more common in Ferengi cities, and father declared angrily after reading the newspapers that as it all came from Afghanistan and Burma, its shipment to Thuringia was almost certainly sanctioned by the Chinese. Even in Turi, one saw the poor souls in the working district cafes downriver, stupefied by the odd-smelling smoke, and in Nusera, Idelba said, the drug was widespread. Like any other world city in that regard, even though it was Islam's world city, the only Islamic capital not destroyed by the war, Constantinople, Cairo, Moscow, Tehran, Zanzibar, Damascus, and Baghdad had been firebombed and not yet completely rebuilt. But Nusera had survived, and now it was the Sufis' city, the scientists' city, Idelba's city. She had gone to it after a childhood in Turi and at the family farm in the Alps. She had gone to school there, and mathematical formulations had spoken to her as if speaking aloud from the page. She understood them. She spoke that strange alchemical language. Old men explained its rules of grammar to her, and she followed them and did the work, learned more, made her mark in theoretical speculations about the nature of microscopic matter when she was only 20 years old. "Young minds are often the strongest in math," she said later, already outside the experience itself. Into the labs of Nusera, then, helping the famous Lispi and his team to bolt a cyclic accelerator together, getting married, then getting divorced, then, apparently, very quickly, rather mysteriously, Budor thought, getting remarried, which was almost unheard of in Turi, working again with her second husband, very happily, then his unexpected death, and her again mysterious return to Turi, her retreat. Budor asked once, "Did you wear the veil there?" "Sometimes," Idelba said. "It depended on the situation. The veil has a kind of power. In certain situations, all such signs stand for other things. They are sentences spoken in matter. The hijab can say to strangers, 'I am Islamic and in solidarity with my men against you and all the world.' To Islamic men it can say, 'I will play this foolish game, this fantasy of yours, but only if in return you do everything I tell you to.' For some men this trade, this capitulation to love, is a kind of release from the craziness of being a man. So the veil can be like putting on a magician queen's cape." But seeing Budor's hopeful expression, she added, "Or it can be like putting on a slave's collar, certainly." "So sometimes you didn't wear one?"
Usually I did not. In the lab it would have been silly. I wore a lab jalaba, like the men. We were there to study atoms, to study nature. That is the greatest godliness, and without gender, that simply isn't what it's about. So the people you are working with, you see them face to face, soul to soul. Eyes shining, she quoted from some old poem. Every moment an epiphany arrives, and cleaves the mountain asunder. This had been the way of it for Adelba in her youth, and now she sat in her brother's little middle-class harem, protected by him in a way that gave her frequent attacks of hem, that in truth made her a fairly volatile person, like a Yasmina with a bent toward secrecy rather than garrulousness. Alone with Budor, pinning up laundry on the terrace, she would look at the tree-tops sticking over the walls and sigh. If only I could walk again at dawn through the empty streets of the city, blue, then pink. To deny one that is absurd. To deny one the world on one's own terms, it's archaic. It's unacceptable. But she did not run away. Budor did not fully understand why. Surely Aunt Adelba was capable of tramming down the hill to the train station, and taking a train to Nusayra, and finding lodgings there, somewhere, and getting a job that would support her, somehow? And if not her, then whom? What woman could do it? None of good repute, not if Adelba couldn't. The only time Budor dared to ask her about it, she only shook her head brusquely and said, "There are other reasons, too. I can't talk about it." So there was something quite frightening to Budor about Adelba's presence in their home, a daily reminder that a woman's life could crash like an airplane out of the sky. The longer it went on, the more disturbing Budor found it, and she noticed that Adelba too grew more agitated, wandering from room to room, reading and muttering or working over her papers with a big mathematical calculator, a net of strings holding beads of different colors. She wrote for hours on her blackboard, and the chalk squeaked and clicked and sometimes snapped off in her fingers. She talked on the phone down in the courtyard, sounding upset sometimes, pleased at others, doubting or excited, and all about numbers, letters, the value of this and that, strengths and weaknesses, forces of microscopic things that no one would ever see. She said to Budor once, staring at her equations, "You know, Budor, there is a very great deal of energy locked into things. The Travankori Chandala was the deepest thinker we have ever had on this earth. You could say the long war was a catastrophe just because of his death alone, but he left us a lot, and the energy-mass equivalence. Look, a mass, that's just a measure for a certain weight. Say, you multiply it by the square of the speed of light, 500,000 li per second. Think of that! It results in enormous numbers for even a little pinch of matter. That's the chi energy locked up in it. A strand of your hair has more energy in it than a locomotive." "No wonder it's so hard to get a brush through it," Budor said uneasily, and Adelba laughed. "But there's something wrong?" Budor asked. At first Adelba did not answer. She was thinking, and lost to all around her. Then she stared at Budor. "Something is wrong if we make it wrong, as always. Nothing in nature is wrong in itself." Budor wasn't so sure of that. Nature made men and women. Nature made flesh and blood, hearts, periods, bitter feelings. Sometimes it all seemed wrong to Budor, as if happiness were a stale scrap of bread, and all the swans of her heart were fighting for it, starving for it. The roof of the house was forbidden to the women. It was a place where they might be observed from the roof terraces higher up Turi's eastern hill, and yet the men never used it, and it was the perfect place to get above the street's treetops and have a view of the Alps to the south of Lake Turi. So, when the men were all gone, and Ahmet asleep in his chair by the gate, Aunt Adelba and Cousin Yasmina would use the laundry-drying posts as the legs of a ladder, placing them in olive jars and lashing them together so that they could climb the lashings very gingerly, with the girls below and Adelba above holding the posts. Up they would go until they were all on the roof, in the dark, under the stars, in the wind, whispering so that Ahmet would not hear them, whispering so that they would not shout at the top of their lungs. The Alps in full moonlight stood there like white cardboard cutouts at the back of a puppet stage. Perfectly vertical, the very image of what mountains should look like. Yasmina brought up her candles and powders to say the magic spells that would drive her men admirers to distraction, as if they weren't already. But Yasmina had an insatiable desire for men's regard, sharpened, no doubt, by the lack of access to it in the harem.
Her Travancore incense would swirl up into the night, sandalwood, musk, saffron, nagi. And with their exotic scents filling her head, it would seem to Budor a different world, vaster, more mysteriously meaningful, things suffused with their meanings as if with a liquid, right to the limits of surface tension. Everything became a symbol of itself. The moon, the symbol of moon. The sky, the symbol of sky. The mountains, the symbol of mountains. All bathed in a dark blue sea of longing, the very essence of longing, painful and beautiful, bigger than the world itself. But one time the full moon came, and Idelba did not organize an expedition to the roof terrace. She had spent many hours that month on the telephone, and after each conversation had been uncharacteristically subdued. She hadn't described to the girls the contents of these calls, or said who she had been talking to, though from her manner of talk Budor assumed it was her nephew, as usual, but no discussion of them at all. Perhaps it was this that made Budor sensitive and wary of some change. On the night of the full moon, she scarcely slept, waking every watch to see the moving shadows on the floor, waking from dreams of anxious flight through the alleys of the old town, escaping something behind her she never quite saw. Near dawn, she woke to a noise from the terrace, and looked out her little window to see Idelba carrying the laundry poles down from the terrace into the stairwell, then the olive jars as well. Budor slipped out into the hall and down to the window at the carrel overlooking the yard in front. Idelba was constructing their ladder against the side of the household wall, just around the corner of the house from Ahmet's locked gate. She would top the wall next to a big elm tree that stood in the alley running between the walls of their house and the Aldins next door, who were from Nishapur. Without a moment's hesitation, without any thought at all, Budor ran back to her room and dressed quickly, then ran downstairs and back out into the yard, around the corner of the house, glancing around the corner to be sure Idelba had gone. She was. The way was clear. Budor could follow without impediment. This time she did hesitate, and it would be difficult to describe her thoughts in that crucial moment of her life. No particular train of thought occupied her mind, but rather a kind of balancing of her whole existence, the harem, her mother's moods, her father's indifference to her, Ahab's simple face always behind her like an idiot animus, Yasmina's weeping, all of Turi at once, balanced on its two hills on each side of the river Limat, and in her head, beyond all that, huge, cloudy masses of feeling like the clouds one saw boiling up over the Alps, all inside her chest, and outside her a sensation as if clusters of eyes were trained on her, the ghost audience to her life, perhaps, out there always, whether she saw them or not, like the stars. Something like that. It is always thus at the moment of change, when we rise up out of the everyday and get clear of the blinders of habit and stand naked to existence, to the moment of choice. Vast, dark, windy. The world is huge in these moments, huge, too big to bear, visible to all the ghosts of the world, the center of the universe. She lurched forward. She ran to the ladder, climbed swiftly. It was no different than when it was set upstairs between terrace and roof. The branches of the elm were big and solid. It was easy to climb down far enough in them to make a final jump to the ground, jarring her fully awake, after which she rolled to her feet as smoothly as if she had been in on the plan from the start. She tiptoed to the street and looked toward the tram stop. Her heart was thumping hard now, and she was hot in the chill air. She could take the tram or walk straight down the narrow streets, so steep that in several places they were stared. She was sure Idelba was off to the train station, and if she was wrong, she could give up the chase. Even wearing a veil, it was too early for a girl from a good family to be on the tram alone. Indeed, it was always too early for a respectable girl to be out alone, so she hustled over to the top of the first stair alley and began hurrying down the weaving course, through courtyard, park, alley, the stair of the roses, the tunnel made by Japanese fire maples, down and down the familiar way to the old town and the bridge crossing the river to the train station. Onto the bridge, where she looked upstream to the patch of sky between old stone buildings, its blue arched over the pink hem of the little bit of mountains visible, an embroidery dropped into the far end of the lake. She was losing her resolve when she saw Idelba in the station, reading the schedule for track listings. Budor ducked behind a streetlight post, ran around the building into the doors on the other side, and likewise read a schedule. The first train for Nocera was on track 16 at the far side of the station, leaving at 5 sharp, which had to be close. She checked the clock hanging over the row of trains, under the roof of the big shed. 5 minutes to spare. She slipped onto the last car of the train. The train jerked slightly and was off. Budor moved forward up the train, car to car, holding on to the seat backs, her heart knocking faster and faster. What was she going to say to Idelba? And what if Idelba was not on the train, and Budor off to Nocera on her own with no money? But there Idelba sat, hunched over, looking forward out the window. Budor steeled herself and burst through the compartment door and rushed to her, weeping, threw herself on her. "I'm sorry, Aunt Idelba. I didn't know you were going this far. I only followed to keep you company. I hope you have money to pay for my ticket, too." "Oh, name of Allah!" Idelba was shocked, then furious, mostly at herself. Budor judged through her tears, though she took it out for a little while on Budor, saying, "This is important business I'm on. This is no girl's prank." "Oh, what will happen? What will happen? I should send you right back on the next train." Budor only shook her head and wept some more. The train clicked quickly over the tracks, through country that was rather bland, hill and farm, flat woods and pastures, all clicking by at an enormous speed. It almost made her sick to look out the window, though she had ridden in trains all her life, and had looked out before at the view without a problem. At the end of a long day, the train entered the bleak outskirts of a city, like Downbrook, only bigger. Li after li of apartment blocks and close-set houses behind their walls, bazaars full of people, neighborhood mosques and bigger buildings of various kinds, then really big buildings, a whole knot of them flanking the many-bridged river right before it opened out into the estuary, now a giant harbor, protected by a jetty that was broad enough to hold a street on it, with businesses on both sides. The train took them right to the heart of this district of tall buildings, where a station, glass-roofed and grimy, let them out onto a broad tree-lined street, a two-parted street divided by huge oaks planted in a line down a center island. They were a few blocks from the docks and the jetty. It smelled fishy. A broad esplanade ran down the riverbank, backed by a row of red-leaved trees. Idelba walked quickly down this corniche, like Turi's lakeside corniche, only much grander, until she turned onto a narrow street lined with 3-story apartment blocks, their first floors occupied by restaurants and shops. Up a stair into one of these buildings, then into a doorway with 3 doors. Idelba rang the bell for the middle one, and the door opened, and they were welcomed into an apartment like an old palace fallen apart. 2. Not an old palace, it turned out, but an old museum. No room in it was very big or impressive, but there were a lot of them. False ceilings, open ceilings, and abrupt cuts in wall paintings and wainscoting patterns made it clear that bigger rooms had been divided and subdivided. Most of the rooms held little more than one bed or cot, and the huge kitchen was crowded with women making a meal or waiting to eat it. They were thin women, for the most part. It was noisy with talk and stove fans. "What is this?" Budor asked Idelba under the hubbub. "This is a zawiya, a kind of boarding house for women." Then, with a bleak smile, "An anti-harem." She explained that these had been traditional in the Maghreb, and now they were widespread in Farinja. The war had left many more women alive than men, despite the indiscriminate devastation of its last 2 decades, when more civilians than soldiers had died, and women's brigades had been common on both sides. Turi and the other Alpine Emirates had kept more men at home than most countries, putting them to work in the armories, so Budor had heard of the depopulation problem, but had never seen it. As for the zawiyas, Idelba said they were still technically illegal, as the laws against female ownership of property had never been changed, but male nominal owners and other legal dodges were used to legitimize scores of them, hundreds of them. "Why did you not live in one of these after your husband died?" Budor asked. Idelba frowned. "I needed to leave for a while." They were assigned a room that had 3 beds, but no other occupants. The 3rd bed would serve as desk and table. The room was dusty, and its little window looked out on other grimy windows, all facing in on an air shaft, as Idelba called it. Buildings here were so compressed together that they had to remember to leave shafts for air. But no complaints. A bed, a kitchen, women around them. Budor was content, but Idelba was still very worried about something having to do with her nephew Piali and his work. In their new room she stared at Budor with the dismay she couldn't conceal. "You know, I should send you back to your father. I've got enough trouble as it is."
"No, I won't go."
Idelba stared at her.
"How old are you again?" "I'm 23.
She would be in 2 months. Idelba was surprised.
"I thought you were younger."
Budor blushed and looked down. Idelba grimaced.
"Sorry, that's the effect of the harem, and no men left to marry. But look, you have to do something." "I want to stay here." "Well, even so, you have to inform your father where you are and tell him that I did not kidnap you." "He'll come here and get me." "No, I don't think so. In any case, you must tell him something. Phone him or write him a letter."
Budor was afraid to talk to her father even over the phone. The idea of a letter was intriguing. She could explain herself without giving away her precise location. She wrote, "Dear Father and Mother, I followed Aunt Idelba when she left, though she did not know it. I have come to Nisera to live and to pursue a course of study. The Quran says all of Allah's creatures are equal in His eyes. I will write you and the rest of the family a weekly report on my affairs, and will live an orderly life here in Nisera that will not shame the family. I am living in a good zawiya with Aunt Idelba, and she will look after me. Lots of young women here are doing this, and they will all help me. I will study at the madrasa. Please convey all my love to Yasmina, Rema, Aisha, Nawa, and Fatima. Your loving daughter, Budor." She mailed this off, and after that stopped thinking of Turi. The letter was helpful in making her feel less guilty, and after a while she realized, as the weeks went on, and she did clerical work and cleaning and cooking and other help of that kind in the zawiya, and made the arrangements to start studies at the institute connected to the madrasa, that she was not going to get a letter back from her father. And Mother was illiterate, and her cousins no doubt forbidden to write, and perhaps angry at her for abandoning them, and her brother would not be sent after her, nor would he want to be, nor would she be arrested by the police and sent off in a sealed train to Turi. That happened to no one. There were literally thousands of women both escaping from home and relieving those left behind from the burden of caring for them. What in Turi had looked like an eternal system of law and custom that the whole world abided by was in reality nothing more than the antiquated habits of one moribund segment of a single society, mountain-bound and conservative, furiously inventing pan-Islamic traditions even at the moment they were all disappearing, like morning mist or, more appropriately, battlefield smoke. She would never go back. It was that simple, and no one was going to make her. No one even wanted to make her. That, too, was a bit of a shock. Sometimes it did not feel so much that she had escaped as that she had been abandoned. There was this fundamental fact, however, which struck her every day when she left the zawiya. She was no longer living in a harem. She could go where she chose, when she chose. This alone was enough to make her feel giddy and strange, free, solitary, almost too happy, to the point of disorientation, or even a kind of panic. Once, right in the midst of this euphoria, she saw from behind a man emerging from the train station and thought for a second it was her father, and was glad, relieved, but it wasn't him, and all the rest of that day her hands shook with anger, shame, fear, longing. Later it happened again. It happened several times, and she came to regard the experience as a kind of ghost glimpsed in the mirror, her past life haunting her. Her father, her uncles, her brother, her male cousins, always in actuality the faces of various strangers, just alike enough to give her a start, make her heart jump with fear, though she loved them all. She would have been so happy to think they were proud of her, that they cared enough to come after her. But if it meant returning to the harem, she never wanted to see them again. She would never again submit to rules from anyone. Even ordinary sane rules now gave her a quick surge of anger, an instantaneous and complete no that would fill her like a shriek in the nerves. Islam, in its literal meaning, meant submission, but no. She had lost that ability. A traffic policewoman, warning her not to cross the busy harbor road outside the crosswalks, Budor cursed her. The house rules in her zawiya, her teeth would clench. Don't leave dirty plates in the sink. Help wash the sheets every Thursday. No! But all that anger was trivial compared to the fact of her freedom. She woke in the morning, understood where she was, leaped out of bed full of amazed energy. An hour's vigorous work in the zawiya had her groomed and fed, and some of the communal work done, bathrooms cleaned, dishes, all the chores that had to be done over and over, all the chores that at home had been performed by the servants. But how much finer it was to do such work for an hour than to have other human beings sacrificing their whole lives to it. How clear it was that this was a model for all human labor and relations. Those things done, she was off into the fresh ocean air like a cold, salty, wet drug, sometimes with a shopping list, sometimes only with her bag of books and writing materials. Wherever she was going, she would go by the harbor, to see the ocean outside the jetty and the wind whipping the flags. And one fine morning she stood at the end of the jetty with nowhere to go, and nothing to do, and no one in the world knew where she was at that moment except for her. My God, the feel of that! The harbor crowded with ships, the brown water running out to sea on the ebb tide, the sky a pale wash of clean azure, and all of a sudden she bloomed. There were oceans of clouds in her chest. She wept for joy. Ah, Nocera, Nocera! But first on her list of things to do, on many mornings, was to visit the White Crescent Disabled Soldiers' Home, a vast converted army barracks a good ways up the river park. This was one of those duties Idelba had pointed her toward, and Budor found it both harrowing and uplifting. Like going to the mosque on Friday was supposed to be and never really had been. The larger part of this barracks and hospital was taken up by a few thousand blind soldiers, rendered sightless by gas on the Eastern Front. In the mornings they sat in silence, in beds or chairs or wheelchairs, as the case might be, as someone read to them, usually a woman. Daily newspapers on their thin, inky sheets, or various texts, or in some cases the Quran and the Hadith, though these were less popular. Many of the men had been wounded as well as blinded, and could not walk or move. They sat there with half a face or without legs, aware, it seemed, of how they must appear, and staring in the direction of the readers with a hungry, ashamed look, as if they would kill and eat her if they could, from unrealizable love or bitter resentment, or both all mixed together. Such naked expressions Budor had never seen in her life, and she often kept her own gaze fixed on whatever text she was reading, as though, if she were to glance up at them, they would know it and recoil or hiss with disapprobation. Her peripheral vision revealed to her an audience out of a nightmare, as if one of the rooms of hell had extruded from the underworld to reveal its inhabitants, waiting to be processed, as they had waited and been processed in life. Despite her attempts not to look, every time she read to them, Budor saw more than one of them weeping. No matter what it was she read, even the weather reports from Farinja or Africa or the New World. The weather actually was one of their favorite readings. Among the other readers, there were very plain women who nevertheless had beautiful voices, low and clear, musical, women who sang their whole lives without knowing it, and knowing would have ruined the effect. When they read, many in their audience sat forward in their beds and wheelchairs, rapt, in love with a woman to whom they never would have given a second glance could they have seen her, and Budor saw that some of the men leaned forward in the same way for her, though in her own ears her voice was unpleasantly high and scratchy, but it had its fans. Sometimes she read them the stories of Scheherazade, addressing them as if they were angry King Shahryar, and she the wily storyteller, staying alive one more night and one day, emerging from that antechamber of hell into the soaked sunlight of cloudy noon. She almost staggered at the realization of how completely the old story had been turned on its head. Scheherazade free to walk away, while the Shahryars were imprisoned forever in their own wrecked bodies. 3. That duty accomplished, she walked through the bazaar to the classes she was taking in subjects suggested by Aunt Idelba. The Madrasa Institute's classes were folded into the Buddhist monastery and hospital, and Budor paid a fee with money borrowed from Idelba to take 3 classes: beginning statistics, which began with simple arithmetic, in fact, accounting, and the history of Islam. This last course was taught by a woman named Kirana Fawaz, a short, dark Algerine with an intense voice hoarsened by cigarettes. She looked about 40 or 45. In the first meeting, she informed them she had served in the war hospitals, and then, near the end of the Nekba, or the catastrophe as the war was often referred to, in the Maghrebi women's brigades. She was nothing like the soldiers in the White Crescent Home, however. She had come out of the Nekba with the air of one victorious, and declared in the first meeting that they would in fact have won the war if they had not been betrayed both at home and abroad. "Betrayed by what?" she asked in her harsh crow's voice, seeing the question on all their faces.
"I will tell you, by the clerics, by our men more generally, and by Islam itself."
Her audience stared at her. Some lowered their heads uneasily, as if expecting Kirana to be arrested on the spot, if not struck down by lightning. Surely, at the least, she would be run down later that day by an unexpected tram. And there were several men in the class as well, one right next to Budur, in fact, wearing a patch over one eye. But none of them said anything, and the class went on as if one could say such things and get away with it.
"Islam is the last of the old desert monotheisms," Kirana told them. "It is belated in that sense, an anomaly. It followed and built on the earlier pastoral monotheisms of the Middle West, which predated Muhammad by several centuries at least. Christianity, the Essenes, the Jews, the Zoroastrians, the Mithraists, and so on. They were all strongly patriarchal, replacing earlier matriarchal polytheisms created by the first agricultural civilizations in which gods resided in every domesticated plant and women were acknowledged to be crucial to the production of food and new life. Islam was therefore a latecomer, and as such a corrective to the earlier monotheisms. It had the chance to be the best monotheism, and in many ways it was. But because it began in an Arabia that had been shattered by the wars of the Roman Empire and the Christian states, it had to deal first with a condition of almost pure anarchy, a tribal war of all against all, in which women were at the mercy of any warring party. From those depths no new religion could leap very high. Muhammad thus arrived as a prophet who was both trying to do good and trying not to be overwhelmed by war and by his experiencing of divine voices, babbling some of the time, as the Quran will attest. This remark drew gasps, and several women stood and walked out. All the men in the room, however, remained as if transfixed. Spoken to by God, or babbling, whatever came into his head, it did not matter. The end result was good. At first, a tremendous increase in law, in justice, in women's rights, and in a general sense of order and human purpose in history. Indeed, it was precisely this sense of justice and divine purpose that gave Islam its unique power in the first few centuries A.H., when it swept the world despite the fact that it gave no new material advantage, one of the only clear-cut demonstrations of the power of the idea alone in all of history. But then came the caliphs, the sultans, the divisions, the wars, the clerics, and their hadith. The hadith overgrew the Quran itself. They seized on every scrap of misogyny scattered in Muhammad's basically feminist work and stitched them into the shroud in which they wrapped the Quran as being too radical to enact. Generations of patriarchal clerics built up a mass of hadith that has no Quranic authority whatsoever, thus rebuilding an unjust tyranny using frequently falsified authorities of personal transmission from male master to male student, as if a lie passed down through 3 or 10 generations of men somehow metamorphoses into a truth. But it is not so. And so, Islam, like Christianity and Judaism before it, stagnated and degenerated because its expansion was so great. It was harder to see this failure and collapse. Indeed, it took up until the Nakba itself to make it clear. But this perversion of Islam lost us the war. It was women's rights and nothing else that gave China and Travancore and Yingzhou the victory. It was the absence of women's rights in Islam that turned half the population into non-productive, illiterate cattle and lost us the war. The tremendous intellectual and mechanical progress that had been initiated by Islamic scientists was picked up and carried to much greater heights by the Buddhist monks of Travancore and the Japanese diaspora, and this revolution in mechanical capacity was quickly developed by China and the New World Free States, by everyone, in fact, except for Dar al-Islam. Even our reliance on camels did not come to an end until midway through the Long War. Without any road wider than 2 camels, with every city built as a Kasbah or a Medina, as tightly packed as a bazaar, nothing could be done in the way of modernization. Only the war's destruction of the city cores allowed us to rebuild in a modern way. And only our desperate attempt to defend ourselves brought any industrial progress to speak of, but by then it was a case of too little and too late. At this point, the room was quite a bit emptier than it had been when Kirana Fawaz began, and 2 girls had exclaimed as they stormed out that they were going to report these blasphemies to the clerics and the police. But Kirana Fawaz only paused to light a cigarette and waved them out of the room before continuing. "Now,
she went on, calmly, inexorably, remorselessly.
In the aftermath of the Nakba, everything has to be reconsidered. Everything. Islam has to be examined root and branch and leaf in the effort to make it well, if that is possible, in the effort to make our civilization capable of survival. But despite this obvious necessity, the regressives prattle their broken old hadith like magic charms to conjure jinns, and in states like Afghanistan or Sudan, or even in corners of Faringia itself, in the Alpine Emirates and Scandistan, for example, the Hezbollah rule, and women are forced into chador and hijab and harem, and the men in power in these states try to pretend that it is the year 300 in Baghdad or Damascus, and that Harun al-Rashid will come walking in the door to make everything right. They might as well pretend to be Christian and hope the cathedrals will spring back to life and Jesus come flying down from heaven.
4. As Kirana spoke, Budor saw in her mind the blind men in the hospital, the walled residential streets of Turi, her father's face as he was reading to her mother, the sight of the ocean, a white tomb in the jungle. Indeed, everything in her life, and many things she had never thought of before. Her mouth hung open. She was stunned, frightened, but also elated by every single shocking word of it. It confirmed everything she had suspected in her ignorant, balked, furious girlhood, trapped in her father's house. She had spent her whole life thinking that something was seriously wrong with herself, or with the world, or both. Now, reality seemed to have opened up under her like a trap door, as all her suspicions were confirmed in glorious style. She held on to her seat even, and stared at the woman lecturing them, hypnotized as if by some great hawk circling overhead, hypnotized not just by her angry analysis of all that had gone wrong, but by the image she evoked thereby of history itself, the huge, long string of events that had led to this moment, here and now in this rain-lashed western harbor city, hypnotized by the oracle of time itself, rasping on in her urgent, smoky crow's voice. So much had happened already. Nakhdas and Nakbas, time after time. What could be said after all that? One had to have courage even to try to talk about it. But very clearly this Kirana Fawaz did not lack for courage. Now she stopped and looked around at the half-emptied room. "Well," she said cheerfully, acknowledging with a brief smile Budor's round-eyed look, somewhat like that of the astonished fish in the boxes at the market. "It seems we have driven out everyone who can be driven out. Left are the brave of heart to venture into this dark country, our past." The brave of heart, or the weak of limb, Budor thought, glancing around. An old one-armed soldier looked on imperturbably. The one-eyed man still sat next to her. Several women of various ages sat looking around uneasily, shifting in their seats. A few looked to Budor like women of the street, and one of these was grinning. Not what Budor had imagined when Idelba had talked about the Nazarene Madrasa and institutes of higher learning. The flotsam of Dar al-Islam, in fact. The sorry survivors of the Nakba, the swans in winter, women who had lost their husbands, fiancés, fathers, brothers, women who had been orphaned and never since had the chance to meet a single man, and the war-wounded themselves, including a blinded veteran like the ones Budor read to, led to the class by his sister, and then the one-armed one and the eye-patch next to her. Also a Haudenosaunee mother and daughter, supremely confident and dignified, relaxed, interested, but with nothing at stake. Also a longshoreman with a bad back, who seemed to be there mainly to get out of the rain for 6 hours a week. These were the ones that remained, lost souls of the city, looking for something indoors to occupy them. They were not sure what. But perhaps, for the moment at least, it would do to stay here and listen to Kirana Fawaz's harsh lecture. "What I want to do," she said then, "is to cut through all the stories, through the million stories we have constructed to defend ourselves from the reality of the Nakba, to reach explanation, to the meaning of what has happened. Do you understand? This is an introduction to history like Khaldun, only spoken among us in conversation. I will be suggesting various projects for further research as we go along. Now, let's go get a drink." She led them out into the dusk of the long northern evening to a cafe behind the docks, where they found acquaintances from other parts of her life, already there eating late meals or smoking cigarettes or puffing on communal narghiles and drinking little cups of thick coffee. They sat and talked through the long twilight, then far into the night, the docks out the windows empty and calm, the lights from across the harbor squiggling on black water. The man with the eye patch was a friend of Kirina's, it turned out. His name was Hassan, and he introduced himself to Budur and invited her to sit on the wall bench next to him and his group of acquaintances, including singers and actors from the Institute and the city's theaters. "My fellow student here, I venture to say," he said to the others, "was quite taken by our professor's opening remarks." Budur nodded shyly, and they cackled at her. She inquired about ordering a cup of coffee. The talk around the dirty marble tabletops ranged widely, as was true in all such places, even back in Turi. The news in the newspapers, interpretations of the war, gossip about the city officials, talk about plays and the cinema. Kirina sometimes rested and listened, sometimes talked on as if she were still in her class. "Iran is the wine of history. They are always getting crushed. Some vintages are better than others. So for them, all great civilizations must finally be crushed. This is merely al-Catalan again. It is too simple." "A world history has to simplify," the old one-armed soldier said. His name was Nazir Shah, Budur learned. His accent when speaking Pharyngic marked him as Iranian. "The trick of it is to get at causes of things, to generate some sense of the overall story." "But if there isn't one?" Kirina asked. "There is," Nazir said calmly. "All people who have ever lived on Earth have acted together to make a global history. It is one story. Certain patterns are evident in it. The collisionary theories of Ibrahim al-Lanjo, for instance. No doubt they're just yin and yang again, but they make it seem pretty clear that much of what we call progress comes from the clash of two cultures. Progress by collision. What kind of progress is this? Did you see those two trams the other day, after the one jumped its tracks?" Kirina said, "Al-Lanjo's core civilizations represent the three logically possible religions, with Islam believing in one god, India in many gods, and China in no gods." "That's why China won," said Hassan, his one eye gleaming with mischief. "They turned out to be right. Earth congealed out of cosmic dust. Life appeared and evolved until a certain ape made more and more sounds, and off we went. Never any god involved, nothing supernatural, no eternal souls reincarnated time after time. Only the Chinese really faced that, leading the way with their science, honoring nothing but their ancestors, working only for their descendants, and so they dominate us all." "It's just that there's more of them," one of the questionable women said. "But they can support more people on less land. This proves they are right." Nazir said, "Each culture's strength can also be its weakness. We saw this in the war. China's lack of religion made them horribly cruel." The Haudenosaunee women from the class appeared and joined them. They too were acquaintances of Kirina's. Kirina welcomed them, saying, "Here are our conquerors, a culture where women have power. I wonder if we could judge civilizations by how well women have done in them." "They have built them all," proclaimed the oldest woman there, who up till now had only sat there knitting. She was at least 80, and therefore had lived through most of the war, start to finish, childhood to old age. "No civilizations exist without the homes women build from the inside." "Well, how much political power women have taken, then? How comfortable their men are with the idea of women having this kind of power?" "That would be China." "No, the Haudenosaunee." "Not Travancore?" No one ventured to say. "This should be investigated," Kirina said. "This will be one of your projects. A history of women in the other cultures of the world, their actions as political creatures, their fates. That this is missing from history as we have been given it so far is a sign that we still live in the wreckage of patriarchy, and nowhere more so than in Islam." 5. Budur, of course, told Edelba all about Kirina's lecture and the after-class meeting, describing them excitedly while they washed dishes together, and then sheets. Edelba nodded and asked questions, interested, but in the end she said, "I hope you will keep working hard on your statistics class. Talk about these kinds of things can go on forever, but numbers are the only thing that will get you beyond talk." "What do you mean?" "Well, the world operates by number.
by physical laws expressed mathematically. If you know these, you will have a better grasp of things, and some possible job skills. Speaking of which, I think I can get you a job washing glassware in the lab. That would be good. It will give you some more money and teach you that you need some job skills. Don't get sucked into the whirlpool of cafe talk. But talk can be good. It's teaching me so many things, not just about history, but what it all means. It sorts it out like we used to do in the harem. Exactly. You can talk all you want in the harem, but it's only in institutes that you can do science. Since you've bothered to come here, you might as well take advantage of what's offered. This gave Budor pause. Idelba saw her thinking about it and went on. Even if you do want to study history, which is perfectly sensible, there is a way of doing it that goes beyond cafe talk, that inspects the actual artifacts and sites left from the past and establishes what can be asserted with physical evidence to back it, as in the other sciences. Thuringia is full of old places that are being investigated for the first time in a scientific manner like this, and it is very interesting, and it will take decades to investigate them all, even centuries. She straightened up, held her lower back, and rubbed it as she regarded Budor. "Come with me for a picnic on Friday. I'll take you up the coast to see the menhirs." "The menhirs? What are they?" "You will see on Friday." So on Friday they took the tram as far north up the coast as it ran, then changed to a bus and rode for half a watch, looking out at the apple orchards and the occasional glimpses of the dark blue ocean. Finally, Idelba led the way off at one stop, and they walked west out of a tiny village, immediately into a forest of immense standing stones, set in long lines over a slightly rolling, grassy plain, interrupted here and there by huge, mature oak trees. It was an uncanny sight. "Who put these here, the Franks?" "Before the Franks. Before the Celts, perhaps. No one is quite sure. Their living settlements have not been found with certainty, and it's very difficult to date the time when these stones were dressed and stood on end." "It must have taken, I don't know, centuries to put this many up." "It depends on how many of them there were doing it, I suppose. Maybe there were as many then as now, who can say? Only I would expect not, as we find no ruined cities, as they do in Egypt or the Middle West. No, it must have been a smaller population taking a lot of time and effort." "But how can a historian work with stuff like this?" Budor asked at one point, as they walked down one of the long lanes created by the rows of stones, studying the patterns of black and yellow lichen that grew on their knobbled surfaces. Most were about twice Budor's height, really massive things. "You study things instead of stories. It's something different than history, more a scientific inquiry of material conditions that early people lived in, things they made. Archaeology. Again, it is a science begun during the first Islamic flowering in Syria and Iraq, then not pursued again until the Nakhta. This last being the rebirth of Islamic high culture in certain cities like Tehran and Cairo in the half-century before the Long War started and wrecked everything. Now our understanding of physics and geology is such that new methods of inquiry are being suggested all the time, and construction and reconstruction projects are digging up all kinds of new finds as well, and people are going out deliberately looking for more, and it is all coming together in a very exciting way. It is a science taking off, if you know what I mean. Most interesting. And Thuringia is turning out to be one of the best places to practice it. This is an ancient place." She gestured at the long rows of stones, like a crop seeded by great stone gods who had never come back to make a harvest. Clouds scudded by overhead, and the blue sky seemed flat and low over them. Not just these, or the stone rings in Britain, but stone tombs, monuments, whole villages. I'll have to take you up to the Orkneys with me sometime. I may be wanting to go up there soon. In any case, I'll take you along. Anyway, you think about studying this kind of thing, too, as a grounding for you while you listen to Madame Fawaz and all her Scheherazading. Budor rubbed her hand over a stone dressed by a thin lichen coat of many colors. Clouds rushed by. "I will." 6. Classes, a new job cleaning Idelba's lab, walking the docks and the jetty dreaming of a new synthesis, an Islam that included what was important in the Buddhism so prevalent in the labs. Budor's days passed in a blur of thought. Everything she saw and did fed into it. Most of the women in Idelba's lab were Buddhist nuns, and many of the men there were monks. Compassion, right action, a kind of agape,
as the ancient Greeks had called it. The Greeks, those ghosts of this place, people who had had every idea already in a lost paradise that had included even the story of Paradise Lost, in the form of Plato's tales of Atlantis, which were turning out to be true. According to the latest studies of the scholars on Creta, digging in the ruins. Budor looked into classes in this new field, archaeology, history that was more than talk, that could be a science. The people working on it were an odd mix: geologists, architects, physicists, Quranic scholars, historians, all studying not just the stories but the things left behind. Meanwhile, the talk went on in Kirana's class and in the cafes afterward. One night in a cafe, Budor asked Kirana what she thought of archaeology, and she replied, "Yes, archaeology is very important, sure, although the standing stones are rather mute when it comes to telling us things. But they're discovering caves in the south filled with wall paintings that appear to be very old, older even than the Greeks. I can give you the names of the people at Avignon involved with that." "Thanks." Kirana sipped her coffee and listened to the others for a while. Then she said to Budor under the hubbub, "What's interesting, I think, beyond all the theories we discuss, is what never gets written down. This is crucial for women especially, because so much of what we did never got written down, just the ordinary, daily existence, the work of raising children and feeding families and keeping a home together. As an oral culture passed along generation to generation, uterine culture, Kang Tongbi called it. You must read her work anyway. Uterine culture has no obvious dynasties or wars or new continents to discover, and so historians have never tried to account for it, for what it is. How it is transmitted, how it changes over time, according to material and social conditions, changing with them, in a weave with them." "In the harem, it's obvious," Budor said, feeling nervous at being jammed knee to knee with this woman. Cousin Yasmina had conducted enough clandestine practice sessions of kissing and the like among the girls that Budor knew just what the pressure from Kirana's leg meant. Resolutely she ignored it and went on. "It's like Scheherazade, really, telling stories to get along. Women's history would be like that, stories told one after another, and every day the whole process has to be renewed. Yes, Scheherazade is a good tale about dealing with men, but there must be better models for how women should pass history along to younger women, for instance. The Greeks had a very interesting mythology, full of goddesses modeling various woman-to-woman behaviors. Demeter, Persephone. They have a wonderful poet for this stuff, too, Sappho. You haven't heard of her? I'll give you the references." 7. This was the start of many more personal conversations over coffee, late at night in the rain-lashed cafes. Kirana lent Budor books on all kinds of topics, but especially Ferengi history, the Golden Horde's survival of the plague that had killed the Christians, the continuing influence of the Horde's nomad structures on the descendant cultures of the Scandistani states, the infill of Al-Andalus, Nasera, and the Celtic islands by Mughrebis, the zone of contention between the two infilling cultures in the Rhine Valley. Other volumes described the movement of Turks and Arabs through the Balkans, adding to the discord of the Ferengi Emirates, the little Taifa states that fought for centuries according to loyalties Sunni or Shiite, Sufi or Wahhabi, Turkic or Mughrebi or Tartar, fought for dominance or survival, often desperately, creating conditions usually repressive for women, so that only in the farthest west had there been any cultural advances before the Long War, a progressiveness that Kirana associated with the ocean and contact with other cultures by sea, and with Nasera's origins as a refuge for the heterodox and marginal, founded indeed by a woman, the fabled refugee Sultana Khatama. Budor took these books and tried reading from them aloud to her blind soldiers in the hospital. She read them the story of the glorious Ramadan Revolution, when Turkic and Kirghazi women had led seizures of the power plants of the big reservoirs above Samarkand and moved into the ruins of the fabled city, which had been abandoned for nearly a century because of a series of violent earthquakes. How they had formed a new republic in which the holy laws of Ramadan were extended through the year, and the life of the people made a communal act of divine worship, all humans completely equal, men and women, adult and child, so that the place had reclaimed its glorious heritage of the 10th century, and made amazing advances in culture and law, and all had been happy there, until the Shah had sent his armies east from Iran and crushed them as heretics. Her soldiers nodded as they listened. "That's the way it happens," their silent faces said. "The good is always crushed. Those who see the farthest have their eyes put out." Budor, seeing the way they hung on every word like starving dogs watching people eat in sidewalk cafes, brought in more of her borrowed books to read to them. Ferdowsi's The Book of Kings, the huge epic poem describing Iran before Islam, was very popular. So was the Sufi lyric poet Hafiz, and of course Rumi and Khayyam. Budor herself liked to read from her heavily annotated copy of Ibn Khaldun's Muqaddimah. "There is so much in Khaldun," she said to her listeners. "Everything I learn at the Institute I find already here in Khaldun. One of my instructors is fond of a theory that has the world being a matter of 3 or 4 major civilizations, each a core state, surrounded by peripheral states. Listen here to Khaldun in the section entitled, 'Each dynasty has a certain amount of provinces and lands, and no more.'" She read, "When the dynastic groups have spread over the border regions, their numbers are necessarily exhausted. This, then, is the time when the territory of the dynasty has reached its farthest extension, where the border regions form a belt around the center of the realm. If the dynasty then undertakes to expand beyond its holdings, its widening territory remains without military protection and is laid open to any chance attack by enemy or neighbor. This has a detrimental result for the dynasty." Budor looked up. A very succinct description of core periphery theory. Khaldun also addresses the lack of an Islamic core state that the others can rally around. Her audience nodded. They knew about that. The absence of alliance coordination at the various fronts of the war had been a famous problem, with sometimes terrible results. Khaldun also addresses a systemic problem in Islamic economy in its origins among Bedouin practice. He says of them, "Places that succumb to the Bedouins are quickly ruined. The reason for this is that the Bedouins are a savage nation, fully accustomed to savagery and the things that cause it. Savagery has become their character and nature. They enjoy it because it means freedom from authority and no subservience to leadership. Such a natural disposition is the negation and antithesis of civilization." He goes on to say, "It is their nature to plunder whatever other people possess. Their sustenance lies wherever the shadow of their lances falls." And after that, he gives us the labor theory of value, saying, "Now, labor is the real basis of profit. When labor is not appreciated and is done for nothing, the hope for profit vanishes and no productive work is done. The sedentary population disperses and civilization decays." Really quite amazing how much Khaldun saw, and this back in a time when the people living here in Nusayra were dying of their plague, and the rest of the world not even close to thinking historically. The time for reading ended. Her audience settled back into their chairs and beds, hunkering down for the long, empty watches of the afternoon. Budor left with her usual combination of guilt, relief, and joy, and on this day went directly to Kirana's class. "How can we ever progress out of our origins?" she asked their teacher plaintively, "when our faith orders us not to leave them?" Kirana replied, "Our faith said no such thing. This is just something the fundamentalists say to keep their hold on power." Budor felt confused. "But what about the parts of the Quran that tell us Muhammad is the last prophet and the rules in the Quran should stand forever?" Kirana shook her head impatiently. "This is another case of taking an exception for the general rule, a very common fundamentalist tactic. In fact, there are some truths in the Quran that Muhammad declared eternal, such existential realities as the fundamental equality of every person. How could that ever change? But the more worldly concerns of the Quran, involved with the building of an Arabic state, changed with circumstances, even within the Quran itself, as in its variable statements against alcohol. Thus the principle of nasakh, in which later Quranic instructions supersede earlier ones, and in Muhammad's last statements he made it clear that he wanted us to respond to changing situations and to make Islam better, to come up with moral solutions that conform to the basic framework, but respond to new facts. Nazir asked, "I wonder if one of Muhammad's 7 scribes could have inserted into the Quran ideas of his own." Again Kirana shook her head. "Recall the way the Quran was assembled. The Mushaf, the final physical document, was the result of Osman bringing together all the surviving witnesses to Muhammad's dictation, his scribes, wives, and companions, who together agreed upon a single correct version of the Holy Book. No individual interpolations could have survived that process. No, the Quran is a single voice, Muhammad's voice, Allah's voice, and it is a message of great freedom and justice on this earth. It is the Hadith that contain the false messages, the reimposition of hierarchy and patriarchy, the exceptional cases twisted to general rules. It's the Hadith that abandon the major jihad,
the fight against one's own temptations, for the minor jihad, the defense of Islam against attack. No, in so many ways, the rulers and clerics have distorted the Quran to their own purposes. This has been true in all religions, of course. It is inevitable. Anything divine must come to us in worldly clothing, and so it comes to us altered. The divine is like rain striking the earth, and all our efforts at godliness are therefore muddy. All but those few seconds of complete inundation, the moments that the mystics describe when we are nothing but rain. But those moments are always brief, as the Sufis themselves admit, so we should let the occasional chalice break, if need be, to get at the truth of the water inside it. Encouraged, Budor said, "So how do we be modern Muslims?" "We don't," the oldest woman rasped, never pausing in her knitting. "It's an ancient desert cult that has brought ruin to countless generations, including mine and yours, I'm afraid. It's time to admit that and move on." "On to what, though?" "To whatever may come," the old one cried. "To your sciences, to reality itself. Why worry about any of these ancient beliefs? They are all a matter of the strong over the weak, of men over women, but it's women who bear the children and raise them and plant the crops and harvest them and cook the meals and make the homes and care for the elderly. It's women who make the world. Men fight wars and lord it over the rest with their laws and religions and guns. Thugs and gangsters, that's history. I don't see why we should try to accommodate any of it at all." There was silence in the class, and the old woman resumed her knitting as if she were stabbing every king and cleric who ever lived. They could suddenly hear the rain pouring down outside, students' voices in a courtyard, the old woman's knitting needles murderously clicking. "But if we take that route," Nazir said, "then the Chinese have truly won." More drumming silence. The old woman finally said, "They won for a reason. They have no God, and they worship their ancestors and their descendants. Their humanism has allowed them science, progress, everything we have been denied." Even deeper silence, so that they could hear the foghorn out on the point, bellowing in the rain. Nazir said, "You speak only of their upper classes, and their women had their feet bound into little nubbins to cripple them, like clipping the wings of birds. That, too, is Chinese. They are hard bastards. You take my word for it. I saw in the war. I do not want to tell you what I saw, but I know, believe me. They have no sense of godliness, and so no rules of conduct. Nothing to tell them not to be cruel, and so they are cruel. Horribly cruel. They don't think the people outside China are really human. Only the Han are human. The rest, we are hui-hui, like dogs. Arrogant, cruel beyond telling. It does not seem a good thing to me that we should imitate their ways, that they should win the war so completely as that." "But we were just as bad," Kirana said. "Not when we behaved as true Muslims. What would be a good project for a history class, I think, would be to focus on what has been best in Islam, enduring through history, and see if that can guide us now. Every surah of the Quran reminds us by its opening words, Bismillah, in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful. Compassion, mercy, how do we express that? These are ideas that the Chinese do not have. The Buddhists tried to introduce them there, and they were treated like beggars and thieves. But they are crucial ideas, and they are central to Islam. Ours is a vision of all people as one family in the rule of compassion and mercy. This is what drove Muhammad, driven by Allah or by his own sense of justice, the Allah inside us. This is Islam to me. That's what I fought for in the war. These are the qualities we have to offer the world that the Chinese do not have. Love, to put it simply, love. But if we don't live by these things, no, Nazir said, don't beat us with that stick. I don't see any people on earth living by their best beliefs anymore. This must be what Muhammad saw when he looked around him. Savagery everywhere, men like beasts. So every surah started with a call to compassion. "You sound like a Buddhist," someone said. The old soldier was willing to admit this. Compassion? Isn't that their guiding principle of action?
I like what the Buddhists do in this world. They are having a good effect on us. They had a good effect on the Japanese and the Haudenosaunee. I've read books that say all our progress in science comes from the Japanese diaspora as the latest and strongest of the Buddhist diasporas. They took up the ideas from the ancient Greeks and the Samarkandis.
Kiruna said, "We must find the most Buddhist parts of Islam, perhaps cultivate those." "I say abandon all the past." Click, click, click.
Nasser shook his head. Then there could arise a new scientific savagery, as during the war. We have to retain the values that seem good, that foster compassion. We have to use the best of the old to make a new way, better than before.
"That seems good policy to me," Kiruna said, "and it's what Muhammad told us to do after all."
8. Thus the bitter skepticism of the old woman, the stubborn hope of the old soldier, the insistent inquiry of Kiruna, an inquiry that never got to the answers she wanted, but forged on through idea after idea, testing them against her sense of things and against 30 years of insatiable reading and the seedy life behind the docks of Nisera. Budor, wrapping herself in her oilcloth raincoat and hunching through the drizzle home to the Zawiya, felt the invisibilities welling up all around her, the hot, quick disapproval of maimed young men who passed on the street, the clouds lowering overhead, the secret worlds enfolded inside everything that Aunt Idelba was working on at the lab. Her job, sweeping up and restocking the empty place at night, was suggestive. Greater things lay in the final distillation of all this work, in the formulas scrawled on the blackboards. There were years of mathematical work behind the experiments of the physicists, centuries of work now being realized in material explorations that might bring new worlds. Budor did not feel she could ever learn the maths involved, but the labs had to run right for anything to progress, and she began to get involved in ordering supplies, keeping the kitchen and dining halls running, paying the bills. The chi bill was huge. Meanwhile, the talk between the scientists went on, endless as the chatter in the cafes. Idelba and her nephew Piali spent long sessions at the blackboards, running over their ideas and proposing solutions to their mysterious mysteries, absorbed, pleased, also often worried, an edge in Idelba's voice, as if the equations were somehow revealing news she did not like or could not quite believe. Again she spent lots of time on the telephone, this time the one in its little closet in the Zawiya, and she was often gone without saying where she had been. Budor couldn't tell if all these matters were connected or not. There was a lot about Idelba's life that she didn't know. Men that she talked to outside the Zawiya, packages, calls. It appeared from the vertical lines etched between her eyebrows that she had her hands full, that it was a complicated existence somehow. "Whatever is the problem with this study you are doing with Piali and the others?" Budor asked her one night as Idelba very thoroughly cleaned out her desk. They were the last ones there, and Budor felt a solid satisfaction at that here in Nisera they were trusted with matters. It was this that made her bold enough to interrogate her aunt. Idelba stopped her cleaning to look at her. "We have some reason for worry, or so it seems. You must not talk to anyone about this, but, well, as I told you before, the world is made of atoms, tiny things with heart knots, and around them lightning motes traveling in concentric shells. All this at so small a scale it's hard to imagine. Each speck of dust you sweep up is made of millions of them. There are billions of them in the tips of your fingers." She wiggled her grimy hands in the air. "And yet each atom stores a lot of energy. Truly, it is like trapped lightning, this chi energy. You have to imagine that kind of blazing power. Many trillion chi in every little thing." She gestured at the big circular mandala painted on one wall, their table of the elementals, Arabic letters and numerals encrusted with many extra dots. "Inside the heart knot, there is a force holding all that energy together, as I told you, a force very strong at very close distances, binding the lightning power to the heart so tightly it can never be released, which is good because the amounts of energy contained are really very high. We pulse with it." "That's how it feels," Budor said. "Indeed, but look, it's many times beyond what we can feel. The formula proposed, as I told you, is energy equals the mass times the speed of light squared. And light is very fast indeed.
so that with only a little matter, if any of its energy were released into the world—"
She shook her head.
"Of course, the strong force means that would never happen, but we continue to investigate this element, alactin, which the Travancore physicists call Hand of Tara. I suspect its heart knot is unstable, and Piali is beginning to agree with me. Clearly it is very full of the jinn, both yin and yang, in such a fashion that to me it is acting like a droplet of water held together by surface tension, but so big that the surface tension is just barely holding it, and it stretches out like a water drop in the air, deforming this way and that, but held together just, except for sometimes, when it stretches too far for surface tension, the strong force in this case, and then the natural repulsion between the jinn makes the heart knot split in two, becoming atoms of lead, but releasing some of its bound power as well in the form of rays of invisible energy. That's what we are seeing on the photographic plates you help with. It's quite a bit of energy, and that's just one heart knot breaking. What we have been wondering, what we have been forced to consider given the nature of the phenomenon, is if we gathered enough of these atoms together and broke even one heart knot apart, would the released chi break a lot more of them at the same time, more and more again, all at the speed of light in a space this big?
Holding her hands apart.
If that might not set off a short-chain reaction,
she said.
Meaning a very big explosion.
For a long time, Idelba stared off into the space of pure mathematics, it seemed.
"Don't tell anyone about this,"
she said again.
"I won't. No one." "All right."
Invisible worlds full of energy and power, subatomic harems, each pulsing on the edge of a great explosion. Budur sighed as this image came to her. There was no escaping the latent violence at the heart of things. Even the stones were mortal. 9. Budur got up in the mornings at the Zawiya, helped in the kitchen and office. Indeed, there was much that was the same about her work in the Zawiya and at the lab, and though the work felt quite different in each setting, it still had a basic tedium to it. Her classes and her walks through the great city became the places to work on her dreams and ideas. She walked along the harbor and the river, no longer expecting anyone from Turi to show up and take her back to her father's house. Much of the vast city remained unknown to her, but she had her routes through certain districts and sometimes rode a tram out to its end just to see what kind of neighborhoods it went through. The ocean and river districts were her particular study, which of course gave her a lot to work on. Wan sunlight splintered through clouds, galloping on the ocean onshore wind. She sat at cafes behind the docks, or across the sea road from the strands, reading and writing, and looked up to see whitecaps dashing themselves at the foot of the great lighthouse at the end of the jetty, or up the rocky coast to the north. She walked the beaches. Pale, washed blues in the sky behind the tumbling clouds, the bruised blues of the ocean, the whites of cloud and broken wave. She loved the looks of these things, loved them with all her heart. Here she was free to be her whole self. It was worth all the rain to have the air washed so clean. In one rather shabby and storm-beaten beach district at the end of tram line number 6, there was a little Buddhist temple, and one day outside it, Budur saw the Haudenosaunee mother and daughter from Kirana's class. They saw her and came over. "Hello," the mother said. "You have come to visit us." "Actually, I was just wandering around town," Budur said, surprised. "I like this neighborhood." "I see," the mother said politely, as if she didn't believe her. "I am sorry to have presumed, but we are acquainted with your Aunt Idelba, and so I thought you may have been coming here on her behalf, but you don't— Well, but would you like to come in?" "Thank you." Mystified a bit, Budur followed them into the compound, which contained a courtyard garden of shrubs and gravel arranged around a bell next to a pond. Nuns in dark red dresses walked through on their way somewhere inside. One sat to talk with the Haudenosaunee women, whose names were Henia and Ganagwa, mother and daughter. They all spoke in Pharyngic, with a strong Nasserine accent mixed with something else. Budur listened to them talk about repairs to the roof. Then they invited her to come with them into a room containing a big wireless. Henia sat before a microphone and had a conversation in her language that crossed the ocean. After that they joined a number of nuns in a meditation room and sat chanting for a time.
"So, you are Buddhists?"
Budor asked the Haudenosaunee women when the session was over and they had gone back out into the garden.
"Yes," Henia said. "It's common among our people. We find it very similar to our old religion, and I think it must also have been true that we liked the way it put us in league with the Japanese from the west side of our country, who are like us in so many other ways. We needed their help against the people from your side." "I see."
They stopped before a group of women and men who were sitting in a circle chipping away at sandstone blocks, making large flat bricks, it seemed, perfectly shaped and polished. Henia pointed at them and explained,
"These are devotional stones for the top of Chomolungma. Have you heard of this project?" "No." "Well, you know, Chomolungma was the highest mountain in the world, but the top was destroyed by Muslim artillery during the Long War, so now there is a project started, very slow, of course, to replace the top of the mountain. Bricks like these are taken there, and then climbers who ascend Chomolungma carry one brick along with their life gas canisters and leave it on the summit for stonemasons to work into the new summit pyramid."
Budor stared at the dressed blocks of stone, smaller than several of the boulders decorating the courtyard garden. She was invited to pick one up, and did so. It was about as heavy as 3 or 4 books in her arms.
"It will take a lot of these?" "Many thousands. It is a very long-term project."
Henia smiled.
100 years, 1,000 years. It depends on how many climbers there are who want to carry one up the mountain. A considerable mass of stone was blasted away, but a good idea, yes? A symbol of a more general restoration of the world.
They were preparing a meal in the kitchen, and invited Budor to join them, but she excused herself, saying she needed to catch the next tram back.
"Of course," said Henia. "Do give our greetings to your aunt. We look forward to meeting with her soon."
She didn't explain what she meant, and Budor was left to think it over as she walked down to the beach stop and waited for the tram into town, huddling in its little glass shelter against the stiff blast of the wind. Half asleep, she saw an image of a line of people carrying a whole library of stone books to the top of the world. 10.
"Come with me to the Orkneys," Idelba said to her. "I could use your help and want to show you the ruins there." "The Orkneys? Where are they again?"
It turned out that they were the northernmost of the Celtic Isles, above Scotland. Most of Britain was occupied by a population that had originated in Al-Andalus, the Maghreb, and West Africa. Then, during the Long War, the Haudenosaunee had built a big naval base in a bay surrounded by the main Orkney Island, and they were still there, overseeing Thuringia in effect, but also protecting by their presence some remnants of the original population, Celts who had survived the influx of both Frank and Ferengi, and of course the plague. Budor had read tales of these tall, pale-skinned, red-haired, blue-eyed survivors of the Great Plague, and as she and Idelba sat at a window table in the gondola of their airship, watching England's green hills pass slowly underneath them, dappled by cloud shadow and cut into large squares by crops, hedgerows, and grey stone walls, she wondered what it would be like to stand before a true Celt, whether she would be able to bear their mute, accusatory gaze, stand without flinching before the sight of their albino-esque skin and eyes. But of course it was not like that at all. They landed to find the Orkney Islands were more rolling grassy hills, with scarcely a tree to be seen, except clustered around whitewashed farmhouses with chimneys at both ends, a design ubiquitous and apparently ancient, as it was replicated in grey ruins in fields near the current versions. And the Orcadians were not the spavined, freckled, inbred half-wits Budor had been expecting from the tales of the white slaves of the Ottoman Sultan, but burly, shouting fishermen in oils, red-faced and straw-haired in some cases, black or brown-haired in others, shouting at each other like fisherfolk in any of the villages of the Nasserine coast. They were unself-conscious in their dealings with the Ferengis, as if they were the normal ones and the Ferengis the exotics, which of course was true here. Clearly for them the Orkneys were all the world. And when Budor and Idelba drove out into the country in a motor car to see the island's ruins, they began to see why. The world had been coming to the Orkneys for 3,000 years or more. They had reason to feel they were at the center of things, the crossroads. Every culture that had ever lived there, and there must have been 10 of them through the centuries, had built using the island's stratified sandstone, which had been split by the waves into handy plates and beams and broad, flat bricks, perfect for drywall, and even stronger if set in cement. The oldest inhabitants had also used the stones to build their bed frames and kitchen shelves, so that here, in a small patch of grass overlooking the western sea, it was possible to look down into stone houses that had had the sand filling them removed, and see the domestic arrangements of people who had lived over 5,000 years before, it was said, their very tools and furniture just as they had been left. The sunken rooms looked to Budor just like her own rooms in the Zawiya. Nothing essential had changed in all that time. Idelba shook her head at the great ages claimed for the settlement and the dating methods used, and wondered aloud about certain geochronology she had in mind that might be pursued. But after a while she fell as silent as the rest, and stood staring down into the spare and beautiful interiors of the old ones' homes, these things of ours that endure. Back in the island's one town, Kirkwall, they walked through stone-paved streets to another little Buddhist temple complex set behind the local's ancient cathedral, a tiny thing compared to the big skeletons left behind on the mainland, but roofed and complete. The temple behind it was very modest, a matter of 4 narrow buildings surrounding a rock garden in a style Budor thought of as Chinese. Here Idelba was greeted by Henia and Ganagwe. Budor was shocked to see them, and they laughed at the expression on her face. "We told you we would be seeing you again soon, didn't we?" "Yes," Budor said. "But here?" "This is the biggest Haudenosaunee community in Faringia," Henia said. "We came down to Nsera from here, actually, and we return here quite often." After they were shown the complex and sat down in a room off the courtyard for tea, Idelba and Henia slipped away, leaving a nonplussed Budor behind with Ganagwe. "Mother said they would need to talk for an hour or two," Ganagwe told her. "Do you know what they're talking about?" "No," said Budor. "Do you?" "No. I mean, I assume it has something to do with your aunt's efforts to create stronger diplomatic relations between our countries, but that's just stating the obvious." "Yes," Budor said, extemporizing. "I know she's been interested in that, but meeting you in Kirana Fawaz's class, as I did—" "Yes, and then the way you showed up at the monastery there, it seems we are fated to cross paths." She was smiling in a way Budor couldn't interpret. "Let's go for a walk. Those two will talk for a long while. There's a lot to discuss after all." This was news to Budor, but she said nothing, and spent the day wandering Kirkwall with Ganagwe, a very high-spirited girl, tall, quick, confident. The narrow streets and burly men of the Orkneys held no fears for her. Indeed, at the end of the town tram line they walked far down a deserted strand overlooking the big bay that had once been such a busy naval base, and Ganagwe stopped at some boulders and stripped off her clothes and ran screaming out into the water, bursting back out in a flurry of white water, shrieking, her lustrous dark skin gleaming in the sun as she dried off with her fingers, flinging the water at Budor and daring her to take the plunge. "It's good for you. It's not that cold, it will wake you up." It was just the kind of thing Yasmina had always insisted they do, but shyly Budor declined, finding it hard to look at the big, wet, beautiful animal standing next to her in the sun, and when she walked down to touch the water, she was glad she had. It was freezing. She did feel as if she had woken up, aware of the brisk salt wind and Ganagwe's wet black hair swinging side to side like a dog's, spraying her. Ganagwe laughed at her and dressed while still damp. As they walked back, they passed a group of pale-skinned children who regarded them curiously. "Let's get back and see how the old women are doing," Ganagwe said. "Funny to see such grandmothers taking the fate of the world into their own hands, isn't it?" "Yes," Budor said, wondering what in the world was going on. 11. On the flight back to Nsera, Budor asked Idelba about it, but Idelba shook her head. She didn't want to talk about it and was busy writing in her notebook. "Later," she said. Back in Nsera, Budor worked and studied. At Kirana's suggestion, she read about Southeast Asia and learned how the Hindu, Buddhist, and Islamic cultures had mixed there to make a vibrant new offspring which had survived the war and was now using the great botanical and mineral riches of Burma and the Malay Peninsula and Sumatra and Java and Borneo and Mindanao to create a group of peoples united against China's centripetal power, freeing itself from Chinese influence. They had spread into Aozhou, the big burnt island continent south of them, and even across the oceans to Inca, and in the other direction to Madagascar and South Africa. It was a kind of emerging southern world culture, with the huge cities of Pinkayang, Jakarta, and Kwinana on the west coast of Aozhou leading the way, trading with Travancore, and building like maniacs, erecting cities that included many steel skyscrapers more than 100 floors tall. The war had damaged, but not destroyed these cities, and now the governments of the world met in Pinkayang whenever they tried to work out some more durable and just post-war dispensation. There were more meetings all the time, as the situation became more and more deranged, anything to keep war from returning, and so very little had been resolved by it, or so the members of the defeated alliance felt. It was unclear at this point if the Chinese and their allies, or the countries of Yingzhou, who had entered the conflict so much later than the rest, had any interest in accommodating Islamic concerns. Kirina remarked casually in class one day that it was very possible Islam was in the trash bin of history without yet knowing it, and the more Budor read of her books, the less sure she could be that this was necessarily a bad thing for the world. Old religions died, and if an empire tried to conquer the world and failed, it generally then disappeared. Kirina's own writing made that very clear. Budor took out her books from the monastery library, some published nearly 20 years before, during the war itself, when Kirina had to have been quite young, and she read them with close interest, hearing Kirina's voice in her head for every sentence. It was just like a transcript of her talking, except even more long-winded. She had written on many subjects, both theoretical and practical. Whole books of her African writings were concerned with various public health and women's issues. Budor opened randomly and found herself reading a lecture that had been given to midwives in the Sudan. If the parents of the girl insist, if they cannot be talked out of it, it is extremely important that only 1/3 of the clitoris should be cut off and 2/3 left intact. Someone who practically attacks a girl with a knife, cutting off everything, this goes against the words of the prophet. Men and women are meant to be equal before God, but if a woman's entire clitoris is cut off, it leaves her a kind of eunuch. She becomes cold, lazy, without desire, without interest, humorless, like a mud wall, a piece of cardboard, without spark, without goals, without desire, like a puddle of standing water, lifeless. Her children are unhappy. Her husband is unhappy. She makes nothing of her life. Those of you who must perform circumcisions, therefore remember, cut off 1/3, leave 2/3. Cut off 1/3, leave 2/3. Budor flipped the pages of the book, disturbed. After a while, she collected herself and read the new page that presented itself. I was privileged to witness the return of Raisa Tarami from her trip to the New World, where she had attended the conference at Yingzhou's Long Island on women's issues just after the end of the war. Conference members who came from throughout the world were greatly surprised to see this Nasserine woman exhibiting a full awareness of all the issues that mattered. They had been expecting a backward woman living behind the walls of the harem, ignorant and veiled, but Raisa was not like that. She stood on the same footing as her sisters from China, Burma, Yingzhou, and Travancore. Indeed, she had been forced by conditions at home to explore theoretically far in advance of most. So, she represented us well, and when she returned to Farinja, she had come to believe that the veil was the biggest obstacle in the way of the progress of the Muslim woman as standing for general complicity in the whole system. The veil had to fall if the reactionary system were to fall, and so upon her arrival on the docks of Nasera, she met her companions from the Women's Institute, and she stood before them with her face unveiled. Her immediate companions had removed their veils as well. Around us, the signs of disapproval became apparent in the crowd, shouting and jostling and the like. Then women in the crowd began to support the unveiled by removing the veils from their own faces and throwing them to the ground. It was a beautiful moment. After that, the veil started to disappear in Nasera with great speed. In just a few years, unveiling had spread throughout the country, and that brick in the wall of the reactionaries had been removed. Nasera became known as the leader of Farinja because of this action. This I was lucky enough to witness with my own eyes. Budor took a breath, marking the passage as something she would read to her blind soldiers. And as the weeks passed, she read on, working her way through several volumes of Kirina's essays and lectures, an exhausting experience, for Kirina never hesitated to attack head-on and at length everything that she disliked. And yet, how she had lived! Budor found herself ashamed of her cloistered childhood and youth, the fact that she was 23, now almost 24, and had not yet done anything. By the time Kirina Fawaz was that age, she had already spent years in Africa, fighting in the war and working in hospitals. There was so much lost time to be made up. Budor also read in many books Kirana had not assigned, concentrating for a while on the Sino-Muslim cultures that had existed in Central Asia, how they had attempted for a number of centuries to reconcile the two cultures. The book's bad old photographs showed these people, Chinese in appearance, Muslim in belief, Chinese in language, Muslim in law. It was hard to imagine such a mongrel people had ever existed. The Chinese had killed the greater part of them in the war and dispersed the rest across the Dahai to the deserts and jungles of Yingzhou and Inca, where they worked in mines and on plantations. In effect, slaves, though the Chinese claimed no longer to practice slavery, calling it a Muslim atavism. Whatever they called it, the Muslims in their northwest provinces were gone, and it could happen everywhere. It began to seem to Budor there was no part of history she could read that was not depressing, disgusting, frightening, horrible, unless it be the New Worlds, where the Haudenosaunee and the Jinneh had organized a civilization capable, just barely, of resisting the Chinese to their west and the Ferengies to their east. Except even there, diseases and plagues had wrought such havoc on them in the 12th and 13th centuries that they had been reduced to a rather small populace, hiding in the center of their island. Nevertheless, small in number though they were, they had persevered and adapted. They had remained somewhat open to foreign influences, tying everything they could into their leagues, becoming Buddhists, allying themselves with the Travancore League on the other side of the world, which indeed they had helped to form by their example, advancing from strength to strength, in short, even when hidden deep in their wild fastness, far from both coasts and from the old world generally. Maybe that had helped, taking what they could use, fighting off the rest, a place where women had always had power. And now that the long war had shattered the old world, they had become a sudden new giant across the seas, represented here by tall, handsome people like Henia and Ganagwe, walking the streets of Nusera in long fur or oilskin coats, butchering Ferengic with friendly dignity. Kirana had not written much about them as far as Budor could find, but Idelba was dealing with them in some mysterious fashion that began to involve packages now that Budor helped take on the tram up to Henia and Ganagwe's temple on the north coast. 4 times she did this for Idelba without asking what it was for, and Idelba did not offer much explanation. Again, as in Turi, it seemed to Budor that Idelba knew things the rest of them did not. It was a very complicated life Idelba was living, men at the gate, some of them pining for her romantically, one pounding on the locked door shouting, "Idelba, I love you, please," and drunkenly singing in a language Budor didn't recognize while punishing a guitar, Idelba meanwhile disappearing into their room, and an hour later pretending nothing had occurred. Then again, gone days at a time, and back, brow deeply furrowed, sometimes happy, sometimes agitated, a very complicated life, and yet more than half in secrecy. 12. Yes, Kirana said once to Budor in response to a question about the Haudenosaunee, looking at a group of them passing the cafe they were sitting in that day. "They may be the hope of all humanity, but I don't think we understand them well enough to say for sure. When they have completed their takeover of the world, then we will learn more." "Studying history has made you cynical," Budor noted. Kirana's knee was pressed against hers again. Budor let her do it without ever responding one way or the other. "Or, to put it more accurately, what you have seen in your travels and teaching has made you a pessimist." To be fair. "Not at all," Kirana said, lighting a cigarette. She gestured at it and said parenthetically, "You see how they already have us enslaved to their weed. Anyway, I am not a pessimist, a realist only, full of hope, ha-ha, but you can see the odds if you dare to look." She grimaced and took a long drag on the cigarette. "Sorry, cramps. Ha! History till now has been like women's periods, a little egg of possibility hidden in the ordinary material of life, with tiny barbarian hordes maybe charging in, trying to find it, failing, fighting each other. Finally, a bloody mess ends that chance, and everything has to start all over." Budor laughed, shocked and amused. It was not a thought that had ever occurred to her. Kirana smiled slyly, seeing this. "The red egg," she said. "Blood and life." Her knee pressed hard on Budor's. "The question is, will the hordes of sperm ever find the egg? Will one slip ahead, fructify the seed within, and the world become pregnant? Will a true civilization ever be born, or is history doomed always to be a sterile spinster?" They laughed together, Budor uncomfortable in several different ways. "It has to pick the right partner," she ventured. Yes, Kirina said with her sly emphasis. The corners of her mouth lifted just the tiniest bit. The Martians, perhaps. Budor recalled cousin Yasmina's practice kissing. Women loving women, making love to women. It was common in the Zawiya, and presumably elsewhere. There were, after all, many more women than men in Nusayra, as in the whole world. One saw hardly any men in their 30s or 40s on the streets or in the cafes of Nusayra, and the few one did see often seemed haunted or furtive, lost in an opium haze, aware they had somehow escaped a fate. No, that whole generation had been wiped out, and so one saw everywhere women and couples, hand in hand, living together in walk-ups or zawiyas. More than once Budor had heard them in her own zawiya, in the baths or bedrooms, or walking down the halls late at night. It was simply part of life, no matter what anyone said, and she had once or twice taken part in Yasmina's games in the harem. Yasmina would read aloud from her romance novels and listen to her wireless shows, the plaintive songs flying in from Venezia, and afterwards she would walk around their courtyard singing at the moon, wishing to have a man spying on her in these moments, or leaping over the wall and taking her in his arms, but there were no men around to do it. "Let's practice how it would be," she would mutter huskily in Budor's ear, "so we will know what to do." She always said the same thing, and then she would kiss Budor passionately on the mouth and press herself against her, and after Budor got over the surprise of it, she felt the passion passed into her mouth by a kind of chi transference, and she kissed back, thinking, "Will the real thing ever make my pulse beat this hard? Could it?" And cousin Rima was even more skillful, though less passionate than Yasmina, as like Adelba she had once been married, and later lived in a zawiya in Roma, and she would observe them and say coolly, "No, like this. Straddle the leg of the man you are kissing, press your pubic bone hard against his thigh. It will drive him completely crazy. It makes a full circuit then. The chi circles around in the two of you like in a dynamo." And when they tried it, they found it was true. After such a moment, Yasmina would be pink-cheeked, would cry unconvincingly, "Oh, we're bad, and Rima would snort and say, "It's like this in every harem there has ever been in the world. That's how stupid men are. That's how the world has gotten on." Now, in the dregs of the night in this Nusayrine cafe, Budor pressed back slightly against Kirina's knee, in a knowing manner, friendly but neutral. For now, she kept arranging always to leave with some of the other students, not meeting Kirina's eye when it counted, stringing her along, perhaps, because she was not sure what it would mean to her studies or to her life more generally if she were to respond more positively and fall into it, whatever it might be beyond the kissing and fondling. Sex she knew about. That would be the straightforward part, but what about the rest of it? She was not sure she wanted to get involved with this intense older woman, her teacher, still in some senses a stranger, but until you took the plunge, did not everyone remain a stranger forever? 13. They stood together, Budor and Kirina, at a garden party on a crowded patio overlooking the Lavia River before it opened into its estuary, their upper arms just barely touching, as if by accident, as if the crush around the wealthy patron of the arts and philosopher Tahar Labid was so great that they had to do it to catch the beautiful pearls dropping from his lips, although in truth he was a terrible and obvious blowhard, a man who said your name over and over in conversation almost every time he addressed you, so that it became very off-putting, as if he were trying to take you over, or simply to remember in his solipsism who he was talking to, never noticing that it made people want to escape him at all costs. After a bit of this, Kirina shuddered, at his self-absorption perhaps, too like hers to make her at all comfortable, and she led Budor away. She lifted Budor's hand, all bleached and cracked from her constant cleaning, and said, "You should wear rubber gloves. I should think they would make you at the lab." "They do. I do wear them, but sometimes they make it hard to hold on to things." "Nevertheless," this gruff concern for the health of her hands, from the great intellectual, the teacher, suddenly surrounded by an audience of her own, asking her what she thought of certain Chinese feminists, Budur watched her reply immediately and at length about their origins among Muslim Chinese, particularly Kang Tongbi, who, with the encouragement of her husband, the Sino-Muslim scholar Ibrahim al-Lanzhou, set out the theoretical groundwork for a feminism later elaborated in the Chinese heartland by generations of late Qing women, much of their progress contested by the imperial bureaucracy, of course, until the Long War dissolved all previous codes of conduct in the pure rationality of total war, and women's brigades and factory crews established a position in the world that could never be retracted, no matter how hard the Chinese bureaucrats tried. Kirina could recite by memory the wartime list of demands made by the Chinese Women's Industrial Workers' Council, and now she did just that. Equal rights for men and women, spread of women's education and facilities for it, improvement in position of women in the home, monogamy, freedom of marriage, encouragement of careers, a ban on concubines and the buying and selling of women, and on physical mutilation, improved political position, reform of prostitution. It was a most strange-sounding song or chant or prayer. But you see, the Chinese feminists claimed women had it better in Yingqiu and Travancore, and in Travancore the feminists claimed to have learned it from the Sikhs, who learned it from the Quran. And here we focus on the Chinese, so that you see it has been a matter of pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps, each imagining that it is better in a different country and that we should fight to equal the others. On she talked, weaving the last 3 centuries together most brilliantly, and all the while Budur clenched her cracked white hands, thinking, "She wants you. She wants your hands healthy because if she has her way, they will be touching her." Budur wandered away on her own, disturbed, saw Hassan on another terrace, and went up to join the group around him, which included Nazir Shah and the ancient grandmother from Kirina's class, looking at loose ends without her knitting kit in hand. It turned out they were brother and sister, and she the hostess of this party. Zainab Shah, very curt when Budur was finally introduced, and Hassan a long-time family friend of theirs. They had all known Kirina for years and had taken her classes before, Budur learned from Nasser as the conversations swirled around them. "What bothers me is to see how repetitive and small-minded he could be. What a lawyer!"
"That's why it works in application."
"Works for who? He was the lawyer of the clerics."
"No writer, anyway."
"The Quran is meant to be spoken and heard. In Arabic it is like music. He's such a poet. You must hear it in the mosque."
"I will not go there. That's for people who want to be able to say, 'I am better than you,' simply because I assert a belief in Allah. I reject that. The world is my mosque."
"Religion is like a house of cards. One finger tap of fact and it all falls over."
"Clever, but not true, like most of your aphorisms."
Budur left Nasser and Hassan and went to a long table containing snacks and glasses of red and white wine, eavesdropping as she walked, eating pickled herrings on crackers. "I hear the Council of Ministers had to kowtow to the army to keep them out of the treasury, so it comes to the same thing in the end. The 6 lokas are names for the parts of the brain that perform the different kinds of mentation. The level of beasts is the cerebellum, the level of hungry ghosts, the limbic archipelago, the human realm, the speech lobes, the realm of the asuras is the frontal cortex, and the realm of the gods is the bridge between the 2 halves of the brain, which when activated gives us glimpses of a higher reality. It's impressive, really, sorting things out that clearly by pure introspection." "But that's only 5. What about hell?"
"Hell is other people.
I'm sure it doesn't add up to quite as many partners as that."
"They've got control of the ocean, so they can come to us whenever they want, but we can't go to them without their permission,
So we should thank our lucky stars. We want the generals to feel as weak as possible."
"True, but nothing in excess. We may find it becomes a case of from the coffee pot to the fire."
"It's well established that a belief in reincarnation floats around the world from one culture to the next, migrating to the cultures most stressed."
"Maybe it migrates with the few souls who are actually transmigrating. Ever think of that?"
"With student after student, it's like a kind of compulsion, a replacement for friends or something like that. Sad, really, but the students are really the ones who suffer, so it's hard to feel too sorry."
"All history would have been different if only—"
"Yes, if only what?"
"If only we had conquered Yingqiu when we had the chance."
"He's a true artist. It's not so easy working in sense. Everyone has their own associations, but somehow he touches all the deepest ones everyone has, and as it's the sense most tied to memory, he really has an effect. That shift From vanilla to cordite to jasmine, those are just the dominant scents, of course. Each waft is a mix of scores of them, I think. But what a progression, heartrending, I assure you. Near the drinks table, a friend of Hassan's, named Tristan, played an oud with a strange tuning, strumming simple chords over and over and singing in one of the old Frankish languages. Budor sipped a glass of white wine and watched him play, forcing the voices talking around her from her attention. The man's music was interesting, the level tones of his voice hanging steadily in the air. His black mustache curved over his mouth. He caught Budor's eye, smiled briefly. The song came to an end, and there was a patter of applause, and some of them surrounded him to ask questions. Budor moved in to hear his answers. Hassan joined them, and so Budor stood beside him. Tristan explained in clipped, short phrases, as if he were shy. He didn't want to talk about his music. Budor liked the look of him. The songs were from France and Navarre, he said, and Provence, 3rd and 4th centuries. People asked for more, but he shrugged and put his oud in its case. He didn't explain, but Budor thought the crowd was simply too loud. Tahar was approaching the drinks table, and his group came with him. "But I tell you, Vika, what happens is this. It all goes back to Samarkand when there was still, it would have to be beautiful and hard, make people ashamed. That was the day, the very hour when it all started. You, Vika, are perhaps afflicted with intermittent deafness, but here's the thing." Budor slipped away from the group, and then, feeling tired of the party and its guests, she left the party as well. She read the schedule posted at the tram stop and saw that it would be almost half a watch before another came. So she took off walking on the river path. By the time she reached the city center, she was enjoying walking just for itself, and she continued on out the jetty, through the fish shops and out into the wind where the jetty became an asphalt road, cracking over huge boulders that stood greenly out of the oil-slicked water, slurping against their sides. She watched the clouds and the sky and felt, suddenly, happy. An emotion like a child inside her, a happiness in which worry was a vague and distant thing, no more than a cloud's shadow on the dark blue surface of the sea. To think her life might have passed without her ever seeing the ocean. 14. Idelba came to her one night in the Zawiya and said, "Budor, you must remember never to tell anyone what I said to you about Alactin, about what splitting it could mean." "Of course not, but why do you mention it?" "Well, we are beginning to feel that there is some kind of surveillance being placed on us, apparently from a part of the government, some security department. It's a bit murky, but anyway, best to be very careful." "Why don't you go to the police?" "Well..." She refrained from rolling her eyes. Budor could see it. Voice lowered to a gentleness. "The police are part of the army. That's from the war, and it never changed, so we prefer not to draw any attention whatsoever to the issues involved." Budor gestured around them. "Surely we have nothing to worry about here, though. No woman in a Zawiya would ever betray a housemate, not to the army." Idelba stared at her to see if she was being serious. "Don't be naive," she said finally, less gently, and with a pat on the knee got up to go to the bathroom. This was not the only cloud to come at this time and drop its shadow on Budor's happiness. Throughout Dar al-Islam, unrest was filling the newspapers, and inflation was universal. Military takeovers of the governments in Skandistan and Moldava and Al-Alamand and the Tyrol, very close to Turi, alarmed the rest of the world, all out of proportion to their puny size, as seeming to indicate a resurgence of Muslim aggressivity. The whole of Islam was accused of breaking the commitments forced on them at the Shanghai Conference after the war. As if Islam were a monolithic block, a laughable concept even in the depths of the war itself. Sanctions and even embargoes were being called for in China and India and Yingzhou. The effect of the threat alone was felt immediately in Faringia. The price of rice shot up, then the price of potatoes and maple syrup and coffee beans. Hoarding quickly followed, old wartime habits kicking in, and even as prices rose, staples were cleared off the shelves of the groceries the moment they appeared. This affected everything else as well, both food and other matters. Hoarding was a very contagious phenomenon, a bad mentality, a loss of faith in the system's ability to keep everything running. And as the system had indeed broken down so disastrously at the end of the war, a lot of people were prone to hoard at the very first hint of a scare. Making meals in the Zawiya became an exercise in ingenuity. They often dined on potato soup, spiced or garnished in one way or another so that it remained tasty, but it sometimes had to be watered pretty thin to get a cup of it into everyone at the table. Cafe life went on as gaily as ever, at least on the surface. There was perhaps more of an edge in people's voices. Eyes were brighter, the laughs harder, the binges more drunken. Opium, too, became subject to hoarding. People came in with wheelbarrows of paper money or exhibited 5 trillion drachma bills from Roma, laughing as they offered them in exchange for cups of coffee and were refused. It wasn't very funny, in all truth. Every week things were markedly more expensive, and there didn't seem to be anything to be done about it. They laughed at their own helplessness. Budor went to the cafes less often, which saved money, and the risk of an awkward moment with Kirana. Sometimes she went with Adelba's nephew Piali to a different set of cafes, with a seedier clientele. Piali and his associates, who sometimes included Hassan and his friend Tristan, seemed to like the rougher establishments frequented by sailors and longshoremen. So through a winter of thick mists that hung in the streets like rain freed of gravity, Budor sat and listened to tales of Yingzhou and the stormy Atlantic, deadliest of all the seas.
"We exist on sufferance,"
Zainab Shah said bitterly as she knitted in their regular cafe.
"We're like the Japanese after the Chinese conquered them."
"Let the occasional chalice break," Kirana murmured. Her expression in the dim light was serene, indomitable. "They have all broken," Nazir said. He sat in the corner, looking out the window at the rain. He tapped his cigarette on the ashtray. "I can't say I'm sorry."
"In Iran, too, they don't seem to care."
Kirana appeared to be trying to cheer him up.
"They're making very great strides there, leading the way in all kinds of fields. Linguistics, archaeology, the physical sciences, they have all the leading people."
Nazir nodded, looking inward. Budor had gathered that his fortune had gone to fund many of these efforts from an exile of some unexplained sort. Another complicated life. Another downpour struck. The weather seemed to enunciate their situation, wind and rain slapping the Café Sultana's big windows and running across the plate glass wildly, pushed this way and that by gusts of wind. The old soldier watched his smoke rise, twined threads of brown and gray, ox-bowing more and more as they rose. Piali had once described the dynamics of this lazy ascent, as he had the rain's deltas down the window panes. Storm sunlight cast a silver sheen on the wet street. Budor felt happy. The world was beautiful. She was so hungry that the milk in her coffee was like a meal inside her. The storm's light was a meal. She thought, now is beautiful. These old Persians are beautiful. Their Persian accents are beautiful. Kirana's rare serenity is beautiful. Throw away the past and the future. The old Persians Khayyam had understood this, one reason among many that the mullahs had never liked him. Come fill the cup, and in the blaze of spring the winter garment of repentance fling. The bird of time has but a little way to fly, and hey, the bird is on the wing. The others left, and Budor sat with Kirana, watching her write something down in her brown-backed notebook. She looked up, happy to see Budor watching her. She stopped for a cigarette, and they talked for a while about Yingzhou and the Haudenosaunee. As usual, Kirana's thoughts took interesting turns. She thought the very early stage of civilization that the Haudenosaunee had been in when discovered by the Old World was what had allowed them to survive, counterintuitive though that was. They had been canny hunter-gatherers, more intelligent as individuals than the people of more developed cultures, and much more flexible than the Inca, who were shackled by a very rigid theocracy. If it weren't for their susceptibility to Old World diseases, the Haudenosaunee, no doubt, would have conquered the Old World already. Now they were making up for lost time. They talked about Nusayra, the army and the clerics, the madrasa and the monastery, Budor's girlhood, Kirana's time in Africa. When the cafe closed, Budor went with her to Kirana's Zawiya, which had a little study garret with a door that was often closed, and on a couch in there they lay on each other kissing, rolling from one embrace to the next, Kirana clasping her so hard that Budor thought her ribs might break, and they were tested again when her stomach clamped down on a violent orgasm. Afterward, Kirana held her with her usual sly smile, calmer than ever. "Your turn." "I already came. I was rubbing myself on your shin." There are softer ways than that. No, really, I'm fine. I'm already done for. And Budur realized with a shock she could not keep out of her eyes that Kirana was not going to let her touch her. 15. After that, Budur went to class feeling strange. In class and in the cafes afterward, Kirana acted toward her just as she always had. A matter of propriety, no doubt, but Budur found it off-putting, also sad. In the cafes, she sat on the other side of the table from Kirana, not often meeting her eye. Kirana accepted this and joined the flow of conversation on her side of the table, discoursing in her usual manner, which now struck Budur as a bit forced, even overbearing, although it was no more verbose than ever. Budur turned to Hassan, who was describing a trip to the Sugar Islands between Yingzhou and Inca, where he planned to smoke opium every day and lie on white beaches or in the turquoise water off their shores, warm as a bath. "Wouldn't that be grand?" Hassan asked. "In my next life," Budur suggested. "Your next life." Hassan snorted, bloodshot eye regarding her sardonically. So pretty to think so. "You never know," Budur said. "Right, maybe we should take a trip out to see Madame Sururi, and you can see who you were in your past lives, talk to your loved ones in the bardo. Half the widows of Nusayra are doing it. I'm sure it's quite comforting, if you could believe it." He gestured out the plate glass where people in black coats passed in the street, hunched under their umbrellas. "It's silly, though. Most people don't even live the one life they've got." One life? It was an idea Budur had trouble accepting, even though the sciences and everything else had made it clear that one life was all you had. When Budur was a girl, her mother had said, "Be good or you'll come back as a snail." At funerals, they said a prayer for the next existence of the deceased, asking Allah to give him or her a chance to improve. Now, all that was dismissed, with all the rest of the afterlives, heaven and hell, God himself. All that claptrap, all the superstitions of earlier generations in their immense ignorance, concocting myths to make sense of things. Now they lived in a material world, evolved to what it was by chance and the laws of physics. They struggled through one life and died. That was what the scientists had revealed by their studies, and there was nothing Budur had ever seen or experienced that seemed to indicate otherwise. No doubt it was true. That was reality. They had to adjust to it, or live in a delusion. Adjust each to his or her own cosmic solitude, to Nakba, to hunger and worry, coffee and opium, the knowledge of an end. "Did I hear you say we should visit Madame Sururi?" Kirana asked from across the table. "A good idea, let's do it. It would be like a historical field trip for the class, like visiting a place where people still live as they did for hundreds of years. From all I've heard, she's an entertaining old charlatan. A friend of mine visited her and said it was great fun." They had spent too many hours sitting there, looking at the same ashtrays and coffee rings on the tabletops, the same rain deltas on the windows. So they gathered up their coats and umbrellas and took the No. 4 tram upriver to a meager neighborhood of apartments abutting the older shipyards, the buildings displaying small Maghrebi shops at each corner. Between a seamstress's workshop and a laundry hid a little walk-up to rooms over the shops below. The door opened to their knock, and they were invited into an entryway and then farther in to a dark room filled with couches and small tables, obviously the converted living room of a fairly large old apartment. 8 or 10 women and 3 old men were sitting on chairs, facing a black-haired woman who was younger than Budur had expected, but not all that young, a woman who wore zoti clothing, heavy kohl and lipstick, and a great deal of cheap glass jewelry. She had been speaking to her devotees in a low, intent voice, and now she paused and gestured to empty chairs at the back of the room without saying anything to the new arrivals. "Each time the soul descends into a body," she resumed when they were seated, "it is like a divine soldier entering into the battlefield of life and fighting ignorance and evil-doing. It tries to reveal its own inner divinity and establish the divine truth on earth according to its capacity. Then, at the end of its journey in that incarnation, it returns to its own region of the bardo. I can talk to that region when conditions are right." "How long will a soul spend there before coming back again?" one of the women in her audience asked. "This varies depending on conditions," Madame Sururi replied. "There is no single process for the evolution of higher souls. Some began from the mineral, and some from the animal kingdom. Sometimes it starts from the other end, and cosmic gods take on human form directly." She nodded, as if personally familiar with this phenomenon. "There are many different ways." "So, it's true that we may have been animals in a previous reincarnation?" "Yes, it is possible. In the evolution of our souls, we have been all things, including rocks and plants. It is not possible to change too much between any two reincarnations, of course. But over many incarnations, great changes can be made. The Lord Buddha revealed that he had been a goat in a previous life, for instance. But because he had realized God, this was not important." Kirina stifled a little snort, shifted on her chair to cover it. Madame Saruri ignored her. It was easy for him to see what he had been in the past. Some of us are given that kind of vision. But he knew that the past was not important. Our goal is not behind us, it is ahead of us. To a spiritual person, I always say, the past is dust. I say this because the past has not given us what we want. What we want is God realization and contact with our loved ones, and that depends entirely on our inner cry. We must say, "I have no past. I am beginning here and now with God's grace and my own aspiration." There was not much to object to in that, Budor thought. It cut strangely to the heart, given the source, but she could feel skepticism emanating from Kirina like heat. Indeed, the room seemed to be warming with it, as if a chi-burning space heater had been placed on the floor and turned on high. Perhaps it was a function of Budor's embarrassment. She reached over and squeezed Kirina's hand. It seemed to her that the seer was more interesting than Kirina's fidgets were allowing. An elderly widow, still wearing one of the pins given to them in the middle decades of the war, said, "When a soul picks a new body to enter, does it already know what kind of life it will have? It can only see possibilities. God knows everything, but He covers up the future. Even God does not use His ultimate vision all the time, otherwise there would be no game." Kirina's mouth opened round as a zero, almost as if she were going to speak, and Budor elbowed her. "Does the soul lose the details of its previous experiences, or does it remember?" "The soul doesn't need to remember those things. It would be like remembering what you ate today, or what a disciple's cooking was like. If I know that the disciple was very kind to me, that she brought me food, then that is enough. I don't need to know the details of the meals, just the impression of the service. This is what the soul remembers." "Sometimes my friend and I meditate by looking into each other's eyes, and when we do, sometimes we see each other's faces change. Even our hair changes color. I was wondering what this means." "It means you are seeing past incarnations, but this is not at all advisable. Suppose you see that 3 or 4 incarnations ago you were a fierce tiger. What good would this do you? The past is dust, I tell you." Did any of us know each other in our past incarnations?" "Yes, we travel in groups. We keep running into each other. There are 2 disciples here, for instance, who are close friends in this incarnation. When I was meditating on them, I saw that they were physical sisters in their previous incarnation and very close to each other, and in the incarnation before that, they were mother and son. This is how it happens. Nothing can eclipse my third eye's vision. When you have established a true spiritual bond, and that feeling can never truly disappear." Can you tell us who we were before, or who among us had this bond?" "Outwardly I have not personally told these 2, but those who are my real disciples I have told inwardly, and so they know it inside themselves already. My real disciples, those whom I have taken as my very own and who have taken me, they are going to be fulfilled and realized in this incarnation.
or in their next incarnation, or in very few incarnations. Some disciples may take 20 incarnations or more because of their very poor start. Some who have come to me in their first or second human incarnation may take hundreds of incarnations more to reach their goal. The first or second incarnation is still a half-animal incarnation most of the time. The animal is still there as a predominating factor, so how can they achieve God realization? Even in the Nicera Center for Spiritual Development, right here among us, there are many disciples who have had only 6 or 7 incarnations, and on the streets of the city I see Africans or other people from across the sea who are very clearly more animal than human. What can a guru do with such souls? With these people, a guru can only do so much. Can you put us in communication with souls who have passed over? Now? Is it time yet?
Madame Sururi returned her questioner's gaze, level and calm. They are speaking to you already, are they not? We cannot bring them forth in front of everyone tonight. The spirits do not like to be so exposed, and we have guests that they are not yet used to. And I am tired. You have seen how draining it is to speak aloud in this world the things they are saying in our minds. Let's retire to the dining room now and enjoy the offerings you have brought. We will eat, knowing that our loved ones speak to us in our minds. The visitors from the cafe decided by glance to leave while the others were retiring to the next room before they began to commit the crime of taking others' food without believing in their religion. They made small coin offerings to the seer, who accepted them with dignity, ignoring the tenor of Kirina's look, staring back at Kirina without guilt or complicity. The next tram wasn't due for another half-watch, and so the group walked back through the industrial district and down the riverside, reenacting choice bits of the interview and staggering with laughter. Kirina, for one, could not stop laughing, howling it out over the river. My third eye sees all, but I can't tell you right now. What unbelievable crap. I've already told you what you want to know with my inner voice. Now let's eat. Some of my disciples were sisters in previous lives, sister goats in actual fact, but you can only ask so much of the past. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Oh, be quiet, Budor said sharply. She's only making a living. To Kirina, she tells people things and they pay her. How is that so different from what you do? She makes them feel better. Does she? She gives them something in exchange for food. She tells them what they want to hear. You tell people what they don't want to hear for your food. Is that any better? Why, yes, Kirina said, cackling again. It's a pretty damn good trick now you put it that way. Here's the deal, she shouted over the river at the world. I tell you what you don't want to hear, you give me food. Even Budor had to laugh. They walked across the last bridge arm in arm, laughing and talking, then into the city center, trams squealing over tracks, people hurrying by. Budor looked at the passing faces curiously, remembering the worn visage of the fake guru, businesslike and hard. No doubt Kirina was right to laugh. All the old myths were just stories. The only reincarnation you got was the next day's waking. No one else was you. Not the you that existed a year before, not the you that might exist 10 years from now or even the next day. It was a matter of the moment, some unimaginable minim of time, always already gone. Memory was partial, a dim, tawdry room in a beat-up neighborhood illuminated by flashes of distant lightning. Once she had been a girl in a good merchant's harem, but what did that matter now? Now she was a free woman in Nicera, crossing the city at night with a group of laughing intellectuals. That was all there was. It made her laugh, too, a painful, wild shout of a laugh, full of a joy akin to ferocity. That was what Kirina really gave in exchange for her food. 16. 3 new women showed up in Budur's Zawiya, quiet women who had arrived with typical stories and mostly kept to themselves. They started work in the kitchen, as usual. Budur felt uncomfortable with the way they glanced at her and did not look at each other. She still could not quite believe that young women like these would betray a young woman like her. And 2 of the 3 were actually very nice. She was stiffer with them than she would have wanted to be, without actually being hostile, which Idelba had warned her might give away her suspicions. It was a fine line in a game Budor was completely unused to playing. Or not completely. It reminded her of the various fronts she had put on for her father and mother, a very unpleasant memory. She wanted everything to be new now. She wanted to be herself, straight up to everybody, chest to chest, as the Iranians said, but it seemed life entailed putting on masks for much of the time. She must be casual in Kirina's classes, and indifferent to Kirina in the cafes, even when they were leg to leg, and she must be civil to these spies. Meanwhile, across the plaza in the lab, Idelba and Piali were hard at work, staying late into the night almost every night, and Idelba became more and more serious about it, trying, Budor thought, to hide her worries behind an unconvincing dismissiveness. "Just physics," she would say when asked. "Trying to figure something out. You know how interesting theories can be, but they're just theories, not like real problems." It seemed everyone put on a mask to the world, even Idelba, who was not good at it, even though she seemed to have a frequent need for masks. Budor could see very plainly now that she thought the stakes were somehow high. "Is it a bomb?" Budor asked once in a low voice, one night as they were closing up the emptied building. Idelba hesitated only a moment. "Possibly," she whispered, looking around them. "The possibility is there, so please, never speak of it again." During these months, Idelba worked such long hours and, like everyone else in the Zawiya, ate so little that she fell sick and had to rest in her bed. This was very frustrating to her, and along with the misery of illness, she struggled to get up before she was ready and even tried to work on papers in her bed, pencil and logarithmic abacus scritching and clacking all the time she was awake. Then one day, she got a phone call while Budor was there, and she dragged herself down the hall to take it, clutching her nightrobe to her. When she got off the phone, she hurried to the kitchen and asked Budor to join her in her room. Budor followed her, surprised to see her moving so quickly. In her room, Idelba shut the door and began to pile a mass of her papers and notebooks into a cloth book bag. "Hide this for me," she said urgently. "I don't think you can leave, though. They'll stop you and search you. It has to be in the Zawiya someplace, not in your room or mine. They'll search them both. They may search everywhere. I'm not sure where to suggest." Her voice was low, but the tone frantic. Budor had never heard her like that. "Who is it?" "It doesn't matter. Hurry. It's the police. They're on their way. Go!" The doorbell rang, and rang again. "Don't worry," Budor said, and ran down the hall to her room. She looked around. A room search, perhaps a house search, and the bag of papers was big. She looked around, thinking over the Zawiya in her mind, wondering if Idelba would mind if she somehow managed to destroy the bag entirely. Not that she had any method in mind, but she wasn't sure how crucial the papers were. But possibly they could be shredded and flushed down a toilet. There were people in the hall, women's voices. Apparently the police who had entered were women officers, so they were not breaking the house rule against men. A sign, perhaps. But men's voices came from out on the street, arguing with the Zawiya elders. Women were in the hall, a big knock on her door. They had come to hers first, no doubt along with Idelba's. She put the bag around her neck, climbed onto her bed, then the iron headboard, and pulled herself up the wall and shoved up a panel of the false ceiling, and with a push-off like a dance step, knee in the meeting of the two walls, got under the panel and onto the wall's dusty top, which was about 2 feet wide. She sat on it and put the panel back down into place, very quietly. The old museum had had very high ceilings, with some glass skylights that were now almost perfectly opaque with dust. In the dimness, she could see over the ceilings of several rows of rooms, and the open tops of the hallways, and the true walls, far away in every direction. It was not a good hiding place at all if they only thought to look up here from anywhere. The top of the walls consisted of warped wood beams, nailed to the top of the framing and over the drywall like coping. To each wall there were 2 sheets of drywall, notoriously transparent to sound, nailed onto each side of the framing, so there would be gaps between the 2 sheets of drywall if she could get a beam off the top somewhere. She moved onto her hands and knees and swung the bag onto her back and began crawling over the dusty beams, looking for a hole while staying well away from the hallways, where a glance up could reveal her. From here the whole arrangement looked ramshackle, cobbled together in a hurry, and soon enough she found a cap where 3 walls met and a beam had been cut short. It wasn't big enough to fit the whole bag, but she could stuff papers in there, and she did so quickly until the bag was empty, and the bag dropped in last. It wasn't a perfect hiding place if they wanted to be comprehensive, but it was the best she could think of, And she was pretty pleased with it, actually, but if they found her up on the beams, all would be lost. She crawled on as quietly as she could, hearing voices back in the direction of her room. They would only have to stand on her bed's headboard and push up a panel for a look to see her. The far bathroom did not sound as though it had anyone in it, so she crawled in that direction, ripping the skin over one knee on a nail head, and pulled up a panel an inch and peered in. Empty. She pulled it aside, hung from the beam, dropped, hit the tiled floor hard. The wall was smeared with dust and blood. Her knees and the tops of her feet were filthy with dust, and the palms of her hands marked everything like the hand of Cain. She washed in a sink, tore off her jalaba and put it in the laundry, pulled clean towels from the cabinet and wetted one to clean the wall off. The panel above was still pulled aside, and there were no chairs in the bathroom. She couldn't get up there to move it back in place. Glancing out in the hall, loud voices arguing, Adelba's among them, protesting, no one in sight. She dashed across the hall to a bedroom and took a chair and ran back into the bathroom and put the chair against the wall, stepped up onto it, stepped gently on the chair back, reached up and yanked the panel back into place, smashing her fingers between two panels, yanked them free, pushed the panel into position, down again, the chair slipping across the tile with her movement. Clatterbang, catch herself, another glance out, more arguing, coming closer. She put the chair back, went back in the bathroom, went to the showers and got in, soaping her knees and feeling the sting in the cut. She soaped and soaped, heard voices outside the bathroom. She washed off the soap as quickly as possible and was dried and wrapped in a big towel when women came into the room, including two in army uniforms, looking like soldiers from the war whom Budor had seen long ago in the Turi train station. She looked as startled as she could, held the towel to herself. "Are you Budor Radwan?" one of the policewomen demanded. "Yes. What do you want?" "We want to talk to you. Where have you been?" "What do you mean, where have I been? You can see very well where I've been. What is this all about? Why do you want me? What could have brought you in here?" "We want to talk to you." "Well, let me go get dressed and I will talk to you. I have done nothing wrong, I assume. I can get dressed before talking to my own countrywomen, I assume." "This is Nasera," one of them said. "You're from Turi, right?" "True, but we are all Ferengis here, all good Muslim women in a zawiya, unless I am mistaken." "Come on, get dressed," the other one said. "We have some questions to ask about affairs here, security threats that may be centered here, so come. Where are your clothes?" "In my room, of course." And Budor swept past them to her room, considering which jalaba would best hide her knees and any blood that might be seeping down her leg. Her blood was hot, but her breathing calm. She felt solid. And there was an anger growing in her like a boulder from the jetty, anchoring her from the inside. 17. Though they made a fairly thorough search, they did not find Adelba's papers. Nor did they get anything but bewilderment and indignation from their questionings. The Zawiya filed suit with the courts against the police for invasion of privacy without proper authorization, and only the invocation of wartime secrecy laws kept it from being a scandal in the newspapers. The courts backed the search, but also the Zawiya's future right to privacy, and after that it was back to normal, or sort of. Adelba never talked about her work anymore, no longer worked in certain labs she had before, and she no longer spent any time with Piali. Budor continued in her routine, making her rounds from home to work to the Café Sultana. There she sat behind the big plate glass windows and looked out at the docks and the forests of masts and steel superstructures and the top of the lighthouse at the end of the jetty, while the talk swirled around her. At their tables, too, very often were Hassan and Tristan, sitting like limpets in their pool with the tide gone out, exposing them wetly to the moon. Hassan's polemics and poetry made him a force to be reckoned with, a truth that all the city's avant-garde acknowledged, either enthusiastically or reluctantly. Hassan himself spoke of his reputation with a smirk, meant to be self-deprecating, wickedly smiling as he briefly exposed his power to view. Budor liked him, although she knew perfectly well he was in some senses a disagreeable person. She was more interested in Tristan and his music, which included not only songs like those he had sung at the garden party, but also vast, long works for bands of up to 200 musicians, sometimes featuring him on the kundun, an Anatolian stringed box with metal tabs to the side that slightly changed the tones of the strings, a fiendishly difficult instrument to play. He wrote out the parts for each instrument in these pieces, down to every chord and change, and even every note. As in his songs, these longer compositions showed his interest in adapting the primitive tonalities of the lost Christians, for the most part simple harmonic chords, but containing within them the possibility of various more sophisticated tonalities, which could at strategic moments return to the Pythagorean basics favored in the chorales and chants of the lost ones. Writing down every note and demanding that the musicians in the ensemble play only and exactly the written notes was an act that everyone regarded as megalomaniacal to the point of impossibility. Ensemble music, though very highly structured in a way that went back ultimately to Indian classical ragas, nevertheless allowed for individual improvisation of the details of the variations, spontaneous creations that indeed provided much of the interest of the music, as the musician played within and against the raga forms. No one would have stood for Tristan's insane strictures if it were not that the results were, one could not deny it, superb and beautiful, and Tristan insisted that the procedure was not his idea, but merely the way that the lost civilization had gone about it, that he was following the lost ways, even doing his best to channel the hungry ghosts of the old ones in his dreams and in his musical reveries. The old Frankish pieces he hoped to invoke were all religious music, devotionals, and had to be understood and utilized as such, as sacred music, although it was true that in this hyper-aesthetic circle of the avant-garde it was music itself that was sacred, like all the arts, so that the description was redundant. It was also true that treating art as sacred often meant smoking opium or drinking laudanum to prepare for the experience. Some even used the stronger distillates of opium developed during the war, smoking or even injecting them. The resulting dream states made Tristan's music mesmerizing, the practitioner said, even those who were not fond of the lost civilization's simplistic tootles. Opium induced a deep absorption in the sensuous surface of a musical sound, in the plain-song harmonies vibrating between a drugged band and a drugged audience. If the performance was combined with the fanned aromas of a scent artist, the results could be truly mystical. Some were skeptical of all this. Kirana said once, "As high as they all get, they could simply sing a single note for the whole hour and smell their armpits, and all would be as happy as birds." Tristan himself often led the opium ceremonies before leading the music, so these evenings had a somewhat cultic air to them, as if Tristan were some kind of mystic Sufi master, or one of the Hossein actors in the plays about Hossein's martyrdom, which the opium crowd also attended after crossing into dreamland. To watch Hossein putting on his own shroud before his murder by Shemra, the audience groaning, not at the murder on stage, but at this choice of martyrdom. In some of the Shiite countries, the person playing Shemra had to run for his life after the performance, and more than one unlucky actor had been killed by the crowd. Tristan thoroughly approved. This was the kind of immersion in the art that he wanted his musical audiences to achieve. But only in the secular world. It was all for music, not for God. Tristan was more Persian than Iranian, as he put it sometimes, much more an Omarian than any kind of mullah, or a mystic of Zoroastrian bent, concocting rituals in honor of Ahura Mazda, a kind of sun worship that in foggy Nusera could come straight from the heart. Channeling Christians, smoking opium, worshipping the sun. He did all kinds of crazy things for his music, including working for many hours every day to get every note right on the page, and though none of it would have mattered if the music had not been good, it was good. It was more than that. It was the music of their lives, of Nusera in its time. He spoke of all the theory behind it, however, in cryptic little phrases and aphorisms that then made the rounds as Tristan's latest, and often it was just a shrug and a smile and an offered opium pipe, and most of all his music. He composed what he composed, and the intellectuals of the city could listen and then talk about what it all meant, and they often did all through the night. Tahar Labid would go on endlessly about it, and then say to Tristan, with almost mock aggressiveness, "That's right, isn't it, Tristan Ahura?" Then go on without pausing for an answer, as if Tristan were to be laughed at as an idiot savant for never deigning to reply one way or the other, as if he didn't really know what his music meant. But Tristan only smiled at Tahar, sphinx-like and enigmatic under his mustache, relaxed as if poured into his window seat, looking out at the wet, black cobbles or spearing Tahar with an amused glance. "Why don't you ever answer me?" Tahar exclaimed once. Tristan pursed his lips and whistled a response at him. "Oh, come on," Tahar said, reddening. "Say something to make us think you have a single idea in your head." Tristan drew himself up. "Don't be rude. Of course there are no ideas in my head. What do you think I am?" So Budor sat next to him. She joined him when, with a tilt of the chin and pursing of the lips, he invited her into one of the back rooms of the cafe where the opium smokers gathered. She had decided ahead of time to join them, if the opportunity was offered, to see what hearing Tristan's music under the influence would be like, to see what the drug felt like, using the music as the ceremony that allowed her to overcome her turic fear of the smoke. The room was small and dark. The hookah, bigger than a narghile, sat on a low table in the middle of floor pillows, and Tristan cut a chunk from a black plug of opium and put it in the bowl, lit it with a silver cigarette lighter as one of the others inhaled. As the single mouthpiece was passed around, the smokers sucked on it, and each in turn began immediately to cough. The black plug in the bowl bubbled to tar as it burned. The smoke was thick and white and smelled like sugar. Budor decided to take in so little that she wouldn't cough, but when the mouthpiece came to her and she inhaled gently through it, the first taste of the smoke caused her to hack like a demon. It seemed impossible she could be so affected by anything that had been in her so briefly. Then it struck deeper. She felt her blood filling her skin. Then all of her blood filled her like a balloon. It would spurt out if her hot skin didn't hold it in. She pulsed with her pulse, and the world pulsed with her. Everything jumped forward into itself, somehow, in time with her heart. The dim walls pulsed. More color revealed itself with every beat of her heart. The surfaces of things swirled with coiled pressure and tension. They looked like what Adelba said they really were, bundles of bundled energy. Budor pulled herself to her feet with the others, walked, balancing carefully, through the streets to the concert hall in the old palace, into a space long and tall like a deck of cards set on its side. The musicians filed in and sat, their instruments like strange weapons. Following Tristan's lead, conveyed by hand and eye, they began to play. The singers chanted in the ancient Pythagorean tonality, pure and sugary, a single voice wandering above in descant. Then Tristan, on his oud, and the other string players, bass to treble, sneaked in underneath, wrecking the simple harmonies, bringing in a whole other world, an Asia of sound so much more complex and dark. Reality, seeping in and, over the course of a long struggle, overwhelming the Old West's plain chant. This was the story of Feringa that Tristan was singing, Budor thought suddenly, a musical expression of the history of this place they lived in. Late arrivals that they were, Feringis, Franks, Celts, the oldest ones back in the murk of time, each people overrun in its turn. It was not a scent performance, but there was incense burning before the musicians, and as their songs wove together, the thick smells of sandalwood and jasmine choked the room. They came in on Budor's breath and sang inside her, playing a complex roundelay with her pulse, just as in the music itself, which was so clearly another speech of the body, a language she felt she could understand in the moment it happened, without ever being able to articulate or remember it. Sex, too, was a language like that, as she found later that night, when she went home with Tristan to his grubby apartment and to bed with him. His apartment was across the river in the South Wharf district, a cold and damp garret, an artistic cliché, and uncleaned, it appeared, since his wife had died near the end of the war. Some factory accident, Budor had gathered from others, a chance of bad timing and broken machinery, but the bed was there, and the sheets clean, which made Budor suspicious. But after all, she had been showing interest in Tristan, so perhaps it was only a matter of politeness or self-respect of some heartening kind. He was a dreamy lover, and played her like an oud, languorous and faintly teasing, so that there was an edge to her passion of resistance and struggle, all adding somehow to the sexiness of the experience, so that it nagged at her afterward, as if set into her with hooks. Nothing like the blazing directness of Kyrina, and Budor wondered what Tristan intended by it, but realized also in that very first night that she was not going to learn from Tristan's words, as he was as reticent with her as he was with Tahar almost, so that she would have to know him by what could be intuited from his music and his looks, which were indeed very revealing of his moods and their swings, and so of his character, perhaps, which she liked. So for a while she went home with him fairly often, arranging for prophylactics with the Zawiya clinic, going out at night to the cafes and taking the opportunity when it came. After a time, however, it became annoying to try to have conversation with a man who only sang melodies, like trying to live with a bird. It echoed painfully that distance in her father and the mute quality of her attempts to study the remote past, which were equally speechless. And as things in town got tighter, and each week added another zero to the numbers on the paper money, It got harder and harder to gather the large ensembles that Tristan's current compositions required. When the district panchayat that ran the old palace chose not to lend a concert room, or the musicians were occupied with their real jobs, in class or on the docks or in the shops selling hats and raincoats, then Tristan could only strum his oud and finger his pencils and take endless notes in an Indian musical notation that was said to be older than Sanskrit, although Tristan confessed to Budor that he had forgotten the system during the war and now used one of his own devising that he had had to teach to his players. His melodies became more morose, she thought, tunes from a heavy heart, mourning the losses of the war and the ones that had happened since, and were still occurring now, in the moment of listening itself. Budor understood them and kept joining Tristan from time to time, watching the twitches under his mustache for clues as to what amused him when she or others spoke, watching his yellowed fingers as they felt their tunes forward, or noted down one quick silver lament after another. She heard a singer she thought he would like, and took him to hear her, and he did like her. He hummed on the way home, looking out the tram window at the dark city streets, where people hurried from streetlight to streetlight over gleaming cobblestones, hunched under umbrellas or serapes. "It's like in the forest," Tristan said with a lift of the mustache. "Up in your mountains, you see places where avalanches have bent all the trees down sideways, and then, after the snow melts, the trees there all stay bent sideways together." He gestured at the crowd waiting at a tram stop. "That's what we're like now." 18. As the days and the weeks passed, Budor continued to read voraciously in the Zawiya, the institute, the parks, at the jetties, and in the hospital for the blind soldiers. Meanwhile, there were 10 trillion piaster bills arriving with immigrants from the Middle West, and they were at 10 billion drachma bills themselves. Recently, a man had stuffed his house from floor to ceiling with money and traded the whole establishment for a pig. At the Zawiya, it was harder and harder to put together meals big enough to feed them all. They grew vegetables in crops on their roof, cursing the clouds, and lived on their goat's milk, their chickens' eggs, cucumbers in great vats of vinegar, pumpkins cooked in every conceivable fashion, and potato soup, watered to a thinness thinner than milk. One day, Idelba found the 3 spies going through the little cabinet above her bed, and she had them kicked out of the house as common thieves, calling in the neighborhood police and bypassing the issue of spying without, however, getting into the tricky issue of what else besides her ideas she had that would be worth stealing. "They'll be in trouble," Budor observed after the 3 girls were taken away, "even if they're plucked out of jail by their employers." "Yes," Idelba agreed. "I was going to leave them here, as you saw, but once they were caught, we had to act as if we didn't know who they were. And the truth is we can't afford to feed them so they can go back to who sent them, hopefully." A grim expression. She didn't want to think about it, about what she might have condemned them to. That was their problem. She had hardened in just the 2 years since she had brought Budor to Nusera, or so it seemed to Budor. "It's not just my work," she explained, seeing Budor's expression. "That remains latent. It's the problems we have right now. Things won't need blowing up if we all starve first. The war ended badly, that's all there is to it. I mean, not just for us, as the defeated, but for everyone. Things are so out of balance, it could bring everything down, so everyone needs to pull together, and if some people don't, then I don't know." "All that time you spend working in the music of the Franks," Budor said to Tristan one evening in the café. "Do you ever think about what they were like?" "Why, yes," he said, pleased at the question. "All the time. I think they were just like us. They fought a lot. They had monasteries and madrasas and water-powered machinery. Their ships were small, but they could sail into the wind. They might have taken control of the seas before anyone else." "Not a chance," said Tahar. "Compared to Chinese ships, they were no more than dhows. Come now, Tristan, you know that." Tristan shrugged. "They had 10 or 15 languages, 30 or 40 principalities, isn't that right?" said Nasser. "They were too fractured to conquer anyone else." "They fought together to capture Jerusalem," Tristan pointed out. "The infighting gave them practice. They thought they were God's chosen people." "Primitives often think that." "Indeed." Tristan smiled, leaning sideways to peer through the window toward the neighborhood mosque. "As I say, they were just like us. If they had lived, there would be more people like us." "There's no one like us," Nasser said sadly. "I think the Franks must have been very different." Tristan shrugged again. You can say anything you like about them, it doesn't matter. You can say they would have been enslaved like the Africans, or made slaves of the rest of us, or brought a golden age, or waged wars worse than the Long War. People shook their heads at all these impossibilities, but it doesn't matter. We'll never know, so you can say whatever you like. They are our jinn. It's funny how we look down on them, Kirana observed, just because they died. At an unconscious level, it seems like it must have been their fault, a physical weakness or a moral failing or a bad habit. They affronted God with their pride. They were pale because they were weak, or vice versa. Muzaffar has showed it, how the darker the skin, the stronger the persons. The blackest Africans are strongest of all, the palest of the Golden Horde are weakest. He did tests. The Franks were hereditarily incompetent. That was his conclusion. Losers in the evolutionary game of survival of the fittest. Kirana shook her head. It was probably just a mutation of the plague, so strong it killed off all its hosts and therefore died itself. It could have happened to any of us, the Chinese or us. But there's a kind of anemia common around the Mediterranean that might have made them more susceptible. No, it could have been us. That might have been good, Tristan said. They believed in a God of mercy. Their Christ was all love and mercy. Hard to tell that by what they did in Syria. Or Al-Andalus. It was latent in them, ready to spring forth, while for us what is latent is jihad. They were the same as us, you said? Tristan smiled under his mustache. Maybe. They're the blank on the map, the ruins underfoot, the empty mirror, the clouds in the sky that look like tigers. It's such a useless exercise, Kirana reflected. What if this had happened? What if that had happened? What if the Golden Horde had forced the Gansu Corridor at the start of the Long War? What if the Japanese had attacked China after retaking Japan? What if the Ming had kept their treasure fleet? What if we had discovered and conquered Yingqiu? What if Alexander the Great had not died young? On, and they all would have made enormous differences, and yet it's always entirely useless. These historians who talk about employing counterfactuals to bolster their theories, they're ridiculous, because no one knows why things happen. You see, anything could follow from anything. Even real history tells us nothing at all, because we don't know if history is sensitive, and for want of a nail a civilization was lost, or if our mightiest acts are as petals on a flood, or something in between, or both at once. We just don't know, and the what-ifs don't help us figure it out. Why do people like them so much, then? Kirana shrugged, took a drag on her cigarette. More stories. And indeed more of them were immediately proposed. For despite their uselessness in Kirana's eyes, people enjoyed contemplating the what might have been. What if the Moroccan lost fleet of 924 had been blown to the Sugar Islands and then made it back? What if the Kerala of Travancore had not conquered much of Asia and set out his railways and legal system? What if there had been no New World islands there at all? What if Burma had lost its war with Siam? Kirana only shook her head. Perhaps it would be better just to focus on the future. You? A historian say this, but the future can't be known at all. Well, but it exists for us now as a project to be enacted. Ever since the Travancore Enlightenment, we have had a sense of the future as something we make. This new awareness of time to come is very important. It makes us a thread in a tapestry that has unrolled for centuries before us and will unroll for centuries after us. We're midway through the loom, that's the present, and what we do casts the thread in a particular direction, and the picture in the tapestry changes accordingly. When we begin to try to make a picture pleasing to us and to those who come after, then perhaps you can say that we have seized history. 19. But one could sit with people like that, have conversations like that, and still walk outside into watery sunlight with nothing to eat and no money worth anything. Budor worked hard at the Zawiya and set up classes in Persian and Pharyngic for the hungry girls moving in who only spoke Berber or Arabic or Andalusi or Scandistani or Turkish. At night, she continued as a habituée of the cafes and coffee houses, and sometimes the opium dens. She got work with one of the government agencies as a translator of documents and continued to study archaeology. She was worried when Idelba fell ill again and spent a lot of time caring for her. The doctor said that Idelba was suffering from nervous exhaustion, something like the battle fatigue of the war. But to Budor she seemed very obviously physically weaker, harmed by something the doctors could not identify. Illness without cause. Budor found this too frightening to think about. Probably it was a hidden cause, but that too was frightening. She got more involved with the running of the Zawiya, taking over some of what Idelba had done before. There was less time to read. Besides, she wanted to do more than read, or even write reports. She felt too anxious to read, and merely perusing a number of texts and then boiling them down into a new text struck her as an odd activity. It was like being a still, distilling ideas, history as a brandy. But she wanted something more substantial. Meanwhile, many a night she still went out and enjoyed the midnight scene at the coffee and opium cafes, listening to Tristan's oud. They were friends only now, sometimes in an opiated dream that allowed her to wander the fogged halls of her thoughts without actually entering any rooms. She was deep in a reverie concerning the Abrahamic collisional nature of progress in history, something like the continents themselves, if the geologists were right, creating new fusions, as in Samarkand or Mughal India, or the Haudenosaunee dealing with China to the west and Islam to the east, or Burma, yes. All this was coming clear, like random bits of colored rock on the ground swirling into one of Hagia Sophia's elaborate self-replicating arabesques. A common opium effect, to be sure. But then that was what history always was, a hallucinated pattern onto random events. So there was no cause to disbelieve the illumination just because of that. History as an opium dream. Halali from the Zawiya burst into the cafe's back room looking around. Spotting her, Budor knew immediately that something was wrong with Idelba. Halali came over, her face holding a serious expression. "She's taken a turn for the worse." Budor followed her out, stumbling under the weight of the opium, trying to banish all its effects immediately with her panic, but that only cast her further out into visual distortions of all kinds, and never had Nisera looked uglier than on that night, rain bouncing hard on the streets, squiggles of light cobbling underfoot, shapes of people like rats swimming. Idelba was gone from the Zawiya. She had been taken to the nearest hospital, a huge, rambling wartime structure on the hill north of the harbor, slogging up there, inside the rain cloud itself, then the sound of rain pounding on the cheap tin roof. The light was an intense, throbbing yellow-white, in which everyone looked blank and dead, like walking meat, as they had said during the war of men sent to the front. Idelba was no worse looking than the rest, but Budor rushed to her side. "She's having trouble breathing," a nurse said, looking up from her chair. Budor thought, "These people work in hell." She was very frightened. "Listen," Idelba said calmly. She said to the nurse, "Please leave us alone for 10 minutes. When the nurse was gone, she said in a low voice to Budor, "Listen, if I die, then you need to help Piali." "But Aunt Idelba, you aren't going to die." "Be quiet. I can't risk writing this down, and I can't risk telling only one person in case something happens to them too. You need to get Piali to go to Isfahan, to describe our results to Abdol Soroush, also to Ananda in Travancore, and Chen in China. They all have tremendous influence within their respective governments. Henia will handle her end of things. Remind Piali of what we decided was best. Soon, you see, all atomic physicists will understand the theoretical possibilities of the way a lactin splits, the possible application. If they all know the possibility exists, then there will be reason for them to press to make peace permanent. The scientists can pressure their respective governments by making clear the situation and taking control of the direction of the relevant fields of science. They must keep the peace, or there will be a rush to destruction. Given the choice, they must choose peace." "Yes," Budor said, wondering if it would be so. Her mind was reeling at the prospect of such a burden being placed on her to carry. She did not like Piali very much. "Please, Aunt Idelba, please don't distress yourself. It will be all right." Idelba nodded. "Very possibly." She rallied late that night, just before dawn, just as Budor was beginning to come down from her opium delirium, unable to remember much of the night that had taken so many eons to pass. But she still knew what Idelba wanted her to try to do. Dawn came as dark as if an eclipse had come and stayed. It was the following year before Idelba died. The funeral was attended by many people, hundreds of them, from Zawiya and Madrasa and Institute, and the Buddhist monastery, and the Haudenosaunee Embassy, and the district panchayat, and the state council, and many other places all over Nusera. But not a single person from Turi. Budor stood numbly in a reception line with a few of the senior women from the Zawiya, and shook hand after hand. Afterward, during the unhappy wake, Hania came up to her again. "We loved her too," she said with a flinty smile. "We will make sure to keep the promises we made to her." A couple of days later, Budor kept her usual appointment to read to her blind soldiers. She went in their ward and sat there staring at them in their chairs and beds and thought, "This is probably a mistake. I may feel blank, but I'm probably not." She told them of her aunt's death then and tried to read to them from Adelba's work, but it was not like Kirina's. Even the abstracts were incomprehensible, and the texts themselves, scientific papers on the behavior of invisible things, were composed largely of tables of numbers. She quit trying with those and picked up another book. "This is one of my aunt's favorite books, a collection of the autobiographical writings found in the works of Abu Ali ibn Sina, the early scientist and philosopher who was a great hero to her. From what I have read of him, Ibn Sina and my aunt were alike in many ways. They both had a great curiosity about the world. Ibn Sina first mastered Euclid's geometry, then set out to understand everything else. Adelba did that very same thing. When Ibn Sina was still young, he fell into a sort of fever of inquiry which gripped him for almost 2 years. Here, I will read to you what he himself says about that period. During this time, I did not sleep completely through a single night, or devote myself to anything else but study by day. I compiled a set of files for myself, and for each proof that I examined, I entered into the files its syllogistic premises, their classification, and what might follow from them. I pondered over the conditions that might apply to their premises until I had verified this question for myself in each case. Whenever sleep overcame me or I became conscious of weakening, I would turn aside to drink a cup of wine so that my strength would return to me, and whenever sleep seized me, I would see those very problems in my dreams, and many questions became clear to me in my sleep. I continued in this until all of the sciences were deeply rooted within me, and I understood them as far as is humanly possible. Everything which I knew at that time is just as I know it now. I have not added anything much to it to this day." "That's the kind of person my aunt was," Budor said. She put down that book and picked up another one, thinking that it would be better to stop reading things inspired by Adelba. It wasn't making her feel any better. The book she chose out of her bag was called Nisarene Sailors' Tales, true stories about the local seamen and fisherfolk, rousing adventures full of fish and danger and death, but also of the sea air, the waves, and the wind. The soldiers had enjoyed chapters of the book she had read to them before, but this time she read one called The Windy Ramadan, and it turned out to be about a time long before, in the age of sail, when contrary winds had held the grain fleet out of the harbor, so that they had had to anchor offshore in the roads as darkness fell, and then in the night the wind shifted around and a great storm came roaring in from the Atlantic, and there was no way for those out on the ships to get safely to shore, and nothing those on shore could do but walk the shore through the night. The author of the account had a wife, who was taking care of 3 motherless children, whose father was one of the sea captains out in the fleet, and, unable to watch the children at their nervous play, the author had gone out to walk the strand with the rest, braving the howling winds of the tempest. At dawn they had all seen the fringe of soaked grain lining the high water mark, and knew the worst had come. Not a single ship survived the gale, and all up and down the beach the bodies washed ashore. And as it had dawned a Friday, at the appointed hour the muezzin went to the minaret to ascend and make the call for prayer, and the town idiot in a rage detained him, crying, "Who in such an hour can praise the Lord?" Budor stopped reading. A deep silence filled the room. Some of the men nodded their heads, as if to say, "Yes, that's the way it happens. I've had that very thought for years." Still others reached out as if to snatch the book from her hands, or gestured as if waving her away, telling her to leave. If they had had their sight, they would have walked her to the door or done something, but as it was, no one knew what to do. She said something and got up and left, and walked downriver through the city, out onto the docks, then out the big jetty out to its end. The beautiful blue sea sloshed against the boulders, hissing its clean salt mist into the air. Budor sat on the last sun-warmed rock and watched the clouds fly in over Nusera. She was as full of grief as the ocean was of water, but still, something in the sight of the noisy city was heartening to her, she thought. Nusera, now you are my only living relative. Now you will be my Aunt Nusera. 20. And now she had to get to know Piali. He was a small, self-absorbed man, dreamy and uncommunicative, seemingly full of himself. Budor had thought that his abilities in physics were compensated for by an exceptional lack of gracefulness, but now she was impressed by the depth of his grief at Idelba's death. In life he had treated her, Budor often thought, as an embarrassing impertinence, a needed but unwanted collaborator in his work. Now that she was gone, he sat on a jetty fisherman's bench where they had occasionally sat with Idelba when the weather was good and sighed, saying, "She was such a joy to talk things over with, wasn't she? Our Idelba was a truly brilliant physicist, let me tell you. If she had been born a man, there would have been no end to it. She would have changed the world. Of course, there were things she wasn't so good at, but she had such insight into the way things might work. And when we got stuck, Idelba would keep hammering away forever at the problem, forehead pounding the brick wall, and I would stop, but she was persistent and so clever at finding new ways to come at the thing, turning the flank if the wall wouldn't give. Lovely. She was a most lovely person." He was deadly serious now, and emphasizing person rather than woman, as if Idelba had taught him some things about what women might be that he was not so stupid as to have missed. Nor would he fall into the error of exceptionalism. No physicist tended to think of exceptions as a valid category, and so now he spoke to Budor almost as he would have to Idelba or his male colleagues, only more intently, concentrating to achieve some semblance of normal humanity, perhaps, and yet achieving it, almost. He was still a very distracted and graceless man, but Budor began to like him better. This was a good thing, as Piali took an interest in her too, and over the next several months courted her in his peculiar way. He came by the Zawiya and got to know her house family there, and listened to her describe her problems with her studies in history, while also going on at nearly intolerable length about his problems in physics and at the Institute. He shared with her a propensity for the cafe life as well, and did not seem to care about the assorted indiscretions she had committed since her arrival in Nusera. He ignored all that, and concentrated on things of the mind, even when sitting in a cafe sipping a brandy and writing all over his napkins, one of his peculiar habits. They talked about the nature of history for hours, and it was under the impact of his deep skepticism, or materialism, that she finally completed the shift in the emphasis of her study from history to archaeology, from texts to things, convinced, in part, by his argument that texts were always just people's impressions, while objects had a certain unchangeable reality to them. Of course, the objects led directly to more impressions and meshed with them in the web of proofs that any student of the past had to present in order to make a case. But to start with the tools and buildings rather than the words of the past was indeed a comfort to Budor. She was tired of distilling brandy. She began consciously to take on some of the inquisitiveness about the real world that Idelba had always exhibited, as a way of honoring her memory. She missed Idelba so much that she could not think of it directly, but had to parry it by homages such as these, invoking Idelba's presence by her habits, as if becoming a kind of Madame Sururi. It occurred to her, more than once, that there were ways in which we know the dead better than the living because the actual person is no longer there to distract our thinking about them. Following these various trains of thought, Budor also began to come up with a great number of questions that connected her work with Idelba's, as she understood it, as she considered physical changes in the materials used in the past, chemical or physical or chi-leak changes, which might be used as clocks, buried in the texture of the materials used. She asked Piali about this, and he quickly mentioned the shift over time in the types of particulates in the heart knots and shells, so that, for instance, life-ring 14s within a body would, after the death of an organism, begin slowly to fall back to life-ring 12s, beginning about 50 years after the death of an organism and continuing for about 100,000 years until all the life-ring in the material was back to 12s, and the clock would stop functioning. This would be long enough to date most human activities, Budor thought. She and Piali began to work on the method together, enlisting the help of other scientists at the Institute. The idea was taken up and extended by a team of Nasserine scientists that grew by the month, and the effort quickly became global as well, in the usual way of science. Budor had never studied harder. Thus it was that, over time, she became an archaeologist, working, among other things, on dating methods with the help of Piali. In effect, she had replaced Idelba as Piali's partner, and he had therefore moved part of his work to a different field to accommodate what she was doing. His method of relating to someone was to work with them, so even though she was younger and in a different field, he simply adjusted and continued in his habitual way. He also continued to pursue his studies in atomic physics, of course, collaborating with many colleagues at the laboratories of the Institute and some of the scientists at the wireless factory on the outskirts of the city, whose lab was now beginning to match the madrasa and the Institute as a center of research in pure physics. The military of Nasera were getting involved as well. Piali's physics research continued along the lines set by Idelba, and though there was nothing more published about the possibility of creating a chain reaction splitting of alactin, there was certainly a small crowd of Muslim physicists in Skandistan and Tuscany and Iran who had discussed the possibility among themselves, and they suspected that similar discussions were taking place in Chinese and Travancore and New World labs. Internationally published papers on this aspect of physics were now analyzed in Nasera to see what they might have left out, to see if new developments one might expect to see were appearing, or if sudden silences might mark government classification of these matters. So far, no unequivocal signs of censorship or self-silencing had appeared, but Piali seemed to feel it was only a matter of time, and was probably happening in other countries as it was among them, semi-consciously and without a plan. As soon as there was another global political crisis, he said, before hostilities came to a head, one could expect the field to disappear entirely into classified military labs, and along with it a significant number of that generation of physicists, all cut off from contact with colleagues anywhere else in the world. And, of course, trouble could come at any time. China, though victorious in the war, had been wrecked almost as thoroughly as the defeated coalition, and it appeared to be falling into anarchy and civil war. Apparently it was near the end for the wartime leadership that had replaced the Qing dynasty. "That's good," Piali told Budor, "because only a military bureaucracy would have tried to build a bomb so dangerous. But it's bad, because military governments don't like to go down without a fight." "No government does," said Budor. "Remember what Idelba said, the best defense against government seizure of these ideas would be to spread the knowledge among all the physicists of the world as quickly as possible. If all know that all could construct such a weapon, then no one would try." "Maybe not at first," Piali said, "but in years to come it might happen." "Nevertheless," Budor said, and she continued to pester Piali to pursue Idelba's suggested course of action. He did not renounce it, nor did he make any move to enact it. Indeed, Budor had to agree with him that it was difficult to see exactly what to do about it. They sat on the secret like pigeons on a cuckoo egg. Meanwhile, the situation in Nasera continued to deteriorate. A good summer had followed several bad ones, taking the sharpest edge off the possibility of famine, but nevertheless the newspapers were full of bread riots and strikes in the factories on the Rhine and the Ruhr and the Rhone, and even a revolt against reparations in the Little Atlas Mountains, a revolt that could not easily be put down. The army appeared to have within it elements who were encouraging rather than suppressing these signs of unrest, perhaps out of sympathy, perhaps to destabilize things further and justify a complete military takeover. Rumors of a coup were widespread. All this was depressingly similar to the endgame of the Long War, and hoarding increased. Budor found it hard to concentrate on her reading, and was often oppressed by grief for Idelba. She was surprised, therefore, and pleased when Piali brought news of a conference in Isfahan, an international gathering of atomic physicists, to discuss all the latest results in their field, including, he said, the alactin problem. Not only that, but the conference was linked to the fourth convocation of a large biannual meeting of scientists, the first of which had occurred outside Ganano, the great harbor city of the Haudenosaunee, so that they were now called the Long Island Conferences. The second one had taken place in Pyongyang, and the third in Beijing. The Isfahan Conference was therefore the first one to take place in the Dar, and it was going to include a track of meetings on archaeology, and Piali had already gotten Budor funding from the Institute to attend with him as co-author of papers they had written with Adelba on life-ring dating methods. "It looks to me like a good place to talk privately about your aunt's ideas. There'll be a session devoted to her work, organized by Soroush, and Chen and quite a few others of her correspondents will be there. You'll come?"
"Of course."
21. The direct trains to Iran all ran through Budor's hometown Turi, and whether it was for this reason or another, Piali arranged for them to fly from Nusayra to Isfahan. The airship was similar to the one Budor had taken with Adelba to the Orkneys, and she sat in the window seats of the gondola looking down at Farinja, the Alps, Roma, Greece, and the brown islands of the Aegean, then Anatolia and the Midwestern states. It was, Budor thought to herself as the long, floating hours passed, a big world. Then they were flying over the snowy Zagros Mountains to Isfahan. Situated in the upper reaches of the Zayanda Rud, a high valley with a swift river, overlooking salt flats to the east. As they approached the city's airport, they saw a vast expanse of ruins around the new town. Isfahan had lain on the Silk Road, and successive cities had been demolished in their turn by Chinggis Khan, Taimur the Lame, the Afghans in the 11th century, and lastly by the Travancores in the late war. Nevertheless, the latest incarnation of the city was a bustling place, with new construction going on everywhere, so that as they trammed into the downtown, it looked as if they were passing through a forest of construction cranes, each canted at a different angle over some new hive of steel and concrete. At a big madrasa in the new center of the city, Abdol Soroush and the other Iranian scientists greeted the contingent from Nusayra and took them to rooms in their Institute for Scientific Research's big guest quarters, and then into the city center surrounding it for a meal. The Zagros Mountains overlooked the city, and the river ran through it just south of the downtown, which was being built over the ruins of the oldest city center. The Institute's archaeological collection, the locals informed them, was filling with newly recovered antiquities and artifacts from previous eras of the city. The new town had been designed with broad, tree-lined streets, raying north away from the river. Set at a high altitude, under even higher mountains, it would be a very beautiful city when the new trees grew to their full heights. Even now it was impressive. The Isfaharis were obviously proud of both the city and their institute, and of Iran more generally. Crushed repeatedly in the war, the whole country was now being rebuilt, and in a new spirit, they said, a kind of Persian worldliness with their own Shiite ultra-conservatives awash in a more tolerant influx of polyglot refugees and immigrants and local intellectuals who called themselves Cyruses, after the supposed first king of Iran. This new kind of Iranian patriotism was very interesting to the Nusayrians, as it seemed to be a way of asserting some independence from Islam without renouncing it. The Cyruses at the table informed them cheerfully that they now spoke of the year as being not AH 1381, but 2561 of the era of the King of Kings, and one of them stood to offer a toast by reciting an anonymous poem that had been discovered painted on the walls of the new madrasa. Ancient Iran, eternal Persia, caught in the press of time and the world, giving up to it beautiful Persian, language of Hafiz, Ferdowski and Khayyam, speech of my heart, home of my soul, it's you I love, if I love anything. Once more, great Iran, sing us that love. And the locals among them cheered and drank, although many of them were clearly students from Africa or the New World or Aojo. This is how all the world will look as people become more mobile, Abdol Soroush said to Budor and Piali afterward, as he showed them around the Institute's grounds, very extensive, and then the riverside district just south of it. There was a promenade overlooking the river being built, with cafes backing it and a view of the mountains upstream, which Soroush said had been designed with the estuary corniche of Nusayra in mind. We wanted to have something like your great city, landlocked though we are. We want little of that sense of openness. The conference began the next day, and for the next week, Budor did little else but attend sessions on various topics related to what many there were calling the new archaeology, a science rather than just a hobby of antiquarians or the misty starting point of the historians. Piali, meanwhile, disappeared into the physical sciences buildings for meetings on physics, The two of them then met again for supper in big groups of scientists, seldom getting the chance to talk in private. For Budor, the archaeological presentations, coming from all over the world, were a very exciting education all by themselves, making clear to her and to everyone else that in the post-war reconstruction, with the new discoveries and the development of new methodologies and a provisional framework of early world history, a new science and a new understanding of their deep past was coming into being right before their eyes. The sessions were overbooked and went long into the evenings. Many presentations were made in the hallways, with the presenters standing by posters or chalkboards, talking and gesturing and answering questions. There were more that Budor wanted to attend than was possible, and she quickly developed the habit of positioning herself at the back of the rooms or the crowds in the halls, taking in the crux of a presentation while perusing the schedule and planning her next hour's wandering. In one room, she stopped to listen to an old man from western Yingzhou, Japanese or Chinese in ancestry, it appeared, speaking in an awkward Persian about the cultures that existed in the New World when it had been discovered by the Old. It was her acquaintance with Hainia and Ganagwe that made her interested. Although, in terms of machinery, architecture, and so forth, the inhabitants of the New World still existed in the oldest days, without domesticated animals in Yingzhou, and none but guinea pigs and llamas in Inca, the culture of the Incas and Aztecs somewhat resembled what we are learning of ancient Egypt. Thus, the Yingzhou tribes lived as people in the Old World did before the first cities, say around 8,000 years ago, while the southern empires of Inca resembled the Old World of about 4,000 years ago, a distinct difference which it would be interesting to explain, if you could. Perhaps Inca had some topographical or resource advantages, such as the llama, a beast of burden which, though slight by Old World standards, was more than Yingzhou had. This put more power at their disposal, and as our host, Master Soroush, has made clear, in the energy equations used to judge a culture, the power they can bring to bear against the natural world is a crucial factor in their development. In any case, the great degree of primitivity in Yingzhou actually gives us a view into social structures that might be like the Old World's pre-agricultural societies. They are curiously modern in certain respects, because they had the basics of agriculture, squash, corn, beans, and so on, and had a small population to support in a forest that provided enormous numbers of game animals and nut-bearing trees. They lived in a pre-scarcity economy, just as we now glimpse a technologically created post-scarcity state in its theoretical possibility. In both, the individual receives more recognition as a value-bearer him or herself than does the individual in a scarcity economy, and there is less domination of one caste by another. In these conditions of material ease and plenty, we find the great egalitarianism of the Haudenosaunee, the power wielded by women in their culture, and the absence of slavery, rather the rapid incorporation of defeated tribes into the full texture of the state. By the time of the first great empires, 4,000 years later, all this was gone, replaced by an extreme vertical scale with god-kings, a priest caste with ultimate power, permanent military control, and slavery of defeated nations. These early developments, or one should say pathologies, of civilization, for the gathering intercities greatly speeded this process, are only now being dealt with, some 4,000 years later still, in the most progressive societies of the world. In the meantime, of course, both these archaic cultures have almost entirely disappeared from this world, mostly due to the impact of Old World diseases on populations that apparently had never been exposed to them. Interestingly, it was the southern empires that collapsed most quickly and completely, conquered almost incidentally by the Chinese gold armies.
and then quickly devastated by disease and famine, as if the body without its head must die instantly, whereas in the north it was completely different, first because the Haudenosaunee were able to defend themselves in the depths of the great eastern forest, never fully succumbing to either the Chinese or to the Islamic incursion from across the Atlantic, and second, because they were much less susceptible to old-world diseases, possibly because of early exposure to them from wandering Japanese monks, traders, trappers, and prospectors who ended up infecting the local populace in small numbers, thus serving in effect as human inoculants, immunizing, or at least preparing the population of Yingzhou for a fuller incursion of Asians who did not have quite as devastating an effect, although, of course, many people and tribes did die. Budor moved on, thinking about the notion of a post-scarcity society, which, in Hungary Nuceira, she had never heard of at all. But it was time for another session, a plenary affair that Budor did not want to miss, and which turned out to be one of the most heavily attended. It concerned the question of the lost Franks and why the plague had hit them so hard. Much work had been done in this area by the Zot scholar Istvan Romani, who had done his research around the periphery of the plague zone in Magyaristan and Moldava, and the plague itself had been studied intensively during the Long War, when it seemed possible that one side or another would unleash it as a weapon. It was understood now that it had been conveyed in the first centuries by fleas living on grey rats, traveling on ships and in caravans. A town called Issyk-Kul, south of Lake Balkhash in Turkestan, had been studied by Romani and a Chinese scholar named Xiang, and they had found evidence in the cemetery of the town's Nestorians of a heavy die-off from the plague around the year 700. This had apparently been the start of the epidemic that had moved west on the Silk Roads to Sarai, capital at that time of the Golden Horde Khanate. One of their khans, Janubeg, had besieged the Genoese port of Kaffa in the Crimea by catapulting the bodies of plague victims over the town walls. The Genoese had thrown the bodies in the sea, but this had not stopped the plague from infecting the entire Genoese network of trading ports, including, eventually, the whole of the Mediterranean. The plague moved from port to port, took a respite during the winters, then a renewal in the hinterlands the following spring. This pattern continued for over 20 years. All the westernmost peninsulas of the Old World were devastated, moving north from the Mediterranean and back to the east as far as Moscow, Novgorod, Copenhagen, and the Baltic ports. At the end of this time, the population in Thuringia was perhaps 30% of what it had been before the onset of the epidemic. Then, in the years around 777, a date considered significant at the time by some mullahs and Sufi mystics, a second wave of the plague, if it was the plague, had killed off almost all the survivors of the first wave, so that sailors at the start of the 8th century reported witnessing, usually from offshore, a completely emptied land. Now there were scholars giving presentations who believed that the second plague had actually been anthrax, following on the bubonic plague. There were others who held the reverse position, arguing that contemporary accounts of the first sickness matched the freckling of anthrax more often than the buboes of bubonic plague, while the final blow had been the plague. It was explained in this session that the plague itself had bubonic, septic, and pneumonic forms, and that the pneumonia caused by the pneumonic form was contagious and very fast and lethal, the septic form even more lethal. Indeed, much had been clarified about all these diseases by the unfortunate experiences of the Long War. But why had the disease, whichever one it had been, or in whatever combinations, been so lethal in Thuringia and not elsewhere? The meeting offered presentation after presentation by scholars advancing one theory after another. From her notes, Budor described them all for Piali at the end of the day, over supper, and he quickly jotted them down on a napkin. Plague animalcules mutated in the 770s to take on forms and virulence similar to tuberculosis or typhoid. Cities of Tuscany had reached enormous numbers by the 8th century, say 2 million people, and hygienic systems broke down and plague vectors ran wild. Depopulation of the first plague, followed by a series of disastrous floods that wrecked agriculture, leading to starvation. Super-contagious form of the animalcule mutated in northern France at the end of the first epidemic. pale skin of the Franks and Celts, lacked pigments that helped resist the disease accounting for the freckling. Sunspot cycle disrupted weather and caused epidemics every 11 years, effect worse every time. Sunspots? Piali interjected. That's what he said. Budor shrugged. So, Piali said, looking over the napkin, it was either the plague animalcules, or some other animalcules, or some quality of the people, or their habits, or their land, or the weather, or sunspots. He grinned. That pretty much covers it, I should think. Perhaps cosmic rays ought to be included. Wasn't there a big supernova spotted about that time? Budor could only laugh. I think it was earlier. Anyway, you must admit it does merit explaining. Many things do, but it looks as though we have a way to go on this one. The presentations continued, ranging from the recording of the world that had existed just before the Long War, all the way back through time to the earliest human remains. This work on the first humans forced everyone to the contemplation of one of the larger arguments shaping up in the field concerning human beginnings. Archaeology as a discipline had its origins, for the most part, in the Chinese bureaucracy, but it had been picked up quickly by the Jinne people, who studied with the Chinese and went back to Yingzhou intending to learn what they could about the people they called the Anasazi, who had preceded them in the dry west of Yingzhou. The Jinne scholar Ainan and his colleagues had offered the first explanations of human migration and history, asserting that tribes on Yingzhou had mined the tin on Yellow Island in the biggest of the Great Lakes, Manitoba, and shipped this tin across the oceans to all the Bronze-era cultures in Africa and Asia. Ainan's group contended that civilization had begun in the New World with the Inca and Aztecs and the Yingzhou tribes, in particular the old ones who preceded their Anasazi in the western deserts. Their great and ancient empires had sent out reed and balsam rafts, trading tin for spices and various plant stocks with Asian ancestry, and these Yingzhou traders had established the Mediterranean civilizations predating Greece, especially the ancient Egyptians and Midwestern empires, the Assyrians and Sumerians. So the Jinne archaeologists had claimed, anyway, in a very fully articulated case, with all sorts of objects from all over the world to support it. But now a great deal of evidence was appearing in Asia and Thuringia and Africa that indicated this story was all wrong. The oldest life-ring dates for human settlement in the New World were about 20,000 years before the present, and everyone had agreed at first that this was extremely old and predated by a good deal the earliest civilizations known to Old World history, the Chinese and the Midwestern and Egyptian. So at that point it had all seemed plausible. But now that the war was over, scientists were beginning to investigate the Old World in a way that hadn't been possible since a time predating modern archaeology itself. And what they were finding was a great quantity of signs of a human past far older than any yet known. Caves in the Nusaran South containing superb drawings of animals were now reliably dated at 40,000 years. Skeletons in the Midwest appeared to be 100,000 years old, and there were scholars from Ingoli in South Africa saying they had found remains of humans, or evolutionarily ancestral pre-humans, that appeared to be several 100,000 years old. They could not use life-ring dating for these finds, but had different dating methods they thought were just as good as the life-ring method. Nowhere else on Earth were people making a claim like this one from the Africans, and there was a great deal of skepticism about it. Some queried the dating methods, others simply dismissed the claim out of hand as a manifestation of some kind of continental or racial patriotism. Naturally, the African scholars were upset by this response, and the meeting that afternoon took on a volatile aspect that could not help but remind people of the late war. It was important to keep the discourse on a scientific basis, as an investigation into facts uncontaminated by religion or politics or race. I suppose there can be patriotism in anything, Budor said to Piali that night. Archaeological patriotism is absurd, but it's beginning to look that's how it started in Yingzhou. An unconscious bias, no doubt, toward one's own region, and until we sort out the dating of things, it's an open question what model will replace theirs. Certainly the dating methods will improve, Piali said. True, but meanwhile all is confusion. That's true of everything. The days shot by in a blur of meetings. Every day Budor got up at dawn, went to the madrasa's dining commons to have a small breakfast, and then attended talks and sessions and poster explanations from then until supper, and after that far into the evenings.
One morning she was startled to hear a young woman describing her discovery of what appeared to be a lost feminist branch of early Islam, a branch which had fueled the Renaissance of Samarkand, and was then destroyed and the memory of it erased. Apparently a group of women in Qom had taken against a ruling by the mullahs and led their families east and north to the walled town of Derbent in Bactria, a place that had been conquered by Alexander the Great and was still living a Greek life in transoxianic bliss 1,000 years later when the Muslim women rebels and their families arrived. Together they created a way of life in which all living beings were equal before Allah and among themselves, something like what Alexander would have made, for he was a disciple of the queens of Creta. Then all the people of Derbent lived happily for many years, and though they kept to themselves and did not try to impose themselves on all the world, they did tell some of what they had learned to the people they traded with in nearby Samarkand. And in Samarkand they took that knowledge and made of it the start of the rebirth of the world. You can read all this in the ruins, the young researcher insisted. Budur wrote down the references, realizing as she did that archaeology too could be a kind of wish, or even a statement about the future. She went back into the halls, shaking her head. She would have to ask Kirana about it. She would have to look into it herself. Who knew really what people had done in the past? Many things had happened and never been written about, and after a time had been utterly forgotten. Almost anything might have happened, anything. And there was that phenomenon Kirana had mentioned once in passing, of people imagining that things were better in another land, which then gave them the courage to try to enact some progress in their own country. Thus, women had everywhere imagined that women elsewhere had it better than they did, and thus they had had the courage to press for changes. And no doubt there were other examples of the tendency, people imagining the good in advance of its reality, as in the stories of the good place discovered and then lost, what the Chinese called source of the peach blossom stream stories. History, fable, prophecy. No way to distinguish, until perhaps centuries had passed and they had made the stories one thing or the other. She dropped in on many more sessions, and this impression of people's endless struggle and effort, endless experimentation, of humans thrashing about trying to find a way to live together, only deepened in her. An imitation potala built outside Beijing at 2/3 full size, an ancient temple complex, perhaps Greek in origin, lost in the jungles of Amazonia, another in the jungles of Siam, an Inca capital set high in the mountains, skeletons of people in Thuringia who were not quite like modern humans in their skull shape, round houses made of mammoth bones, the calendrical purposes of the stone rings of Britain, the intact tomb of an Egyptian pharaoh, the nearly untouched remains of a French medieval village, a shipwreck on the peninsula of Tashu, the ice continent surrounding the South Pole, early Incan pottery painted with patterns from the south of Japan, Mayan legends of a great arrival from the west by a god Itzamna, which was the name of the Shinto mother goddess of the same era, megalithic monuments in Inca's great river basin that resembled megaliths in the Maghreb, old Greek ruins in Anatolia that seemed to be the Troy of Homer's epic poem The Iliad, huge lined figures on the Incan plains that could only be seen properly from the sky, the beach village in the Orkneys that Budur had visited with Adelba, a very complete Greek and Roman city at Ephesus, on the Anatolian coast. These and many, many more such finds were described. Each day was a rush of talk, Budur all the while scribbling notes in her notebook and asking for reprints of articles if they were in Arabic or Persian. She took a particular interest in the sessions on dating methods, and the scientists working on this matter often told her how much they owed to her aunt's pioneering work. They were now investigating other methods of dating, such as the matching up of successive tree rings to create a dendrochronology, proceeding fairly well, and also the measurement of a particular kind of chilique luminescence that was fixed into pottery that had been fired at high enough temperatures. But there was much work to be done on these methods, and no one was happy with the current state of their abilities to date what they found of the past in the earth. One day, a group of the archaeologists who had used Adelba's work on dating joined Budur, and they crossed the campus of the madrasa to attend a memorial session for Adelba put on by the physicists who had known her. This session was to consist of a number of eulogies, a presentation on the various aspects of her work, some presentations of recent work that referred back to hers, and then a short party or wake in celebration of her life. Budur wandered the rooms of this memorial session accepting praise for her aunt and condolences of her passing, The men in the room, for they were mostly men, were very solicitous of her and, for the most part, quite cheerful. Even the memory of Idelba brought smiles to their faces. Budor was filled with amazement and pride by this outpouring of affection, though often it made her ache as well. They had lost a valued colleague, but she had lost the only family that mattered to her, and could not always keep her focus on her aunt's work alone. At one point, she was asked to speak to the assemblage, and so she struggled to pull herself together as she went up to the lectern, thinking as she walked of her blind soldiers, who existed in her mind as a kind of bulwark or anchor, a benchmark of what was truly sad. In contrast to that, this was indeed a celebration, and she smiled to see all these people congregated to honor her aunt. It only remained to figure out what to say, and as she went up the stairs, it occurred to her that she only needed to try to imagine what Idelba herself would say, and then paraphrase that. That was reincarnation in a sense she could believe in. So she looked down at the crowd of physicists, feeling calm and anchored inside, and thanked them for coming, and added, "You all know how concerned Idelba was for the work that you are doing in atomic physics at this time, that it should be used for the good of humanity and not for anything else. I think the best memorial you could make to her would be some kind of organization of scientists devoted to the proper dissemination and use of your knowledge. Perhaps we can talk about that later. It would be very appropriate if such an organization came to be as a result of thinking about her wishes, because of a belief she held, as you know, that scientists, among all people, could be counted on to do what was right, because it would be the scientific thing to do." She felt a stilling in the audience. The looks on their faces were all of a sudden very much like those on the faces of her blind soldiers. Pain, longing, desperate hope, regret, and resolve. Many of the people in this room had no doubt been involved in the war effort of their respective countries. At the end, too, when the race in military technologies had speeded up, and things had gotten particularly ferocious and dire, the inventors of the gas shells that had blinded her soldiers could very well be in this room. Now, Budor continued cautiously, obviously this has not always been the case. So far, scientists have not always done the right thing, but Idelba's vision of science had it as being progressively improvable, just as a matter of making it more scientific. That aspect is one of the ways you define science, as against many other human activities or institutions, so to me this makes it a kind of prayer or worship of the world. It is a devotional labor. This aspect should be kept in mind whenever we remember Idelba and whenever we consider the uses of our work. Thank you. After that, more people than ever came up to her to speak their thanks and appreciation, displaced though it was from its absent object. And then, as the memorial hour wound down, some of them moved on to a meal in a nearby restaurant, and when it was over, an even smaller group of them lingered afterward over coffee and baklava. It was as if they were in one of the rain-lashed cafes of Nusayra. And finally, very late in the night, when no more than a dozen of them remained, and the waiters of the restaurant looked like they wanted to close down, Piali looked around the room and got a nod from Abdol Soroush and said to Budor, "Dr. Chen here," indicating a white-haired Chinese man at the far end of the table who nodded, "has brought work from his team on the matter of alactin. This was one of the things Idelba was working on, as you know. He wanted to share this work with all of us here. They have made the same determinations we have concerning the splitting of the alactin atoms and how this might be exploited to make an explosive. But they have done further calculations, which the rest of us have checked during the conference, including Master Ananda here," and another old man seated next to Chen nodded, "that make it clear that the particular form of alactin that would be necessary for any explosive chain reaction is so rare in nature that it could not be gathered in sufficient quantities. A natural form would have to be gathered first and then processed in factories in a procedure that right now is hypothetical only, and even if made practicable, it would be so difficult that it would take the entire industrial capacity of a state to produce enough material to make even a single bomb." "Really?" Budor said. They all nodded, looking quietly relieved, even happy. Dr. Chen's translator spoke to him in Chinese, and he nodded and said something back. The translator said in Persian, "Dr. Chen would like to add that from his observations, it seems very unlikely any country will be able to create these materials for many years, even if they should want to. So we are safe. Safe from that, anyway.
I see,
Budor said, and nodded at the elderly Chinese.
As you know, Idelba would be very pleased to have heard these results. She was quite worried, as no doubt you know, but she would also press again for some kind of international scientific organization of atomic physicists, perhaps, or a more general scientific group that would take steps to make sure humanity is never threatened by these possibilities. After what the world has just been through in the war, I don't think it could take the introduction of some super bomb. It would lead to madness.
Indeed, Piali said, and when her words were translated, Dr. Chen spoke again. His translator said, "The esteemed professor says that he thinks scientific committees to augment or advise—" Dr. Chen intervened with a comment. "To guide the world's governments, he says, by telling them what is possible, what is advisable. He says he thinks this could be done unobtrusively in the post-war exhaustion. He says he thinks governments will agree to the existence of such committees because at first they will not be aware of what it means, and by the time they learn what it means, they will be unable to dismantle them. And so scientists could take a larger role in political affairs." This is what he said. The others around the table were nodding thoughtfully, some cautious, others worried. No doubt most of the men there were funded by their governments. Piali said, "We can at least try. It would be a very good way to remember Idelba, and it may work. It seems it would help at the very least." Everyone nodded again, and after translation Dr. Chen nodded too. Budor ventured to say, "It might be introduced simply as a matter of scientists doing science, coordinating their efforts, as part of doing better science. At first, simple things that looked completely innocuous, like uniform weights and measures, rationalized mathematically, or a solar calendar that is accurate to the Earth's actual movement around the sun. Right now, we don't even agree on the date. We all come here in different years, as you know, and now our hosts have resuscitated yet another system. Right now, there must be constant multiple listings of dates. We don't even agree on the length of the year. In effect, we are still living in different histories, even though it is just one world, as the war taught us. You scientists should perhaps gather your mathematicians and astronomers and establish a scientifically accurate calendar and start using it for all scientific work. That might lead to some larger sense of world community." "How would we start it?" someone asked. Budor shrugged. She hadn't thought about that part of it. What would Idelba say? "What about just starting now? Call this meeting the 0 date. It's spring, after all. Start the year on the spring equinox, perhaps, as most years already do, and then simply number the days of every year, avoiding the various ways of calculating months and the like, the 7-day weeks, the 10-day weeks, all that. Or something else simple, something beyond culture, unarguable because it is physical in origin. Day 257 of year 1. Forward and backward from that 0 date, 365 days, leap days added, whatever it takes to be accurate to nature. Then as these kinds of matters are all universalized, or made standard all over the world, when the time comes that governments begin to put pressure on their scientists to work for just one part of humanity, they can say, 'I'm sorry, science doesn't work that way. We are a system for all peoples. We only work to make things so that they will be all right.'" The translator was saying all this in Chinese to Dr. Chen, who watched Budor closely as she spoke. When she was done, he nodded and said something. The interpreter said, "He says, those are good ideas. He says, let's try them and see." After that evening, Budor continued to attend the sessions and take her notes, but she was distracted by thoughts of the private discussions she knew were taking place among the physicists on the other side of the madrasa, the plans being made. Piali told her all about them. Her notes tended to become lists of things to do. In sunny Isfahan, a city that was old but entirely new, like a garden just planted in a vast set of ruins, it was easy to forget how hungry they were in Thuringia, in China and Africa, and indeed over most of the world. On paper, it seemed as if they could save everything. One morning, however, she passed a poster presentation that caught her attention called "A Tibetan Village Found Intact." It looked just the same as 100 other hallway exhibits, but something about it caught her. Like most of them, it had its principal text in Persian with smaller translated texts in Chinese, Tamil, Arabic, and Algonquin, the Big Five languages of the conference. The presenter and author of the poster was a big, flat-faced young woman, nervously answering questions from a small group, no more than a half-dozen people, who had gathered to hear her formal presentation. She was Tibetan herself, apparently, and was using one of the Iranian translators to answer any questions she got. Budor wasn't sure if she was speaking in Tibetan or Chinese. In any case, as she was explaining to someone else, an avalanche and landslide had covered a high mountain village in Tibet and preserved anything within as if in a giant rocky refrigerator, so that bodies had stayed frozen and everything had been preserved, furniture, clothing, food, even the last messages that 2 or 3 literate villagers had written down before the lack of air had killed them. The tiny photos of the excavated village made Budor feel very odd. Ticklish, just behind her nose, or above the roof of her mouth until she thought she might sneeze, or retch, or cry. There was something awful about the corpses, almost unchanged through all the centuries, surprised by death, but forced to wait for it. Some of them had even written down goodbye messages. She looked at the photos of the messages, crammed into a margin of a religious book. The handwriting was clear and looked like Sanskrit. The Arabic translation underneath one had a homely sound. "We have been buried by a big avalanche and cannot get out. Kenpo is still trying, but it is not going to work. The air is getting bad. We do not have much time. In this house we are Kenpo, Young, Sidpa, Zasep, Dagyab, Tenga, and Baram. Punsok left just before the avalanche hit. We don't know what happened to him. All existence is like a reflection in the mirror, without substance, a phantom of the mind. We will take form again in another place. All praise to Buddha the Compassionate." The photos looked somewhat like those Budor had seen of certain wartime disasters, death impinging without much of a mark on daily life, except that everything was changed forever. Looking at them, Budor felt dizzy all of a sudden, and in the hall of the conference chamber she could almost feel the shock of snow and rock falling on her roof, trapping her, and all her family and friends. But this was how it had happened. This was how it happened. She was still under the spell of this poster when Piali came hurrying up. "I'm afraid we should get back home as fast as possible. The army command has suspended the government and is trying to take over Nasera." 22. They flew back the next day, Piali fretting at the slowness of the airship, wishing that the military airplanes had been adapted more generally for civilian passenger use, also wondering if they would be arrested on their arrival, as intellectuals visiting a foreign power during a time of national emergency or some such thing. But when their airship landed at the airfield outside Nasera, not only were they not arrested, but in fact, looking out the windows of the tram as it rolled into the city, they could not tell that anything at all had changed. It was only when they got out of the tram and walked over to the Madrasa district that a difference became apparent. The docks were quieter. The longshoremen had closed down the docks to protest the coup. Now soldiers stood guard over the cranes and gantries, and groups of men and women stood on the street corners watching them. Piali and Budor went into the offices of the physics building and heard all the latest from Piali's colleagues. The Army Command had dissolved the Nasserine State Council and the district panchayats and declared martial law over all. They were calling it Sharia, and they had a few mullahs going along with it to provide some religious legitimacy, though it was very slight. The mullahs involved were hardline reactionaries out of step with everything that had happened in Nasera since the war, part of the "We Won" crowd, or, as Hassan had always called them, the "We would have won if it weren't for the Armenians, Sikhs, Jews, Zot, and whoever else we dislike crowd, the "We would have won if the rest of the world hadn't beaten the shit out of us" crowd. To be among like-minded people, they should have moved to the Alpine Emirates or Afghanistan long before, so no one was fooled by the facade of the coup. And as things had recently been getting a bit better, the timing of the coup was not particularly good. It made no sense. Apparently, it had only happened because the officers had been living on fixed incomes during the period of hyperinflation and thought everyone else was as desperate as they were. But many people were still sick of the army and supportive of their district panchayats, if not of the state council. So it seemed to Budor that the chances for successful resistance were good. Kirana was much more pessimistic. She was in the hospital now, as it turned out. Budor went running to it the moment she found out, feeling raw and frightened. For tests only, Kirana informed her brusquely. though she did not identify them, something to do with her blood or her lungs, Budor gathered. Nevertheless, from her hospital bed, she was calling every zawiya in the city, organizing things. "They've got the guns, so they may win, but we're not going to make it easy." Many of the madrasa and institute students were already out in crowds on the central plaza and the Corniche and docks and the Grand Mosque's courtyards, shouting, chanting, singing, and sometimes throwing stones. Kirina was not satisfied with these efforts, but spent all her time on the phone trying to schedule a rally. "They'll have you back behind the veil. They'll try to turn back the clock until you are all domestic animals again. You have to get out in the streets in great numbers. This is the only thing that scares coup leaders." Always you, and not we, Budor noticed, excluding herself as if speaking posthumously, although she was clearly pleased to be involved in all the activities, and pleased also that Budor was visiting her in the hospital. "They mistimed it," she said to Budor with a kind of mordant glee. Not only were the food shortages becoming less frequent and severe, but it was spring, and as sometimes happened in Nusayra, the endlessly cloudy skies had abruptly cleared and the sun was shining day after day, illuminating new greens that welled up everywhere in the gardens and the cracks in the pavement. The sky was washed clear and gleaming like lapis overhead, and when 20,000 people gathered on the commercial docks and marched down Sultana Katima Boulevard to the Mosque of the Fishermen, many thousands more came to watch and joined the crowd marching until, when the army ringing the district shot pepper gas canisters into the crowd, people poured in every direction out the big transverse streets, cutting through the medinas flanking the Lawiya River, causing it to appear that the whole city had rioted. After those hurt by the gas were cared for, the crowd returned bigger than it had been before the attack. This happened 2 or 3 times in a single day, until the huge square before the city's great mosque and the old palace was completely filled with people, facing the barbed wire fronting the old palace and singing songs, listening to speeches, and chanting slogans and various surahs of the Quran that supported the rights of the people against the ruler. The square never emptied, nor even grew uncrowded. People went home for meals and other necessities, leaving the young to carouse through the nights, but they refilled the square during the beautiful lengthening days to bear witness. The whole city was in effect shut down for all of the first month of spring, like an extreme Ramadan. One day Kirina was wheeled to the palace square in a wheelchair by her students, and she grinned at the sight. "Now this is what works," she said. "Sheer numbers." They brought her through the crowd to the rough podium they were constructing daily, made of dock pallets, and got her up there to make a speech, which she did with gusto, in her usual style, despite her physical weakness. She grabbed the microphone of the amplifier and said to them, "What Muhammad began was the idea that all humans had rights that could not be taken away from them without insulting their Creator. Allah made all humans equally His creatures, and none are to serve others. This message came into a time very far from these practices, and the course of progress in history has been the story of the clarification of these principles of Islam and the establishment of true justice. Now we are here to continue that work. In particular, women have had to struggle against misinterpretation of the Quran, jailed in their homes and their veils and their illiteracy until Islam itself foundered under the general ignorance of all. For how can men be wise and prosper when they spend their first years taught by people who don't know anything? Thus we fought the long war and lost it. For us it was the Nakba. Not the Armenians or the Burmese or the Jews or the Haudenosaunee or the Africans were responsible for our defeat, nor any problem with Islam itself fundamentally, as it is the voice of the love of God and the wholeness of humanity, but only the historical miscarriage of Islam, distorted as it has been. Now, we have been facing that reality in Nusayra ever since the war ended, and we have made great strides. We have all witnessed and taken part in the burst of good work done here, despite physical privations of every sort and underneath the constant rain. Now the generals think they can stop all this and turn the clock back as if they did not lose the war and cast us into this necessity of creation that we have used so well, as if time could ever run backward. Nothing like that can ever happen. We have made a new world here on old ground, and Allah protects it through the actions of all the people who truly love Islam and its chances to survive in the world to come. So, We have gathered here to join the long struggle against oppression, to join all the revolts, rebellions, and revolutions, all the efforts to take power away from the armies, the police, the mullahs, and give it back to the people. Every victory has been incremental, a matter of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, a struggle forever. But each time we progress a little further, and no one is going to push us backward. If they expect to succeed in such a project, the government will have to dismiss the people and appoint another one. But I don't think that's how it happens. This was well received, and the crowd kept growing, and Budur was pleased to see how many of them were women, working women from the kitchens and the canning factories, women for whom the veil or the harem had never been an issue, but who had suffered as they all had with the war and the crash. Indeed, they formed the raggedest, hungriest-looking mob possible, with a tendency merely to stand there as if asleep on their feet, and yet there they were, filling the squares, refusing to work. And on Friday they faced Mecca only when one of the revolutionary clerics stood among them, not a policeman in a pulpit, but a man among neighbors, as Muhammad had been in his life. As it was Friday, this particular cleric said the first chapter of the Quran, the Fatiha, known to everyone, even the large group of Buddhists and Haudenosaunee always standing there among them, so that the whole crowd could recite it together over and over many times. Praise be to God, Lord of the worlds, the compassionate, the merciful, King on the day of reckoning. Thee only do we worship, and to Thee do we cry for help. Guide us on the straight path, the path of those to whom Thou hast been gracious, with whom Thou art not angry, and who go not astray. The next morning this same cleric got up on the dais and started the day by reciting into the microphone a poem by Raleb, waking people up and calling them out to the square again. Soon I will be only a story, but the same is true of you. I hope the bardo will not be empty, but people do not yet know where they live. Past and future all mixed together. Let those trapped birds out the window. What then remains? The stories you no longer believe. You had better believe them. While you live, they carry the meaning. When you die, they carry the meaning. To those who come after, they carry the meaning. You had better believe in them. In Rumi's story, he saw all the worlds as one, and that one, love, he called to and knew, not Muslim or Jew or Hindu or Buddhist, only a friend, a breath-breathing human, telling his bodhisattva story. The bardo waits for us to make it real. Budur on that morning was awakened in the Zawiya by someone bringing news to her of a phone message. It was from one of her blind soldiers. They wanted to talk to her. She took the tram and then walked into the hospital feeling apprehensive. Were they angry at her for not coming recently? Were they worried about the way she had left after her last visit? No. The oldest ones spoke for them, or for some part of them anyway. They wanted to march in the demonstration against the army takeover, and they wanted her to lead them. About 2/3 of the ward said they wanted to do it. It wasn't the kind of request one could refuse. Budur agreed, and feeling shaky and uncertain, led them out the gate of the hospital. There were too many of them for the trams, so they walked down the riverfront road and then the corniche, hands on the shoulders before them like a parade of elephants. Back in the ward, Budur had gotten used to the look of them, but out here in the brilliant sunshine and the open air, they were a shocking sight once again, maimed and awful. 327 of them walking down the corniche. They had taken a head count when leaving the ward. Naturally, they drew a crowd, and some people began following them down the corniche, and in the big plaza there was already a crowd that quickly made room for the veterans at the front of the protest facing the old palace. They arranged themselves into ranks by feel, and counted off in undertones with a little aid from Budur. Then they stood silently, right hands on the shoulders to their left, listening to the speakers at the microphone. The crowd behind them grew bigger and bigger. Army airships floated low over the city, and amplified voices from them ordered everyone to leave the streets and plazas. A full curfew had been declared, the mechanical voices informed them. This decision had no doubt been made in ignorance of the blind soldiers' presence in the palace square. They stood there without moving, and the crowd stood with them. One of the blind soldiers shouted, "What are they going to do? Gas us?" In fact, this was all too possible, as pepper gas had been deployed already at the state council chambers and the police barracks and down on the docks, and later it was said by many that the blind soldiers were in fact tear-gassed during that tense week, and that they just stood there and took it, for they had no tears left to shed, that they stood in their square with their hands on each other's shoulders and chanted the Fatiha and the Bismillah that starts every surah. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful. Budur herself never saw any pepper gas dropped in the palace square, although she heard her soldiers chanting the Bismillah for hours at a time. But she was not there in the square every hour of that week, and hers was not the only group of blind soldiers to have left their hospitals and joined the protests either. So possibly something of the sort occurred. Certainly in the time afterward, everyone believed it had. In any case, during that long week, people passed the time by reciting long passages from Rumi Balkhi and Ferdowsi, and the joker Mullah Nasreddin, and the epic poet of Farinja Ali, and from their own Sufi poet of Nusayra, young Raleb, who had been killed on the very last day of the war. Budur made frequent visits to the women's hospital where Kirana was staying to tell her what was happening on the plaza and elsewhere in the great city, now pulsing everywhere with its people. They had taken to the streets and were not leaving them. Even when the rain returned, they stayed out there. Kirana ate up every word of news, hungry to be out herself, supremely irritated that she was confined at this time. Obviously, she was seriously ill or she wouldn't have suffered it, but she was emaciated and sallow, dark rings under her eyes like a raccoon from Ying Cho, stuck, as she put it, just when things are getting interesting. Just when her long-winded, acid-tongued facility for speech could have been put to use, could have made history as well as commented on it. But it was not to be. She could only lie there fighting her illness. The one time Budur ventured to ask how she was feeling, she grimaced and said only, "The termites have got me." But even so, she stayed close to the center of the action. A delegation of opposition leaders, including a contingent of women from the zawiyas of the city, were meeting with adjutants of the generals to make their protests and negotiate if they could, and these people visited Kirana often to talk over strategy. On the streets, the rumor was that a deal was being hammered out, but Kirana lay there, eyes burning, and shook her head at Budur's hopefulness. "Don't be naive." Her sardonic grin wrinkled her wasted features. "They're just playing for time. They think that if they hold on long enough, the protests will die down and they can get on with their business. They're probably right. They've got the guns after all." But then a Haudenosaunee fleet steamed into the harbor roads and anchored. Hainia, Budur thought when she saw them. 40 giant steel battleships bristling with guns that could fire 100 li inland. They called in on a wireless frequency used by a popular music station, and though the government had seized the station, they could do nothing to stop this message from reaching all the wireless receptors in the city, and many heard the message and passed it along. The Haudenosaunee wanted to speak to the legitimate government, the one they had been dealing with before. They refused to speak to the generals who were breaking the Shanghai Convention by usurping the constitutionally required government, a very serious breach. They declared they would not move from Nusayra's harbor until the council established by the post-war settlement was reconvened, and they would not trade with any government led by the generals. As the grain that had saved Nusayra from starvation in the previous winter had mostly come from Haudenosaunee ships, this was a serious challenge indeed. The matter hung for 3 days, during which rumors flew like bats at dusk. That negotiations were going on between the fleet and the junta, that mines were being laid, that amphibious troops were being readied, that negotiations were breaking down. On the 4th day, the leaders of the coup were suddenly nowhere to be found. The Ying Cho fleet was a few ships smaller in size. The generals had been spirited off, everyone said, to asylums in the Sugar Islands or the Maldives, in exchange for quitting without a fight. The ranking officers left behind led the deployed units of the army back to their barracks and stood down, waiting for further instructions from the legitimate state council. The coup was cancelled. The people in the streets cheered, shouted, sang, embraced. Total strangers went crazy for joy. Budur did all these things and led her soldiers back to their ward, and then rushed to Kirana's hospital to tell Kirana everything she had seen, feeling a pang to see her so sick in the midst of this triumph. Kirana nodded at the news, saying, "We were lucky to get help like that. The whole world saw that. It will have a good effect, you'll see. Although now we're in for it. We'll see what it's like to be part of a league. We'll see what kind of people they really are. Other friends wanted to wheel her out to give another speech, but she wouldn't do it. She said, "Just go tell people to get back to work. Tell them we need to get the bakeries baking again." 23. Darkness. Silence. Then a voice in the void. "Kirana? Are you there? Qual? Q? Kenpo? What? Are you there? I'm here. We're back in the bardo." "There is no such thing." "Yes, there is. Here we are. You can't deny it. We keep coming back." Blackness. Silence. A refusal of speech. "Come on, you can't deny it. We keep coming back. We keep going out again. Everybody does. That's Dharma. We keep trying. We keep making progress." A noise like a tiger's growl. "But we do. Here's Adelba and Piali and even Madame Saruri." So she was right. Yes. Ridiculous. Nevertheless, here we are. Here to be sent back again, sent back together, our little Jati. I don't know what I would do without all of you. I think the solitude would kill me. You're killed anyway. Yes, but it's less lonely this way. And we're making a difference. No, we are. Look at what has happened. You can't deny it. Things were done. It's not very much. Of course, you said it yourself. We have thousands of lifetimes of work to do, but it's working. Don't generalize. It could all slip away. Of course, but back we go to try again. Each generation makes its fight. A few more turns of the wheel. Come on. Back with a will. Back into the fray. As if one could refuse. Oh, come on. You wouldn't even if you could. You're always the one leading the way down there. You're always up for a fight. I'm tired. I don't know how you persist the way you do. You tire me, too. Oh, that hope in the face of calamity. Sometimes I think you should be more marked by it. Sometimes I think I have to take it all on myself. Come on. You'll be your old self once things get going again. Adelba, Piali, Madame Saruri, are you ready? We're ready. Kirana? All right, then. One more turn. Book 10. The First Years. 1. Always China. Bao Xinhua was 14 years old when he first met Keng Changguo in his work unit near the southern edge of Beijing, just outside the Dahongmen, the big red gate. Keng was only a few years older, but he was already head of the revolutionary cell in his work unit next door, quite an accomplishment given that he had been one of the Sanwu, the three withouts, without family, without work unit, without identity card, when he showed up as a boy at the gate of the police station of the Zhejiang district, just outside the Dahongmen. The police had placed him in his current work unit, but he always remained an outsider there, often called an individualist, which is a very deep criticism in China, even now, when so much has changed. He persisted in his own ways no matter what others said. He clung obstinately to his own course. He was so lonely he didn't even have a shadow. This is what they said about him in his work unit, and so naturally he looked outside the unit to the neighborhood and the city at large, and was a street boy for no one knew how long, not even him, and he was good at it. Then, at a young age, he became a firebrand in Beijing underground politics, and it was in this capacity that he visited Bao Xinhua's work unit. The work unit is the modern equivalent of the Chinese clan compound, he said to those of them who gathered to listen. It is a spiritual and social unit as much as an economic one, trying its best to continue the old ways in the new world. No one really wants to change it because everyone wants to have a place to come to when they die. Everyone needs a place. But these big walled factories are not like the old family compounds that they imitate. They are prisons. First built to organize our labor for the Long War. Now the Long War has been over for 50 years, and yet we slave all our lives for it still, as if we worked for China, when really it is only for corrupt military governors, not even for the emperor who disappeared long ago, but for the generals and warlords who hope we will work and never notice how the world has changed. We say we are of one work unit, as if we were saying we are of the same family, or we are brother and sister, and this is good. But we never see over the wall of our unit to the world at large. Many in his audience nodded. Their work unit was a poor one, made up mostly of immigrants from the South, and they often went hungry. The post-war years in Beijing had seen a lot of changes, and now in the year 29, as the revolutionaries like to call it, in conformity with the practice of scientific organizations, things were beginning to fall apart. The Qing dynasty had been overthrown in the middle years of the war, when things had gone so badly. The emperor himself, aged 6 or 7 at the time, had disappeared, and now most assumed he was dead. The fifth assemblage of military talent was still in control of the Confucian bureaucracy, its hand still on the wheel of their destiny, but it was a senile old hand, the dead hand of the past, and all over China revolts were breaking out. They were of all sorts, some in the service of foreign ideologies, but most internal insurgencies, organized by Han Chinese, hoping to rid themselves once and for all of the Qing and the generals and warlords. Thus the White Lotus, the Monkey Insurgents, the Shanghai Revolutionary Movement, and so on. Joining these were regional revolts by the various nationalities and ethnic groups in the West and South, the Tibetans, Mongolians, Xinjiang, and so on, all intent on freeing themselves from the heavy hand of Beijing. There was no question that despite the big army that Beijing could in theory bring to bear, an army still much admired and honored by the populace for its sacrifices in the Long War, the military command itself was in trouble and soon to fall. The great enterprise had returned again to China, dynastic succession, and the question was, who was going to succeed? And could anyone succeed in bringing China back together again? Kung spoke to Bao's work unit in favor of the League of All Peoples School of Revolutionary Change, which had been founded during the last years of the Long War by Zhu Tuanjie Keshui, Unite for Science, a half-Japanese whose birth name had been Isao. Zhu Isao, as he was usually called, had been a Chinese governor of one of the Japanese provinces before their revolution, and when that revolution came he had negotiated a settlement with the Japanese independent forces. He had ordered the Chinese army occupying Kyushu back to China without loss of life on either side, landing with them in Manchuria and declaring the port city of Tongshan to be an international city of peace, right there in the homeland of the Qing rulers and in the midst of the Long War. The official Beijing position was that Zhu was a Japanese and a traitor, and that when the appropriate time came, his insurgency would be crushed by the Chinese armies he had betrayed. As it turned out, when the war ended and the post-war years marched by in their dreary, hungry round, the city of Tongshan was never conquered. On the contrary, similar revolts occurred in many other Chinese cities, particularly the big ports on the coast, all the way down to Canton, and Zhu Isao published an unending stream of theoretical materials defending his movement's actions and explaining the novel organization of the city of Tongshan, which was run as a communal enterprise belonging equally to all the people who lived within its embattled borders. Kung talked about these matters with Bao's work unit, describing Zhu's theory of communal creation of value and what it meant for ordinary Chinese, who had for so long had the fruits of their labor stolen from them. Zhu looked at what really happens and described our economy, politics, and methods of power and accumulation in scientific detail. After that, he proposed a new organization of society which took this knowledge of how things work and applied it to serve all the people in a community and in all China, or any other country. During a break for a meal, Kung paused to speak to Bao and asked his name. Bao's given name was Xinhua, New China. Kung's was Jianguo, Construct the Nation. They knew, therefore, that they were children of the Fifth Assemblage, who had encouraged patriotic naming to counteract their own moral bankruptcy and the superhuman sacrifices of the people during the post-war famines. Everyone born around 20 years before had names like Oppose Islam, Huidi, or Do Battle, Tando. Even though at that point the war had been over for 30 years, girls' names had suffered especially during this fad, as parents attempted to keep some traditional elements of female names incorporated into the whipped-up patriotic fervor so that there were girls their age named Fragrant Soldier, or Graceful Army, or Public Fragrance, or Nation-Loving Orchid, and the like. Kung and Bao laughed together over some of these examples, and spoke of Bao's parents, and Kung's lack of parents, and Kung fixed Bao with his gaze and said, "Yet Bao itself is a very important word or concept, you know? Repayment, retribution, honoring parents and ancestors, holding and holding on. It's a good name." Bao nodded, captured already by the attention of this dark-eyed person, so intense and cheerful, so interested in things. There was something about him that drew Bao, drew him so strongly that it seemed to Bao that this meeting was a matter of yuan-fen, a predestined relation, a thing always meant to be, part of his yuan or fate, saving him perhaps from a nie-yuan, a bad fate, for his work unit struck him as small-minded, oppressive, stultifying, a kind of death to the soul, a prison from which he could not escape, in which he was already entombed, whereas he already felt like he had known Kung forever. So he followed Kung around Beijing like a younger brother, and because of him became a sort of truant from his work unit, or in other words, a revolutionary. Kung took him to meetings of the revolutionary cells he was part of, and gave him books and pamphlets of Zhu Yisao's to read, took charge of his education, in effect, as he had for so many others, and there was nothing Bao's parents or his work unit could do about it. He had a new work unit now, spread out across Beijing and China and all the world, the work unit of those who were going to make things right. Beijing at the time was a place of most severe deprivations. There were millions who had moved there during the war, who still lived in improvised shanty towns outside the gates. The wartime work units had expanded far to the west, and these still stood like a succession of gray fortresses looking down on the wide new streets. Every tree in the city had been cut down during the 12 hard years, and even now the city was bare of almost all vegetation. The new trees had been planted with spiked fences protecting them, and watchmen to guard them at night, which did not always work. The poor old guards would wake in the mornings to find the fence there but the tree gone, cut at the ground for firewood or pulled out by the roots for sale somewhere else, and for these lost saplings they would weep inconsolably, or even commit suicide. The bitter winters would sweep down on the city in the fall, rains full of yellow mud from the dust torn out of the lowest to the west, and drizzle down onto a concrete city without a single leaf to fall to the ground. Rooms were kept warm by space heaters, but the chi system often shut down, in blackouts that lasted for weeks, and then everyone suffered, except for the government bureaucrats whose compounds had their own generating systems. Most people stayed warm then by stuffing their coats with newspaper, so that it was a bulky populace that moved around in their thick brown coats, doing what work they could find, looking like they were all fat with prosperity, but it wasn't so. Thus many people were ripe for change. Kung was as lean and hungry as any of them, but full of energy. He didn't seem to need much food or sleep. All he ever did was read and talk and read, and ride his bike from meeting to meeting and exhort groups to unify, to join the revolutionary movement spearheaded by Zhu Yisao and change China. "Listen," he would say to his audiences urgently, "it's China we can change because we are Chinese. And if we change China, then we change the world, because it always comes back to China. Do you understand? There are more of us than all the rest of the people of the earth combined. And because of the colonialist, imperialist years of the Qing, all the wealth of the world has come to us over the years, in particular all the gold and silver. For many dynasties we brought in gold by trade, and then when we conquered the New World we took their gold and silver from them, and all that came back to China too, and none of it has ever left. We are poor, not for any material reason, but because of the way we are organized. Do you see? We suffered in the Long War the way every nation suffered in the Long War, but the rest of the world is recovering, and we are not, even though we won because of the way we are organized. The gold and silver is hidden in the treasure chests of the corrupt bureaucrats, and people freeze and starve while the bureaucrats hide in their holes, warm and full, and that will never change unless we change it." He would go on to explain Zhu's theories of society, how for many long dynasties a system of extortion had ruled China and most of the world, and because the land was fecund and the farmers' taxes supportable, the system had endured. Eventually, however, a crisis had come to this system, wherein the rulers had grown so numerous and the land so depleted that the taxes they required could not be grown by the farmers, and when it was a choice of starvation or revolt, the farmers had revolted, as they had often before the Long War. They did it for their children's sake. We were taught to honor our ancestors, but the tapestry of the generations runs in both directions, and it was the genius of the people to begin to fight for the generations to come, to give up their lives for their children and their children's children. This is the true way to honor your family. And so we had the revolts of the Ming and the early Qing, and similar uprisings were happening all over the world, and eventually things fell apart, and all fought all. And even China, the richest nation on earth, was devastated, but the necessary work went on. We have to continue that work and end the tyranny of the rulers and establish a new world based on the sharing of the world's wealth among all equally. The gold and silver come from the earth, and the earth belongs to all of us, just like the air and the water belong to all of us. There can no longer be hierarchies like those that have oppressed us for so long. The fight has to be carried on, and each defeat is simply a necessary defeat in the long march toward our goal. Naturally, anyone who spent every hour of every day making such speeches as Kung did was quickly going to get in serious trouble with the authorities. Beijing, as the capital and biggest manufacturing city, undamaged in the Long War compared to many other cities, was assigned many divisions of the army police, and the walls of the city made it possible for them to close the gates and conduct quarter-by-quarter searches. It was, after all, the heart of the empire. They could order an entire quarter razed if they wanted to, and more than once they did. Shanty towns and even legally allowed districts were bulldozed flat and rebuilt to the standard work unit compound plan in the effort to rid the city of malcontents. A firebrand like Kung was marked for trouble, and so, in the year 31, when he was around 17, and Bao 15, he left Beijing for the southern provinces to take the message to the masses, as Zhu Yisao had urged him and all the cadres like him to do. Bao followed along with him. At the time of his departure, he took with him a bag containing a pair of silk socks, a pair of blue wool shoes with leather bottoms, a wadded jacket, an old lined jacket, a pair of lined trousers, a pair of unlined trousers, a hand towel, a pair of bamboo chopsticks, an enamel bowl, a toothbrush, and a copy of Zhu's Analysis of Chinese Colonialism. The next years flew by, and Bao learned a great deal about life and people, and about his friend, Kung Jianguo. The riots of year 33 evolved into a full revolt against the 5th Military Assemblage, which became a general civil war. The army attempted to keep control of the cities. The revolutionaries scattered into the villages and fields. There they lived by a series of protocols that made them the favorite of the farmers, taking great pains to protect them and their crops and animals, never expropriating their possessions or their food, preferring starvation to theft from the very people they had pledged themselves to liberate. Every battle in this strange, diffuse war had a macabre quality. It seemed like an endless string of murders of civilians in their own clothes. No uniforms or big formal battles about it. Men, women, and children, farmers in the field, shopkeepers in their doorways, animals. The army was merciless. And yet it went on. Kung became a prominent leader at the Revolutionary Military College in Annan, a college headquartered deep in the gorge of the Brahmaputra, but also spread through every unit of the revolutionary forces, the professors or advisors doing their best to make every encounter with the enemy a kind of education in the field. Soon Kung headed this effort, particularly when it came to the struggle for the urban and coastal work units. He was an endless source of ideas and energy. The 5th Military Assemblage eventually abandoned the central government and fell away into a scattering of warlords. This was a victory, but now each warlord and his little army had to be defeated in turn. The struggle moved unevenly from province to province, an ambush here, a bridge blown up there. Often Kung was the target of assassination attempts, and naturally Bao, as his comrade and assistant, was also endangered by these attacks. Bao tended to want vengeance against the attempted assassins, but Kung was imperturbable. "It doesn't matter," he would say. "We all die anyway." He was much more cheerful about this fact than anyone else Bao ever met. Only once did Bao see Kung seriously angry, and even that was in a strangely cheerful way, considering the situation. It happened when one of their own officers, one Shi Fandi, opposed imperialism, was convicted by eyewitnesses of raping and killing a female prisoner in his keeping. Shi emerged from the jail they had kept him in, shouting, "Don't kill me, I've done nothing wrong. My men know I tried to protect them. The bandit that died was one of the most brutal in Sichuan. This judgment is wrong." Kung appeared from the storeroom where he had slept that night. She said, "Commander, have mercy, don't kill me." Kung said, "Shifandi, don't say anything more. When a man does something as wrong as you have, and it's time for him to die, he should shut up and put a good face on it. That's all he can do to prepare himself for his next time around. You raped and killed a prisoner. 3 eyewitnesses testified to it, and that's one of the worst crimes there is, and there are reports it wasn't the first time. To let you live and do more such things will only make people hate you and our cause, so it would be wrong. Let's have no more talk. I'll make sure your family is taken care of. You be a man of more courage." She said bitterly, "More than once I've been offered 10,000 taels to kill you, and I always turn them down." Kung waved this away.
"That was only your duty, but you think it makes you special. As if you had to resist your character to do the right thing, but your character is no excuse. I'm sick of your character. I too have an angry soul. But this is China we're fighting for humanity. You have to ignore your character and do what is right." And he turned away as Shifandi was led off. Afterward, Kung was in a dark mood, not remorseful about the condemnation of Shi, but depressed. It had to be done, but it did nothing. Such men as he often come out on top. Presumably they will never die out, and so perhaps China will never escape her fate. He quoted from Ju, "Vast territories, abundant resources, a great population. From such an excellent base, will we only ever go in circles, trapped on the wheel of birth and death?" Bao did not know how to reply. He had never heard his friend speak so pessimistically, although now it seemed familiar enough. Kung had many moods, but in the end, one mood dominated. He sighed, leaped to his feet. "On with it anyway. Go on. Go on. We can only try. We have to occupy the time of this life somehow. We might as well fight for the good." It was the farmers' associations that made the difference in the end. Kung and Bao attended nightly meetings in hundreds of villages and towns, and thousands of revolutionary soldiers like them were conveying Ju's analysis and plan to the people, who in the country were still for the most part illiterate, so that the information had to be conveyed by word of mouth. But there is no form of communication faster and more certain once it reaches a certain critical point of accumulation. Bao learned every detail of farming existence during that time. He learned that the Long War had stripped away most of the men who had been alive and many of the younger women. There were only a few old men around, no matter where you went, and the total population was still less than it had been before the war. Some villages were abandoned. Others were occupied by skeleton crews. This made planting and harvesting crops difficult, and the young people alive were always at work ensuring that the season's food and tax crops would be grown. The old women worked as hard as anyone, doing what they could at their age to help, maintaining at all times the imperial demeanor of the ordinary Chinese farm wife. Usually the ones in the village who could read and do accounts were the grandmothers, who as girls had lived in more prosperous families. Now they taught the younger folk how to run the looms and to deal with the government in Beijing and to read. Because of this, they were often the first ones cut down when a warlord army invaded their region, along with the young men who might join the fight. In the Confucian system, the farmers were the second most highly regarded class, just below the scholar bureaucrats who invented the system, but above the artisans and merchants. Now Jews intellectuals were organizing the farmers in the back country, and the artisans and merchants in the cities mostly waited to see what would happen. So it seemed Confucius himself had identified the revolutionary classes. Certainly there were many more farmers than city dwellers, so when the farmer armies began to organize and march, there was little the old Long War remnants could do about it. They had been decimated themselves and had neither the means nor the will to kill millions of their countrymen. For the most part, they retreated to the biggest cities and prepared to defend them, as if against Muslims. In this uneasy standoff, Kung argued against any all-out assaults, advocating more subtle methods for defeating the city-based warlords that remained. Certain cities had their supply lines cut off, their airports destroyed, their ports blockaded, siege tactics of the oldest kind, updated to the new weapons of the Long War. Indeed, another long war, this time a civil war, seemed to be brewing, though there was no one in China who wanted such a thing. Even the youngest child lived in the wreckage and shadow of the Long War, and knew another one would be a catastrophe. Kung met with White Lotus and other revolutionary groups in the cities controlled by the warlords. Almost every work unit had within it workers sympathetic to the revolution, and many of them were joining Ju's movement.
In reality, there was almost no one who actively and enthusiastically supported the old regime. How could there be? Too much bad had happened, so it was a matter of getting all the disaffected to back the same resistance and the same strategy for change. Kung proved to be the most influential leader in this effort. In times like these, he would say, everyone becomes a sort of intellectual, as matters so dire demand to be thought through. That's the glory of these times. They have woken us up. Some of these talks and organizational meetings were dangerous visits to enemy ground. Kung had risen too far in the new China movement to be safe making such missions. He was too famous now and had a price on his head. But once, in the 32nd week of year 35, he and Bao made a clandestine visit to their old neighborhood in Beijing, hiding in a delivery truck full of cabbage heads and emerging near the big red gate. At first, it seemed everything had changed. Certainly the immediate neighborhood outside the gate had been razed and new streets laid out so that there was no way they could find their old haunts by the gate, as they were gone. In their place stood a big police station and a number of work unit compounds lined up parallel to the old stretch of city wall that still existed for a short distance on each side of the gate. Fairly big trees had been transplanted to the new street corners, protected by thick wrought iron fences with spikes on top. The greenery looked very fine. The work unit compounds had dorm windows looking outward, another welcome new feature. In the old days, they were always built with blank walls facing the outside world, and only in their inner courtyards were there any signs of life. Now the streets themselves were crowded with vendor carts and rolling bookstalls. "It looks good," Bao had to admit. Kung grinned. "I like the old place better. Let's get going and see what we can find." Their appointment was in an old work unit, occupying several smaller buildings just to the south of the new quarter. Down there the alleys were as tight as ever, all brick and dust and muddy lanes, not a tree to be seen. They wandered freely here, wearing sunglasses and aviators' caps like half the other young men. No one paid them the slightest attention, and they were able to buy paper bowls of noodles and eat standing on a street corner among the crowds and traffic, observing the familiar scene, which did not seem to have changed a bit since their departure a few packed years before. Bao said, "I miss this place." Kung agreed. "It won't be long before we can move back here if we want. Enjoy Beijing again, center of the world." But first, a revolution to finish. They slipped into one of the shops of the work unit and met with a group of unit supervisors, most of them old women. They were not inclined to be impressed by any boy advocating enormous change, but by this time Kung was famous, and they listened carefully to him and asked a lot of detailed questions. And when he was done, they nodded and patted him on the shoulder and sent him back out onto the street, telling him he was a good boy and that he should get out of the city before he got himself arrested, and that they would back him when the time came. That was the way it was with Kung. Everyone felt the fire in him and responded in the human way. If he could win over the old women of the long war in a single meeting, then nothing was impossible. Many a village and work unit was staffed entirely by these women, as were the Buddhist hospitals and colleges. Kung knew all about them by now. The gangs of widows and grandmothers, he called them. Very frightening minds. They are beyond the world, but know every tale of it, so they can be very hard, very unsentimental. Good scientists frequent among them. Politicians of great cunning. It's best not to cross them. And he never did, but learned from them and honored them. Kung knew where the power lay in any given situation. If the old women and the young men ever get together, it will be all over. Kung also traveled to Tangshan to meet with Zhu Yisao himself and discuss with the old philosopher the campaign for China. Under Zhu's aegis, he flew to Yingzhou and spoke with the Japanese and Chinese representatives of the Yingzhou League, meeting also Travancore's and others in Fangcheng, and when he returned, he came with promises of support from all the progressive governments of the New World. Soon after that, one of the great Haudenosaunee fleets arrived in Tangshan and unloaded huge quantities of food and weapons, and similar fleets appeared off all the port cities not under revolutionary control already, blockading them in effect, if not in word, and the new China forces were able, over the next couple of years, to win victories in Shanghai, Canton, Hangzhou, Nanjing, and inland all over China. The final assault on Beijing became more of a triumphal entry than anything else. The soldiers of the old army disappeared into the vast city, or out to their last stronghold in Gansu, and Kung was with Zhu in the first trucks of a giant motorcade that entered the capital uncontested, indeed hugely celebrated, on the spring equinox marking the year 36 through the big red gate. It was later in that week that they opened up the Forbidden City to the people, who had only been in there a few times before after the disappearance of the last emperor, when for a few years of the war it had been a public park and army barracks. For the past 40 years it had been closed again to the people, and now they streamed in to hear Zhu and his inner circle speak to China and the world. Bao was in the crowd accompanying them, and as they passed under the gate of Great Harmony, he saw Kung look around as if surprised. Kung shook his head, an odd expression on his face, and it was still there when he went up to the podium to stand by Zhu and speak to the ecstatic masses filling the square. Zhu was still speaking when the shots rang out. Zhu fell. Kung fell. All was chaos. Bao fought his way through the screaming crowd and got to the ring of people around the wounded on the temporary wooden stage, and most of those people were men and women he knew, trying to establish order and get medical assistance and a route out of the palace grounds to a hospital. One who recognized him let Bao through, and he rushed and stumbled to Kung's side. The assassin had used the big, soft-tipped bullets that had been developed during the war, and there was blood all over the wood of the stage, shocking in its copious, gleaming redness. Zhu had been struck in the arm and leg, Kung in the chest. There was a big hole in his back, and his face was gray. He was dying. Bao knelt beside him and took up his splayed right hand, calling out his name. Kung looked through him. Bao couldn't be sure he was seeing anything. "Kung Jianguo," Bao cried, the words torn out of him like no others had ever been. "Bao Xinhua," Kung mouthed. "Go on." Those were his last words. He died before they even got him off the stage. 2. This Square Fathom. All that happened when Bao was young. After Kung's assassination, he wasn't much good for a time. He attended the funeral and never shed a tear. He thought he was beyond such things, that he was a realist, that the cause was what mattered, and that the cause would go on. He was numb to his grief. He felt he didn't really care. That seemed odd to him, but there it was. It wasn't all that real. It couldn't be. He had gotten over it. He kept his nose in books and read all the time. He attended the college in Beijing and read history and political science and accepted diplomatic posts for the new government. First in Japan, then Yingzhou, then Nasera, then Burma. The new China program progressed, but slowly, so slowly. Things were better, but not in any rapid, marked way. Different, but in some ways the same. People still fought. Corruption infected the new institutions. It was always a struggle. Everything took much longer than anyone had anticipated, and yet every few years everything was also somehow entirely different. The pulse of history's long duration was much slower than an individual's time. One day, after some years had passed, he met a woman named Pan Shisuan, a diplomat from Yingzhou, in Beijing on assignment to the embassy there. They were assigned together to work on the Dahai League, the association of states encircling the Great Ocean, and as part of that work they were both sent by their governments to a conference in Hawaii, in the middle of the Dahai. There, on the beaches of the Big Island, they spent a great deal of time together, and when they returned to Beijing, they were a couple. Her ancestry was both Chinese and Japanese, and all her great-grandparents had lived in Yingzhou, in Fangchang and the valley behind it. When Pan Shisuan's assignment in Beijing ended, and she went back home, Bao made arrangements to join the Chinese embassy in Fangchang and flew across the Dahai to the dramatic green coastline and golden hills of Yingzhou. There he and Pan Shisuan married and lived for 20 years, raising 2 children, a son, Zhao, and a daughter, Anxi. Pan Shisuan took on one of the ministries of the Yingzhou government, which meant she traveled fairly often to Long Island, to Ngito, and around the Dahai Rim countries. Bao stayed home and worked for the Chinese embassy, saw after the children, and wrote and taught history at the city college. It was a good life in Fangchang, that most beautiful and dramatic of all cities, and sometimes it would seem to him that his youth in revolutionary China was a kind of vivid, intense dream he had once had. Scholars came over to talk to him sometimes, and he would reminisce about those years, and once or twice he even wrote about parts of it himself, but it was all at a great distance. Then one day he felt a bump on the side of Pan Shisuan's right breast, cancer, and a year later, after much suffering, she died. In her usual way, she had gone on before. Bao, desolate, was left to raise their children. His son Zhao was already almost grown, and soon took a job in Aozhou, across the sea, so that Bao rarely saw him in person. His daughter Ansi was younger, and he did what he could, hiring women to live in and help him. But somehow he tried too hard. He cared too much. Ansi got angry with him often, moved out when she could, got married, and seldom came to see him after that. Somehow he had botched that, and he didn't even know how. He was offered a post in Beijing, and he returned, but it was too strange. He felt like a preta, wandering the scenes of some past life. He stayed in the western quarters of the city, new neighborhoods that bore no particular resemblance to the ones he had known. The forbidden city he forbade to himself. He tried reading and writing, thinking that if only he could write everything down, then it would never come back again. After not too many years of that, he took a post in Pyongyang, the capital of Burma, joining the League of All Peoples Agency for Harmony with Nature, as a Chinese representative and diplomat at large. 3. Writing Burmese History. Pyongyang was located on the westernmost channel of the mouths of the Irrawaddy, that great river road of Burmese life, which was by now urbanized all across the mouths in one enormous seafront city, or congeries of cities, all the way up each branch of the delta to Hanzada, and indeed from there up the river all the way to Mandalay. But it was Pyongyang where the supercity could be seen at its most huge, the river channels running out into the sea like grand avenues between stupendous bunched skyscrapers that made of the river's deep gorges, bridged by innumerable streets and alleyways, alternating with the many more numerous canals, all crisscrossing each other in hundreds of overlapping grids, and all dominated by the deep canyons formed by the myriad tall buildings. Bao was given an apartment on the 160th floor of one of the skyscrapers set on the main channel of the Irrawaddy near the seafront. Walking out onto his balcony for the first time, he was amazed at the view and spent most of an afternoon looking around, south to sea, west to Pagoda Rock, east along the other mouths of the Irrawaddy, and upstream, looking down onto the rooftops of the supercity, into the million windows of the other skyscrapers lining the riverbanks and crowding the rest of the delta. All the buildings had been sunk deep through the alluvial soil of the delta to bedrock, and a famous system of dams and locks and offshore breakwaters had secured the city against floods from upstream, high tides from the Indian Ocean, typhoons. Even the rise in sea level that was now beginning did not fundamentally threaten the city, which was in truth a kind of collection of ships anchored permanently in the bedrock, so that if eventually they had to abandon the ground floors and move up, it would be just one more engineering challenge, something to keep the local construction industry occupied in years to come. The Burmese were not afraid of anything. Looking down at the little junks and water taxis brushing their delicate white calligraphy over the blue-brown water, Bao seemed to read a kind of message in them, just outside the edge of his conscious comprehension. He understood now why the Burmese wrote Burmese history, because maybe it was true. Maybe all that had ever happened had happened so that it could collide here and make something greater than any of its elements, as when the wakes from several different water taxis struck all together, shooting a bolt of white water higher than any individual wave ever would have gotten. This monumental city, Pyongyang, was then Bao's home for the next 7 years. He took a cable car high across the river to the League offices on the other bank, and worked on the balance with nature problems beginning to plague the world, wreaking such damage that even Burma itself might someday suffer from it, unless they were to remove Pyongyang to the moon, which did not seem completely impossible given their enormous energy and confidence. But they had not been a power long enough to have seen the way the wheel turns. Over the years, Bao visited 100 lands as part of his job, and many reminded him that in the long run of time, civilizations rose, then fell, and most, upon falling, never really rose again. The locus of power wandered the face of the earth like some poor restless immortal following the sun. Presumably Burma would not be immune to that fate. Bao now flew in the latest space planes, popping out of the atmosphere like the artillery shells of the Long War, and landing on the other side of the globe 3 hours later. He also flew in the giant airships that still conveyed the bulk of traffic and cargo around the world. their slowness more than compensated for by their capacity, humming around like great ships in the sea of air, for the most part unsinkable. He conferred with officials in most of the countries of the earth, and came to understand that their balance with nature problems were partly a matter of pure numbers, the human population of the planet rebounding so strongly from the long war that it was now approaching 8 billion people, and this might be more people than the planet could sustain, or so many scientists speculated, especially the more conservative ones, those of a kind of Taoist temperament, found in great numbers in China and Yingzhou especially. But also, beyond the sheer number of people, there was the accumulation of things and the uneven distribution of wealth, so that people in Pian-Kayang thought nothing of throwing a party in Ingali or Fangchang, spending 10 years of a Mugrabi's life earnings on a weekend of pleasure, while people in Farinja and Inca still frequently suffered from malnutrition. This discrepancy existed despite the efforts of the League of All Peoples and the egalitarian movements in China, Farinja, Travancore, and Yingzhou. In China, the egalitarian movement came not just from Zhu's vision, but also the Taoist ideas of balance, as Zhu would always point out. In Travancore, it rose out of the Buddhist idea of compassion. In Yingzhou, from the Haudenosaunee idea of the equality of all. In Farinja, from the idea of justice before God. Everywhere the idea existed, but the world still belonged to a tiny minority of rich. Wealth had been accumulating for centuries in a few hands, and the people lucky enough to be born into this old aristocracy lived in the old manner, with the rights of kings now spread among the wealthy of the earth. Money had replaced land as the basis of power, and money flowed according to its own gravity, its laws of accumulation, which, though divorced from nature, were nevertheless the laws ruling most countries on earth. No matter their religious or philosophical ideas of love, compassion, charity, equality, goodness, and the like, old Zhu had been right. Humanity's behavior was still based on old laws, which determined how food and land and water and surplus wealth were owned, how the labor of the 8 billions was owned. If these laws did not change, the living shell of the earth might well be wrecked and inherited by seagulls and ants and cockroaches. So Bao traveled and talked and wrote and traveled again. For most of his career he worked for the League's Agency for Harmony with Nature, trying for several years to coordinate efforts in the Old World and the New to keep some of the greater mammals alive. Many of them were going extinct, and without action they would lose most of them in an anthropogenic extinction event to rival even the global crashes now being found in the fossil record. He came back from these diplomatic missions to Pian-Kayang after traveling in the big new airships that were a combination of blimp and flyer, hovercraft and catamaran, skating over the water or in the air depending on weather conditions and freight loads. He looked down on the world from his apartment and saw the human relationship to nature drawn in the calligraphy of the water taxis' wakes, the airships' contrails, the great canyons formed by the city's skyscrapers. This was his world, changing every year. And when he visited Beijing and tried to remember his youth, or went to Quinana in Aozhou to see his son Zhao and family there, or when he tried to remember Pan Shisuan, even when he visited Fangchang once, the actual site of those years, he could scarcely call them to mind. Or, to be more precise, for he could remember a great many things that had happened, it was the feeling for these things that was gone away, leached out by the years. They were as if they had happened to someone else, as if they had been previous incarnations. It was someone else in the League offices who thought to invite Zhu Yisao himself to Pian-Kayang and teach a set of classes to the League workers and anyone else who cared to attend. Bao was surprised when he saw this notice. He had assumed that somewhere along the way Zhu must have died. It had been so long since they had all changed China together, and Zhu had been ancient then. But that turned out to have been a youthful mistake on Bao's part. Zhu was about 90 now, Bao was informed, meaning he had only been about 70 years old at that time. Bao had to laugh at his youthful miscalculation, so characteristic of the young. He signed up for the course with great anticipation. Zhu Yisao turned out to be a sprightly, white-haired old man, small, but no smaller than he had been all those years before, with a lively, curious look in his eye. He shook Bao's hand when Bao went up before the introductory lecture and smiled a slight but friendly smile. "I remember you," he said. "One of Kung Jiangguo's officers, isn't that right?" And Bao gripped his hand hard, ducking his head in assent. He sat down feeling warm. The old man still walked with the ghost of a limp from that terrible day, but he had been happy to see Bao. In his first lecture, he outlined his plan for the course, which he hoped would be a series of conversations on history, discussing how it was constructed and what it meant, and how they might use it to help them plot their course forward through the next difficult decades, when we have to learn at last how to inhabit the earth. Bao kept notes as he listened to the old man, tapping at his little hand lectern, as did many others in the class. Zhu explained that he hoped first to describe and discuss the various theories of history that had been proposed through the centuries, and then to analyze those theories, not only by testing them in the description of actual events, difficult, since events as such are remembered for how well they prop up the various theories, but also for how the theories themselves were structured and what sort of futures they implied. This being their chief use to us, I take it that what matters in a history is what there is in it we can put to use. So over the next few months a pattern was set, and every third day the group would meet in a room high in one of the league buildings overlooking the Irrawaddy. A few score diplomats, local students, and younger historians from everywhere, many of whom had come to Pyongyang specifically for this class, all sat and listened to Zhu talk, and though Zhu kept encouraging them to enter the discussion and make of it a large conversation, they were mostly content to listen to him think aloud, only egging him on with their questions. "Well, but I am here to listen too," he would object, and then, when pressed to continue, would relent. "I must be like Pao Su, I suppose, who used to say, 'I am a good listener. I listen by talking.'" So they made their way through discussions of the four civilizations theory, made famous by Al-Catalan, and Al-Lanzhou's collision of cultures theory, of progress by conflict. Clearly accurate, in some sense, as there has been much conflict and much progress. The somewhat similar conjunction theories, by which unnoticed conjunctions of developments, often in unrelated fields of endeavor, had great consequences. Zhu's many examples of this included one he presented with a small smile: the introduction of coffee and printing presses at around the same time in Caliphate Iran, causing a great outpouring of literature. They discussed the theory of the eternal return, which combined Hindu cosmologies with the latest in physics to suggest that the universe was so vast and ancient that everything possible had not only happened, but had happened an infinite number of times. Limited usefulness to that one, except to explain the feeling you get that things have happened before, and the other cyclical theories, often based on the cycle of the seasons, or the life of the body. Then he mentioned Dharma history, or Burmese history, meaning any history that believed there was progress towards some goal making itself manifest in the world, or in plans for the future. Also Bodhisattva history, which suggested that there were enlightened cultures that had sprung ahead somehow, and then gone back to the rest and worked to bring them forward. Early China, Travancore, the Haudenosaunee, the Japanese diaspora, Iran, all these cultures had been proposed as possible examples of this pattern, though it seems to be a matter of individual or cultural judgment, which is less than useful to historians seeking a global pattern, although it is a weak criticism to call them tautological, for the truth is, every theory is tautological. Our reality itself is a tautology. Someone brought up the old question of whether the great man or mass movements were the principal force for change, but Zhu immediately dismissed this as a false problem. "We are all great men, yes?" "Maybe you are," muttered the person sitting next to Bao. "What has mattered are the moments of exposure in every life, when habit is no longer enough, and choices have to be made. That's when everyone becomes the great man, for a moment, and the choices made in these moments, which come all too frequently, then combine to make history. In that sense, I suppose I come down on the side of the masses, in that it has been a collective process, whatever else it is. Also, this formulation, the great man, of course should bring up the question of women. Are they included in this description? Or should we describe history as being the story of women wresting back the political power that they lost with the introduction of agriculture and the creation of surplus wealth?
Would the gradual and unfinished defeat of patriarchy be the larger story of history, along with, perhaps, the gradual and uncertain defeat of infectious disease, so that we have been battling microparasites and macroparasites, eh? The bugs and the patriarchs? He smiled at this and went on to discuss the struggle against the four great inequalities and other concepts grown out of the work of Kang and Al-Lanzhou. After that, Zhu took a few sessions to describe various phase change moments in global history that he thought significant: the Japanese diaspora, the independence of the Haudenosaunee, the shift of trade from land to sea, the Samarkand flowering, and so forth. He also spent quite a few sessions discussing the latest movement among historians and social scientists, which he called animal history, the study of humanity in biological terms, so that it became not a matter of religions and philosophies, but more a study of primates struggling for food and territory. It was many weeks into the course when he said, "Now we are ready to come to what interests me extremely these days, which is not history's content, but its form. For we see immediately that what we call history has at least two meanings to it. First, simply what happened in the past, which no one can know, as it disappears in time. And then second, all the stories we tell about what happened. These stories are of different kinds, of course, and people like Rabindra and Scholar White have categorized them. First come eyewitness accounts and chronicles of events made soon after things happened, also documents and records. These are history as wheat, still in the field, as yet unharvested or baked. Thus, given beginnings or ends or causes, only later come these baked histories that attempt to coordinate and reconcile source materials that not only describe but explain. Later still come the works that eat and digest these baked accounts and attempt to reveal what they are doing, what their relationship to reality is, how we use them, that kind of thing. Philosophies of history, epistemologies, what have you. Many digestions use methods pioneered by Ibrahim al-Lanzhou, even when they denounce his results. Certainly there is great sustenance in going back to al-Lanzhou's texts and seeing what he had to say. In one useful passage, for instance, he points out that we can differentiate between explicit arguments and more deeply hidden unconscious ideological biases. These latter can be teased out by identifying the mode of emplotment chosen to tell the tale. The emplotment scheme al-Lanzhou used comes from Rabindra's typology of story types, a rather simplistic scheme, but, fortunately, as al-Lanzhou pointed out, historians are often fairly naive storytellers and use one or another of Rabindra's basic types of emplotment rather schematically compared to the great novelists like Tao Shi-chin or Murasaki, who constantly mix them. Thus, a history like Tan U's is what some call Burmese history, rather literally in this case, but that I would prefer to call Dharma history, being a romance in which humanity struggles to work out its dharma, to better itself, and so generation by generation to make progress, fighting for justice and an end to want, with the strong implication that we will eventually work our way up to the source of the peach blossom stream, and the age of great peace will come into being. It is a secular version of the Hindu and Buddhist tale of nirvana successfully achieved. Thus, Burmese history, or Shambhala tales, or any teleological history that asserts we are all progressing in some way, is Dharma history. The opposite of this mode is the ironic or satiric mode, which I call entropic history from the physical sciences, or nihilism, or, in the usage of certain old legends, the story of the fall. In this mode, everything that humanity tries to do fails, or rebounds against it, and the combination of biological reality and moral weakness, of death and evil, means that nothing in human affairs can succeed. Taken to its extreme, this leads to the 5 great pessimisms, or the nihilism of Shushen, or the anti-dharma of Buddha's rival Purana Kassapa. People who say it is all a chaos without causes, and that taken all in all, it would have been better never to have been born. These 2 modes of emplotment represent end-point extremes in that one says we are masters of the world and can defeat death, while the other says that we are captives of the world and can never win against death. It might be thought these then represent the only 2 possible modes, but inside these extremes, Rabindra identified 2 other modes of emplotment, which he called tragedy and comedy. These 2 are mixed and partial modes compared to their absolutist outliers, and Rabindra suggested they both have to do with reconciliation. In comedy, the reconciliation is of people with other people and with society at large. The weave of family with family, tribe with clan. This is how comedies end. This is what makes them comedy. The marriage with someone from a different clan and the return of spring. Tragedies make a darker reconciliation. Scholar White said of them, they tell the story of humanity face to face with reality itself, therefore facing death and dissolution and defeat. Tragic heroes are destroyed, but for those who survive to tell their tale, there is a rise in consciousness, in awareness of reality, and this is valuable in and of itself, dark though that knowledge may be. At this point in his lecture, Ju Isao paused and looked around the room until he had located Bao, and nodded at him, and though it seemed they had only been speaking of abstract things, of the shapes stories took, Bao felt his heart clench within him. Ju proceeded, Now, I suggest that as historians, it is best not to get trapped in one mode or another, as so many do. It is too simple a solution and does not match well with events as experienced. Instead, we should weave a story that holds in its pattern as much as possible. It should be like the Taoists' yin-yang symbol, with eyes of tragedy and comedy dotting the larger fields of dharma and nihilism. That old figure is the perfect image of all our stories put together, with the dark spot of our comedies marring the brilliance of dharma, and the blaze of tragic knowledge emerging from black nothingness. The ironic history, by itself, we can reject out of hand. Of course we are bad, of course things go wrong, but why dwell on it? Why pretend this is the whole story? Irony is merely death walking among us. It doesn't take up the challenge. It isn't life speaking. But I suppose we also have to reject the purest version of Dharma history, the transcending of this world and this life, the perfection of our way of being. It may happen in the bardo, if there is a bardo, but in this world, all is mixed. We are animals. Death is our fate. So at best we could say, the history of the species has to be made as much like Dharma as possible by a collective act of the will. This leaves the middle modes, comedy and tragedy. Ju stopped, held up his hands, perplexed. Surely we have a great deal of both of these. Perhaps the way to construct a proper history is to inscribe the whole figure and say that for the individual, ultimately, it is a tragedy. For the society, comedy. If we can make it so. Ju Isao's own predilection was clearly for comedy. He was a social creature. He was always inviting Bao and some others from the class, including the League's Minister for Health of the Natural World, to the rooms provided for him during his stay, and these small gatherings were sparked by his laughter and curiosity about things. Even his research amused him.
he had had a great many books shipped down from Beijing, so that every room of his apartment was filled like a warehouse. Because of his growing conviction that history should be the story of everyone who had ever lived, he was now studying anthologies of biography as a genre, and he had many examples of the form in his apartment. This explained the tremendous number of volumes standing everywhere in tall, unsteady stacks. Ju picked up one huge tome, almost too heavy for him to lift. "This is a first volume," he said with a grin, "but I've never found the rest of the series. A book like this is only the antechamber to an entire, unwritten library." The collection of lives genre seemed to have begun, he said as he tapped the piles affectionately, in religious literatures, collections of the lives of Christian saints and Islamic martyrs, also Buddhist texts that described lives through long sequences of reincarnations, a speculative exercise that Ju clearly enjoyed very much. Dharma history at its purest, a kind of proto-politics. Plus they can be so funny. You see a literalist like Diu Shen trying to match up his subjects' death and birth dates exactly, so that he creates strings of prominent historical actors through several reincarnations, asserting that he can tell they have always been one soul by what they do, but the difficulties of getting the dates to match up cause him, in the end, to select some odd additions to his sequences to make them all match, life to life. Finally, he has to theorize a work hard, then relax pattern in these immortals to justify those who alternate lives as geniuses and generals with careers as minor portrait artists or cobblers, but the dates always match up. Ju grinned delightedly. He tapped other tall piles that were examples of the genre he was studying. Gan Gadyara's 46 Transmigrations, the Tibetan text 12 Manifestations of Padmasambhava, the guru who established Buddhism in Tibet, also the biography of the Gyatso Rinpoche, Lives 1 through 19, which brought the Dalai Lama up to the present. Bao had once met this man, and had not realized then that his full biography would take up so many volumes. Zhu Yisao also had in his apartment copies of Plutarch's Lives and Liu Xiang's biographies of exemplary women from about the same time as the Plutarch, but he admitted that he was finding these texts not as interesting as the Reincarnation Chronicles, which in certain cases spent as much time on their subjects' time in the Bardo and the other 5 lokas as they did on their time as humans. He also liked the autobiography of the Wandering Jew and the testaments of the Trivikam Jati, and a beautiful volume, 253 Travelers, as well as a scurrilous-looking collection, possibly pornographic, called Tantric Thief Across 5 Centuries. All of these Ju described to his visitors with great enthusiasm. They seemed to him to hold some kind of key to the human story, assuming there could be any such thing, history as a simple accumulation of lives. After all, in the end, all the great moments of history have taken place inside people's heads, the moments of change, or the kleinemen, as the Greeks called it. This moment, Ju said, had become the organizing principle and perhaps the obsession of the Samarkandi anthologist Old Red Ink, who had collected the lives in his reincarnation compendium using something like the Kleineman moment to choose his exemplars, as each entry in his collection contained a moment when the subjects, always reincarnated with names that began with the same letters, came to crossroads in their lives and made a swerve away from what they might have been expected to do. "I like the naming device," Bao remarked, leafing through one volume of this collection. "Well, Old Red Ink explains in one marginalia that it is merely a mnemonic for the ease of the reader, and that, of course, in reality every soul comes back with every physical particular changed. No telltale rings, no birthmarks, no same names. He would not have you think his method was anything like the old folk tales. Oh, no." The Minister for Natural Health asked about a stack of extremely slender volumes, and Ju smiled happily. As a reaction against these endless compendiums, he explained, he had gotten into the habit of buying any books he came across that seemed required by their subject matter to be short, often so short that their titles would scarcely fit on their spines. Thus, Secrets to Successful Marriage, or Good Reasons to Have Hope for the Future, or Stories About Not Being Afraid of Ghosts. But I have not read them, I must admit. They exist only for their titles, which say it all. They could be blank inside. Later, outside on his balcony, Bao sat next to Ju, watching the city flow beneath them. They drank cup after cup of green tea, talking about many different things, and as the night grew late, and Ju feeling pensive, it seemed, Bao said to him, "Do you ever think of Kung Jiangguo? Do you ever think of those times any more?" "No, not very often," Ju admitted, looking at him directly. "Do you?" Bao shook his head. "I don't know why. It's not like it's so very painful to recall, but it seems so long ago." "Yes, very long. I see you still have a bit of a limp from that day." "Yes, I do. I don't like it. I walk slower, and it's not so bad, but it is still there. I set off metal detectors in the high-security zones." He laughed. "But it is a long time ago. So many lives ago. I get them all confused. Don't you?" And he smiled. One of Ju Isao's last sessions was a discussion of what purpose the study of history might have, and how it might help them now in their current predicament. Ju was tentative in this matter. "It may be no help at all," he said. "Even if we gained a complete understanding of what happened in the past, it might not help us. We are still constrained in our actions in the present. In a way, we can say that the past has mortgaged the future, or bought it, or tied it up in laws and institutions and habits. But perhaps it helps to know as much as we can, just to suggest ways forward. This matter of residual and emergent that we discussed, that each period in history is composed of residual elements of past cultures and emergent elements that later on will come more fully into being. This is a powerful lens, and only the study of history allows one to make this distinction, if it is possible at all. Thus, we can look at the world we live in and say, these things are residual laws from the age of the four great inequalities still binding us. They must go. On the other hand, we can look at more unfamiliar elements of our time, like China's communal ownership of land, and say, perhaps these are emergent qualities that will be more prominent in the future. They look helpful. I will support these. Then again, there may be residual elements that have always helped us and need to be retained. So it is not as simple a matter as new is good, old is bad. Distinctions need to be made, but the more we understand, the finer we can make the distinctions. I begin to think that this matter of late emergent properties that the physicists talk about when they discuss complexity and cascading sensitivities is an important concept for historians. Justice may be a late emergent property, and maybe we can glimpse the beginnings of it emerging, or maybe it emerged long ago among the primates and proto-humans and is only now gaining leverage in the world, aided by the material possibility of post-scarcity. It is hard to say. He smiled again, his little smile. Good words to end this session. His final meeting was called What Remains to be Explained, and consisted of questions that he was still mulling over after all his years of study and contemplation. He made comments on his list of questions, but not many, and Bao had to write as fast as he could to get the questions themselves recorded. What remains to be explained? Why has there been inequality in accumulation of goods since the earliest recorded history? What causes the ice ages to come and go? Could Japan have won its war of independence without the fortuitous combination of the Long War and the earthquake and fire striking Edo? Where did all the Roman gold end up? Why does power corrupt? Was there any way that the native peoples of the New World could have been saved from the devastation of Old World diseases? When did people first arrive in the New World? Why were the civilizations on Yingzhou and Inca at such different stages of development? Why can't gravity be reconciled mathematically with pulse microprobability? Would Travancore have initiated the modern period and dominated the Old World if the Kerala had never lived?
Is there life after death, or transmigration of souls? Did the polar expedition of the 52nd year of the Long War reach the South Pole? What causes well-fed and secure people to work for the subjugation and immiseration of starving, insecure people? If Al-Alamand had conquered Skandistan, would the Sami people have survived? If the Shanghai Conference had not arranged such punitive reparations, would the post-war world have been more peaceful? How many people can the earth support? Why is there evil? How did the Haudenosaunee invent their form of government? Which disease or combination of diseases killed the Christians of Thuringia? Does technology drive history? Would things have turned out differently if the birth of science in Samarkand had not been delayed in its dispersal by the plague? Did the Phoenicians cross the Atlantic to the New World? Will any mammals larger than a fox survive the next century? Is the Sphinx thousands of years older than the pyramids? Do gods exist? How can we return the animals to the earth? How can we make a decent existence? How can we give to our children and the generations following a world restored to health?
Soon after that final session and a big party, Zhu Yisao returned to Beijing, and Bao never saw him again. They worked hard in the years after Zhu's visit to enact programs that helped to frame some answers to his final questions, just as the geologists had been greatly helped in their labors by the construction of a framework of understanding based on the movement of the broken eggshell plates of the crust. So the bureaucrats and technocrats and scientists and diplomats at the League of All Peoples were helped in their labors by Zhu's theoretical considerations. It helps to have a plan, as Zhu had often remarked, and so Bao crisscrossed the world, meeting and talking to people, helping to put certain strands into place, thickening the warp and weft of treaties and agreements by which all the peoples on the planet were tied together. He worked variously on land tenure reform, forest management, animal protection, water resources, panchayat support, and divestiture of accumulated wealth, chipping away at the obdurate blocks of privilege left in the wake of the Long War and all that had happened in the centuries before it. Everything went very slowly, and progress came always in small increments, but what Bao noticed from time to time was that improvements in one part of the world situation often helped elsewhere, so that, for instance, the institution of panchayat governments at the local level in China and the Islamic states led to increased power for more and more people, especially where they adopted the Travancore law of requiring at least 2 of every 5 panchayat members to be women. And this in turn mitigated many land problems. Indeed, as many of the world's problems stemmed from too many people competing for too few resources, using too crude technologies, another happy result of the panchayat empowerment of localities and of women was that birth rates dropped rapidly and dramatically. The replacement rate for a population was 2.1 births per woman, and before the Long War the world rate had been more like 5. In the poorest countries, more like 7 or 8. Now, in every country where women exerted the full range of rights advocated by the League of All Peoples, the replacement rate had fallen to less than 3, and often less than 2. This, combined with improvements in agriculture and other technologies, boded well for the future. It was the ultimately hopeful expression of the warp and the weft, of the principle of late emergent properties. It seemed, though everything went very slowly, that they might be able to concoct some kind of dharmic history after all. Perhaps. It was not yet clear. But some work got done. So when Bao read of Zhu Yisao's death, some years later, he groaned and threw the paper to the floor. He spent the day out on his balcony feeling unaccountably bereft. Really, there was nothing to mourn, everything to celebrate. The Great One had lived 100 years, had helped to change China and then all the world. Late in life, he had appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, going around and listening by talking. He had given the impression of someone who knew his place in the world. But Bao did not know his place. Contemplating the immense city below him, looking up the great watery canyons, he realized that he had been living in this place for over 10 years, and he still didn't know a thing about it. He was always leaving or coming back, always looking down on things from a balcony, eating in the same little hole in the wall, talking to colleagues from the League offices, spending most of his mornings and evenings reading. He was almost 60 now, and he didn't know what he was doing or how he was supposed to live. The huge city was like a machine or a ship half sunk in the shallows. It was no help to him. He had worked every day trying to extend Kung and Ju's work, to understand history and work on it in the moment of change, also to explain it to others, reading and writing, thinking that if he could only explain it, then it wouldn't oppress him quite so much. It did not seem to have worked. He had the feeling that everyone who had ever meant something to him had already died. When he went back inside his apartment, he found a message on the screen of his lectern from his daughter, Aunt Si, the first he had gotten from her in a long time. She had given birth to a daughter of her own and wondered if Bao wanted to visit and meet his new grandchild. He typed an affirmative reply and packed his bag. An Zi and her husband Deng lived above Shark Point, in one of the crowded, hilly neighborhoods on the bay side of Fangjiang. Their baby girl was named Feng Win, and Bao enjoyed very much taking her out on the tram and walking her in a stroller around the park at the south end of town, overlooking the Gold Gate. There was something about her look that reminded him very strongly of Pan Shisuan, a curve of the cheek, a stubborn look in her eye. These traits we pass on. He watched her sleep, and the fog roll in the gate, under and over the sweep of the new bridge, listening to a feng shui guru lecture a small class sitting at his feet. You can see that this is the most physically beautiful setting of any city on earth, which seemed true enough to Bao. Even Pyongyang had no prospect compared to this. The glories of the Burmese capital were all artifactual, and without those it was just like any other delta mouth, unlike this sublime place he had loved so in a previous existence. Oh, no, I don't think so. Only geomantic imbeciles would have located the city on the other side of the strait. Aside from practical considerations of street platting, there is the intrinsic chi of place. Its dragon arteries are too exposed to the wind and fog. It is best to leave it as a park. Certainly the opposing peninsula made a beautiful park, green and hilly across the water, sunlight streaming down on it through cloud, the whole scene so vibrant and gorgeous that Bao lifted the babe up out of her stroller to show it all to her. He pointed her in the 4 directions, and the scene blurred before his eyes as if he too were a babe. Everything became a flow of shapes, cloudy masses of brilliant colors swimming about, vivid and glowing, stripped of their meanings as known things, blue and white above, yellow below. He shivered, feeling very strange. It was as if he had been looking through the babe's eyes, and the child seemed fretful. So he took her back home, and Aunt Si reproached him for letting her get cold. "And her diaper needs changing." "I know that. I'll do it." "No, I'll do it. You don't know how." "I most certainly do, too. I changed your diapers often enough in my time." She sniffed disapprovingly, as if he had been rude to do so, invading her privacy, perhaps. He grabbed up the book he was reading and went out for a walk, upset. Somehow things were still awkward between them. The great city hummed, the islands in the bay with their skyscrapers looking like the vertical mountains of South China, the slopes of Mount Tamalpai equally crowded with huge buildings. But the bulk of the city hugged its hills tightly, most of it still human scale, buildings 2 and 3 stories tall, with upturned corners on all the roofs in the old-fashioned way, like a city of pagodas. This was the city he had loved, the city he had lived in during the years of his marriage. And so he was a preta here. Like any other hungry ghost, he walked over the hill to the ocean side, and soon he found himself in the neighborhood where they had lived when Pan was alive. He walked through the streets without even thinking about navigating his way, and there he was. The old home. He stood before the building, an ordinary apartment block, now painted a pale yellow. They had lived in an apartment upstairs, always in the wind, just as it was now. He stared at the building. He felt nothing. He tested it. He tried to feel something. No, the main thing he felt was wonder that he could feel so little. A rather pale and unsatisfactory feeling to have at such a momentous confrontation with his past, but there it was. The kids each had had a bedroom to themselves up there, and Bao and Pan had slept on an unrolled futon in the living room, the stove of the kitchenette right at their feet. It had been a cricket box of a place, really, but there they had lived. And for a time it had seemed it would always be just like that. Husband, wife, son, daughter, clothed in a tiny apartment in Fangchang, and every day the same, every week the same, in a round that would last forever. Thus the power of thoughtlessness, the power people had to forget what time was always doing. He took off walking again, south toward the gate, on the busy promenade high over the ocean, the trams squealing by. When he reached the park overlooking the strait, he returned to the spot where he had been just hours before with his granddaughter, and looked around again. Everything remained the same this time, retaining their shapes and their meanings. No flow into colors, no yellow ocean. That had been an odd experience, and he shuddered again, remembering it. He sat on the low wall overlooking the water and took his book from his jacket pocket, a book of poems translated from the ancient Sanskrit. He opened it at random and read, "This verse from Kalidasa's Sakuntala is considered by many scholars of Sanskrit to be the most beautiful in the language. Ramayani vikshya medurans ka nisamya sabdan paryutsiki bhavati yat sekhito pajanta tak sutasa smriti nunam abudharpuvam bhavastirani jananantaras saurdani." Even the man who is happy glimpses something, or a thread of sound touches him, and his heart overflows with a longing he does not recognize. Then it must be that he is remembering a place out of reach, people he loved, in a life before this, their pattern still there, in him, waiting. He looked up, looked around. An awesome place, this great gate to the sea. He thought, maybe I should stay here. Maybe this day is telling me something. Maybe this is my home, hungry ghost or not. Maybe we cannot avoid becoming hungry ghosts, no matter where we live, so this might as well be home. He walked back to his daughters. A letter had arrived on his lectern from an acquaintance of his, living at the farm station of Fangchong's college, inland from the city 100 li, in the big Central Valley. This acquaintance from his Beijing years had heard he was visiting the area, and wondered if he would like to come out and teach a class or two, a history of the Chinese Revolution, perhaps, foreign relations, league work, whatever he liked. Because of his association with Kung, among other things, he would be viewed by the students as a living piece of world history. "A living fossil, you mean?" he snorted, like that fish whose species was 400 million years old, dragged up recently in a net off Madagascar. Old dragonfish. He wrote back to his acquaintance and accepted the invitation, then wrote to Pyongyang and put in for a more extended leave of absence. 4. The Red Egg. The farm extension of the college, now a little college itself, was clustered at the west end of a town called Putatoy, west of the North Lung River on the banks of Puta Creek, a lively brook pouring out of the coastal range and creating a riverine gallery of oaks and brush on an alluvial berm just a few hands higher than the rest of the valley. The valley otherwise was given over entirely to rice cultivation. The big rivers flowing into it out of the mountains on both sides had been diverted into an elaborate irrigation system, and the already flat valley floor had been shaved even flatter into a stepwise system of broad, flooded terraces, each terrace just a few fingers higher than the one below it. All the dikes in this system curved, as part of some kind of erosion resistance strategy, and so the landscape looked somewhat like Annam or Kampuchea, or anywhere in tropical Asia really, except that wherever the land was not flooded, it was shockingly dry. Straw-colored hills rose to the west, in the first of the coastal ranges between the valley and the bay. Then to the east, the grand snow-topped peaks of the Gold Mountains stood like a distant Himalaya. Putatoy was tucked into a nest of trees in this broad expanse of green and gold. It was a village in the Japanese style, with shops and apartments clustered by the stream, and small groupings of cottages ringing the town center north of the stream. After Pyongyang, it seemed tiny, dowdy, sleepy, green, dull. Bao liked it. The students of the college mostly came from farms in the valley, and they were mostly studying to be rice farmers or orchard managers. Their questions in the Chinese history class that Bao taught were amazingly ignorant, But they were fresh-faced and cheerful youths. They didn't care in the slightest who Bao was, or what he had done in the post-war period so long ago. He liked that, too. His little seminar of older students, who were studying history specifically, were more intrigued by his presence among them. They asked him about Zhu Yisao, of course, and even about Kung Jianguo. Bao answered as if it were a period of history that he had studied extensively, and perhaps written a book or two about. He did not offer them personal reminiscences, and most of the time felt that he had none to offer. They watched him very closely as he spoke. "What you have to understand," he told them, "is that no one won the long war. Everyone lost, and we have not yet recovered from it even now. Remember what you have been taught about it. It lasted 67 years, 2/3 of a century, and it's estimated now that almost 1 billion people died in it. Think of it this way. I've been talking to a biologist here who works on population issues, and he has tried to estimate how many humans have lived in all of history, from the start of the species until now. Some in the class laughed at such an idea. You haven't heard of this? He estimates that there have been about 40 billion humans to have lived since the species came into being. Although, of course, that was no determinate moment, so this is just a game we play. But it means that if there have been 40 billion humans in all history, then 1 in 40 of all the people ever to have lived were killed in the long war. That's a big percentage. So, the whole world fell into disarray, and now we've lived in the war's shadow for so long we don't know what full sunlight would look like. Science keeps making advances, but many of them rebound on us. The natural world is being poisoned by our great numbers and our crude industries, and if we quarrel again, all could be lost. You are probably aware, certainly most governments are, that science could provide us very quickly with extremely powerful bombs. They say 1 bomb per city, and so that threat hangs over us too. If any country tries for such a bomb, all may follow. So all these dangers inspired the creation of the League of All Peoples in the hope of making a global system that could cope with our global problems. That came on the heels of the Year One effort, standardized measurements and all the rest, to form what has been called the scientizing of the world, or the modernization, or the Haudenosaunee program, among other names for it. Our time, in effect. In Islam, they don't like all that, one student pointed out. Yes, this has been a problem for them, how to reconcile their beliefs with the scientizing movement. But we have seen changes in Nisera spread through most of Farinja, and what a united Farinja implies is that they have agreed there is more than one way to be a good Muslim. If your Islam is a form of Sufism that is Buddhist in all but name, and you say it is all right, then it is hard to condemn the Buddhists in the next valley. And this is happening in many places. All the strands are beginning to weave together, you see? We have had to do it to survive. At the end of that first set of classes, the history teachers invited Bao to stay on and do it on a regular basis, and after some thought, he accepted their invitation. He liked these people and the work that came from them. The bulk of the college's efforts had to do with growing more food, with fitting people into the natural systems of the earth less clumsily. History was part of this, and the history teachers were friendly. Also, a single woman his age, a lecturer in linguistics, had been particularly friendly through the time of his stay. They had eaten quite a few meals together and gotten into the habit of meeting for lunch. Her name was Gao Chung-yen. Bao moved into the small group of cottages where Gao lived, renting one next to hers that had come open at just the right time. The cottages were Japanese in style, with thin walls and big windows, all clustered around a common garden. It was a nice little neighborhood. In the mornings, Bao started to hoe and plant vegetables in one corner of that central garden. Through a gap between the cottages, he could see the great valley oaks in their streamside gallery, beyond them the green rice paddies, and the isolated peak of Mount Miwok over 100 li away, south of the Great Delta. To the east and north, more rice paddies curving green on green. The coastal range lay to the west, the Gold Mountains to the east. He rode an old bicycle to the college for classes and taught his smaller seminars at a set of picnic tables by the side of the stream under a stand of enormous valley oaks. Every once in a while, he would rent a little airboat from the airport just west of town and pilot it down the delta to Fangchang to visit Aunt Si and her family. Though Bao and Aunt Si remained stiff and fractious with each other, the repetition of these visits eventually made them seem normal. A pleasant ritual, in most respects. They did not seem connected to his memories of the past, but an event of their own. "Well," Bao would say to Gao, "I'm going to go down to Fangchang and bicker with my daughter." "Have fun," Gao would say. Mostly he stayed in Putatoy and taught classes. He liked the young people and their fresh faces. He liked the people who lived in the cluster of cottages around the garden. They worked in agriculture mostly, either in the college's agronomy labs and experimental fields, or out in the paddies and orchards themselves. That was what people did in this valley. The neighbors all gave him advice on how best to cultivate his little garden, and very often it was conflicting advice, which was no very reassuring thing given that they were among the world's experts on the topic, and that there might be more people than there was food in the world to feed them. But that too was a lesson, and though it worried him, it also made him laugh. And he liked the labor, the sitting in the dirt, weeding and looking at vegetables grow, staring across rice terraces at Mount Miwok. He babysat for some of the younger couples in the cottages and talked with them about the events of the town and spent the evenings out lawn bowling with a group who liked to do that. Before long, the routines of this life became as if they were the only ones he had ever known. One morning, babysitting for a little girl who had caught the chicken pox, sitting by her as she lay thoughtlessly in a lukewarm oatmeal bath, stoically flicking the water with her finger and occasionally moaning like a small animal, he felt a sudden gust of happiness sweep through him, simply because he was the old widower of the neighborhood and people used him as a babysitter. Old Dragonfish. There had been just such a man back in Beijing, living in a hole in the wall by the big red gate, repairing shoes and watching the kids in the street. The deep sense of solitude that had afflicted Bao since Pan's death began to slip away, although the people he lived among now were not Kung, nor Pan, nor Zhu Isao, not the companions of his fate, just people he had fallen in with by accident. Nevertheless, they were now his community. Maybe this was the way it had always happened, with no fate ever involved. You simply fell in with the people around you, and no matter what else happened in history or the great world, for the individual it was always a matter of local acquaintances, the village, the platoon, the work unit, the monastery or madrasa, the zawiya or farm or apartment block or ship or neighborhood. These formed the true circumference of one's world, some 20 or so speaking parts as if they were in a play together, and no doubt each cast included the same character types, as in no drama or a puppet play. And so now he was the old widower, the babysitter, the broken-down old bureaucrat poet, drinking wine by the stream and singing nostalgically at the moon, scratching with a hoe in his unproductive garden. It made him smile. It gave him pleasure. He liked having neighbors, and he liked his role among them. Time passed. He continued to teach a few classes, arranging for his seminars to meet out under the valley oaks. "History," he would say to them, "it's a hard thing to get at. There is no easy way to imagine it. The earth rolls around the sun 365 and a quarter days a year, for year after year. Thousands of these years have passed. Meanwhile, a kind of monkey kept on doing more things, increasing in number, taking over the planet by means of meanings. Eventually, much of the matter and life on the planet was entrained to their use, and then they had to figure out what they wanted to do beyond merely staying alive. Then they told each other stories of how they had gotten where they were, what had happened, and what it meant." Bao sighed. His students watched him. The way Zhu told the story, it is a matter of tragedy for the individual, comedy for the society. Over the long pulses of historical time, reconciliations can be achieved. That's the comedy. But every individual meets a tragic end. We have to admit here that no matter what else we say, for the individual, death is always an end and a catastrophe. His students regarded him steadily, perfectly willing to admit this, for they were about 25 while he was near 70, and so they felt immortal. This was perhaps the evolutionary usefulness of the elderly, Bao had concluded, to give the young some kind of psychic shield from reality, putting them under a description that allowed them to ignore the fact that age and death would come to them too, and could come early and out of sequence. A very useful function, and it gave the old some amusement as well, in addition to an extra pinch from their own mortality to remind them to appreciate life. So he smiled at their unfounded equanimity and said, "But all right, we admit that catastrophe, and the people who live go on." Go on. They knit things together as best they can. So what Zhu Isao used to say, What my old comrade Kung Changuo used to say was that each time a generation pulls itself together and revolts against the established order of things in an attempt to make them more just, it is doomed to fail in some respects, but it succeeds in others, and in any case it gives something to posterity, even if it be only knowledge of how hard things are, which makes it retroactively a kind of success. And so people go on. A young Aujani woman, come here like so many others did from all around the world to study agriculture with the old adepts at the college, said, "But since we are all reincarnated anyway, is death really such a catastrophe?" Bao felt himself take a long breath. Like most scientifically educated people, he did not believe in reincarnation. It was clearly just a story, something out of the old religions, but still, how to account for his feeling of cosmic solitude, the feeling that he had lost his eternal companions? How to account for that experience at the Gold Gate holding his granddaughter aloft? He thought about it for so long that the students began to look at each other. Then he said, carefully, to the young woman, "Well, let us try something. Think that there might be no bardo, no heavens or hells, no afterlife at all. No continuation of your consciousness or even your soul. Imagine all you are is an expression of your body, and when it finally succumbs to some disorder and dies, you are gone for good. Gone utterly." The girl and the others stared at him. He nodded. "Then indeed you have to think again what reincarnation might mean. For we need it. We all need it. And there might be some way to reconceptualize it so it still has meaning, even if you admit that the death of the self is real." "But how?" the young woman said. "Well, first, of course, there are the children. We are literally reincarnated in new beings, though they are the mix of two previous beings, two beings who will live on in the twisting ladders that detach and recombine, passed on to subsequent generations." "But that's not our consciousness." "No, but consciousness gets reincarnated another way, when the people of the future remember us and use our language and unconsciously model their lives on ours, living out some recombination of our values and habits. We live on in the way future people think and talk. Even if things change so much that only the biological habits are the same, they are real for all that. Perhaps more real than consciousness, more rooted in reality. Remember, reincarnation means return to a new body." "Some of our atoms may do that literally," one young man offered. "Indeed, in the endlessness of eternity, the atoms that were part of our bodies for a time will move on and be incorporated in another life on this earth and perhaps on other planets in subsequent galaxies. So we are diffusely reincarnate through the universe." "But that's not our consciousness," the young woman said stubbornly. "Not consciousness, nor the self. The ego, the string of thoughts, the flow of consciousness, which no text or image has ever managed to convey. No." "But I don't want that to end," she said. "No, and yet it does. This is the reality we were born into. We can't change it by desire." The young man said, "The Buddha says we should give up our desires." "But that too is a desire," the young woman exclaimed. "So we never really give it up," Bao agreed. "What the Buddha was suggesting is impossible. Desire is life trying to continue to be life. All living things desire. Bacteria feel desire. Life is wanting." The young students thought it over. There is an age, Bao thought, remembering. There is that time in your life when you are young and everything seems possible and you want it all. You are simply bursting with desire. You make love all night because you want things so much. He said, another way of rescuing the concept of reincarnation is simply to think of the species as the organism. The organism survives and has a collective consciousness of itself. That's history or language or the twisting ladder structuring our brains. And it doesn't really matter what happens to any one cell of this body. In fact, their deaths are necessary for the body to stay healthy and go on. It's a matter of making room for new cells. And if we think of it that way, then it might increase feelings of solidarity and obligation to others. It makes it clearer that if there is part of the body that is suffering, and if at the same time another part commandeers the mouth and laughs and proclaims that everything is really fine, dancing a jig like the lost Christians as their flesh fell off, then we understand more clearly that this creature species, or species creature, is insane and cannot face its own sickness unto death. Seen in that sense, more people might understand that the organism must try to keep itself healthy throughout its whole body. The young woman was shaking her head. But that's not reincarnation either. That's not what it means. Bao shrugged, gave up. I know what you mean, I think. It seems there should be something that endures of us, and I myself have sometimes felt things. One time, down at Gold Gate. He shook his head. But there is no way to know. Reincarnation is a story we tell. Then, in the end, it's the story itself that is the reincarnation. Over time, Bao came to understand that teaching, too, was a kind of reincarnation, in that years passed, and students came and went, new young people all the time, but always the same age, taking the same class. The class under the oak trees, reincarnated. He began to enjoy that aspect of it. He would start the first class by saying, "Look, here we are again." They never knew what to make of it. Same response every time. He learned, among other things, that teaching was the most rigorous form of learning. He learned to learn more from his students than they did from him. Like so many other things, it was the reverse of what it seemed to be, and colleges existed to bring together groups of young people to teach some chosen few of their elders the things that they knew about life that the old teachers had been in danger of forgetting. So Bao loved his students and studied them assiduously. Most of them, he found, believed in reincarnation. It was what they had been taught at home, even when they hadn't been given explicit religious instruction. It was part of the culture, an idea that kept coming back. So they brought it up, and he talked about it with them in a conversation reincarnated many times. Over time, the students added to his growing internal list of ways reincarnation was true, that you might really come back as another life, that the various periods of one's life were karmic reincarnations, that every morning you reawakened to consciousness newly, and thus are reincarnated every day to a new life. Bao liked all of these. The last one he tried to live in his daily existence, paying attention to his morning garden as if he had never seen it before, marveling at the strangeness and beauty of it. In his classes, he tried to talk about history newly, thinking things through yet again, not allowing himself to say anything that he had ever said before. This was hard but interesting. One day, in one of the ordinary classrooms, it was winter and raining, he said, "What's hardest to catch is daily life. This is what I think rarely gets written down or even remembered by those who did it. What you did on the days when you did the ordinary things, how it felt doing it, the small variations time and again until years have passed, a matter of repetitions or almost repetitions. Nothing, in other words, that could be easily encoded into the usual forms of emplotment, not dharma or chaos or even tragedy or comedy, just habit." One intense young man with thick black eyebrows replied, as if contradicting him, "Everything happens only once." And that, too, he had to remember. There was no doubt at all that it was true. Everything happens only once. And so, eventually, one particular day came, first day of spring, day 1 of year 87, a festival day, first morning of this life, first year of this world, and Bao got up early with Gao and went out with some others to hide colored eggs and wrapped candy in the grass of the lawn and meadow and on the stream bank. This was the ritual in their ring of cottages. Every New Year's Day the adults would go out and hide eggs that had been colored the day before, and candy wrapped in vibrantly colored metallic wrapping, and at the appointed hour of the morning all the children of the neighborhood would be unleashed on their hunt, baskets in hand, the older ones racing forward, pouncing on finds to pile in their baskets, the youngest ones staggering dreamily from one great discovery to the next. Bao had learned to love this morning, especially that last walk downstream to the meeting point after all the eggs and candy had been hidden. He strolled through the high, wet grass with his spectacles taken off, sometimes, so that the real flowers and their pure colors were mixed in with the artificial colors of the eggs and the candy wrappers, and the meadow and stream bank became like a painting or a dream, a hallucinated meadow and stream bank with more colors and stranger colors than any nature had ever made on her own, all dotting the omnipresent and surging, vivid green. So he made this walk again, as he had for so many years now, the sky a perfect blue above, like another colored egg over them. The air was cool, the dew heavy on the grass. His feet were wet. The glimpsed candy wrappers broke in his peripheral vision, cyanic and fuchsia and lime and copper, sparkier even than in previous years, he thought. Pewter Creek was running high, purling over the salmon weirs. A doe and fawn stood in one break like statues of themselves, watching him pass. He came to the gathering place and sat to watch the kids race about in their egg hunt, shouting and squealing. He thought, if you can see that all the kids are happy, then maybe things are going to be all right after all. In any case, this hour of pleasure, the adults stood around drinking green tea and coffee, eating cakes and hard-boiled eggs, shaking hands or embracing. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Bao sat down in a low chair to watch their faces. One of the 3-year-olds he sometimes babysat came wandering by, distracted by the contents of her wicker basket. "Look," she said when she saw him. "Egg." She plucked a red egg from her basket and shoved it in his face. He pulled back his head warily. Like many of the children in the neighborhood, this one had come into the world in the avatar of a complete maniac, and it would not be unlike her to whack him on the forehead with the egg just to see what would happen. But this morning she was serene. She merely held the egg out between them for their mutual inspection, both rapt in contemplation of it. It had been steeped in the vinegar and dye solution for a long time, and was as vividly red as the sky was blue. Red curve in a blue curve, red and blue together. "Very nice," Bao said, pulling his head back to see it better. "A red egg? That means happiness." "Egg." "Yes, that too. Red egg." "You can have it," she said to him, and put the egg in his hand. "Thank you." She wandered on. Bao looked at the egg. It was redder than he could remember the dye being, mottled in the way eggshells got when dyed, but everywhere deeply red. The breakfast party was coming to a close, the kids sitting around busily chewing some of their treasure, the adults taking the paper plates inside, all at peace. Bao wished for a second that Kung had lived to see this scene. He had fought for something like this little age of peace, fought so full of anger and hilarity. It seemed only fair that he should have gotten to see it, but fair, no. No, there would be another Kung in the village some day, perhaps that little girl, suddenly so intent and serious. Certainly they were all repeated again and again, the whole cast, in every group, a Ka and a Ba, as in old Red Ink's anthology, Ka always complaining with the caw of a crow, the cough of the cat, the cry of coyote, caw, caw, that fundamental protest, and then Ba, always Ba, the banal Ba of the water buffalo, the sound of the plow bound to the earth, the bleat of hope and fear, the bone inside, the one who missed the missing Ka and felt the loss keenly, if intermittently, distracted by life, but also the one who had to do whatever possible to keep things going in that absence. Go on. The world was changed by the Kungs, but then the Baos had to try to hold it together, buying their way along. All of them together playing their parts, performing their tasks in some dharma they never quite understood. Right now, his task was to teach. Third meeting of this particular class when they began to get into things. He was looking forward to it. He took the red egg back with him to his cottage, put it on his desk. He put his papers in his shoulder bag, said goodbye to Gao, got on his old bike and pedaled down the path to the college. The bike path followed Pewter Creek, and the new leaves on the trees shaded the path so that its asphalt was still wet with dew. The flowers in the grass looked like colored eggs and candy wrappers, everything stuffed with its own color, the sky overhead unusually clear and dark for the valley, almost cobalt. The opaque water in the stream was the color of apple jade. valley oaks as big as villages overhung its banks. He parked his bike, and seeing a gang of snow monkeys in the tree overhead, locked it to a stand. These monkeys enjoyed rolling bikes down the bank into the stream, 2 or 3 cooperating to launch them upright on their course. It had happened to Bow's bike more than once before he purchased a lock and chain. He walked on, downstream to the round picnic table where he always instructed his spring classes to meet him. Never had the greens of grass and leaf been so green before. They made him a bit unsteady on his feet. He recalled the little girl and her egg, the peace of the little celebration, everyone doing what they always did on this first day. His class would be the same as well. It always came down to this. There they were under the giant oak tree, gathering around the round table, and he would sit down with them and tell them as much as he could of what he had learned, trying to get it across to them, giving them what little portion of his experience he could. He would say to them, "Come here, sit down. I have some stories to tell about how people go on." But he was there to learn too. And this time, under the jade and emerald leaves, he saw that there was a striking young woman who had joined them, a Travancore student he had not seen before, dark-skinned, black-haired, thick-eyebrowed, eyes flashing as she glanced briefly up at him from across the picnic table. A sharp glance, suffused with a profound skepticism. By that look alone he could tell that she did not believe in teachers, that she did not trust them, that she was not prepared to believe a single thing he said. He would have a lot to learn from her. He smiled and sat down, waited for them to grow still. "I see we have someone new joining us," he said, indicating the young woman with a polite nod. The other students looked at her curiously. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" "Hello," the young woman said. "My name is Kali." This concludes the reading of The Years of Rice and Salt by Kim Stanley Robinson. Copyright 2002 by Kim Stanley Robinson. This book was read by Bronson Pinchot. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Seclectric Artists and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.